Hello, chat. We are live with day number 7 of Tata Steel Chess 2026. And kal ka din, bhai, I think will go down in the history books as the day of kuch bhi. मतलब कुछ भी. Saj bhai, welcome to day number 7. क्या expectations है आज की गेम से आपकी?
भाई पहली तो मतलब कि ऐसे ब्लंडर्स नहीं होंगे, और दूसरा कि अगर ब्लंडर्स होते हैं, अगर सूखा रुख मिल रहा है तो प्लेयर्स मार देंगे उस रुख को। बिकॉज भाई रुक मतलब गुकेश ने ब्लंडर किया, रुक अरविंद ने भी ब्लंडर किया, बट उसके ओपोनेंट ने मारा ही नहीं भाई। व्हाट
भाई
वाज दैट?
भाई कुछ क्रेजी ही सीन्स चल रहे थे चैट बिकॉज इट वाज लाइक वी आर वाचिंग द प्लेयर्स जस्ट डू स्टफ विच डिड नॉट मेक सेंस तो क्लियरली आइंस्टाइन के कुछ तो लॉज ऑफ फिजिक्स का ओबे नहीं हो रहे थे बट इट वाज क्रेजी या ब्लंडर्स नोबडी नोटिसिंग गुकेश ब्लंडरिंग in a way which he would be disappointed if he did at the age of 1000 yeah and imagine being the world champion so welcome chat कल मेरी वॉज द टीजर आज क्या पता और कुछ क्रेजी हो जाए बिकॉज आज की पेयरिंग्स है खतरनाक एंड वी लुक एट द स्टैंडिंग्स ऑफ द पेयरिंग्स एट द एंड बिकॉज द एक्शन इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन ऑन गुकेश वर्सेस अनीश गिरी सहज भाई अनीश not in the best of form Gukesh has the white pieces maybe a chance to come back
भाई उसके साथ साथ आई मीन अनीश आल्सो नॉट इन द बेस्ट ऑफ फॉर्म ईदर। मतलब
hey,
गुकेश
अनीश की
आल्सो
बात
नॉट
कर
इन द
रहा
बेस्ट। भाई
था
गुकेश
मैं
आल्सो
गुकेश
नॉट
की
इन द बेस्ट ऑफ
बात
फॉर्म्स भाई, आफ्टर
अच्छा
स्पेशली आफ्टर मतलब मैं कह रहा हूँ, मेरा कहने का मतलब है दोनों प्लेयर्स आई थिंक आर नॉट इन द बेस्ट ऑफ फॉर्म। स्पेशली आई मीन इट वुड बी
हाँ
इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी हाउ गुकेश bounces back after his yesterday's blunder. And again, I think I said this yesterday as well, and I'll say it again. I have never seen Gukesh make a blunder like that ever before. Doesn't matter the
हाँ
rating, doesn't matter. मतलब मैंने बहुत research भी किया उस games में, like I have never seen him make a blunder like this. So would be interesting to see how he makes a comeback.
या कमबैक का ही इंतजार है चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम जल्दी से भाई लोग लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स एक बंद का भाई मेंबरशिप मिल ही नहीं रही किसी को भाई 500 लाइक ही नहीं हो रहे जल्दी से लाइक करो एंड वी कैन सी अनीश आई ऑलरेडी सॉ हिम यॉर्निंग थ्राइस मे बी इट्स अ सैटरडे थिंग सहज भाई बट 3 बार यॉर्न
उसको
मे बी अ गुड
फोकस करना
साइन
है
फॉर
ना भाई,
गुकेश
उसको फोकस करना है
हाँ
भाई, इसलिए कि रिमेंबर कि
तो
आप यॉन करते हो तो आपको फोकस आपका मतलब बढ़ जाता है।
तो वो जबरदस्ती यॉर्न कर रहा है मतलब ही इज फोर्सिंग हिमसेल्फ टू यॉर्न लेट्स ऑल ऑफ अस डू दैट एज वेल या oh my god my yellow just went up by 50 Saj by crazy
बाय द
oh
वे
look
चैट
at
पे
the
किसी ने
move
लिखा था, चैट में
Sahaj भाई
चिराग, या आई नो बट आई एम गेटिंग टू दैट। चिराग भाई ने लिखा था प्रिडिक्शन 1 C4 ऑन एनी ऑफ द बोर्ड। चिराग भाई मतलब थोड़ा आप फ्यूचर देख के आए हो लग रहा है।
भाई चिराग भाई नेदरलैंड्स के वो लगते हैं मुझे रेजिडेंट बिकॉज ही नोज व्हाट्स हैपनिंग बिकॉज C4 भाई ऑन द बोर्ड एंड यू कैन सी अनीश की लॉन्ग थिंग से क्लियरली समथिंग ही डिडंट एक्सपेक्ट
इंग्लिश ओपनिंग, बेसिकली ब्लैक के पास बहुत सारी ऑप्शन है। इधर C5, E6, E5, दीज आर द मेन वंस। नाइट F6 इज अनदर वन। बट यूजुअली C4 आप तब खेलते हो जब आपको D4 उतना इजीली नहीं खेलना होता। ओके ही गोज E5, सो वील गेट प्रॉपर इंग्लिश ऑन द बोर्ड भाई।
Yeah, English and E5 Ulta Sicilian, I think is the way I like to call it. And white के पास extra move है. And knight C3 आया, of course. यहाँ bishop B4 is aligned. Knight F6 is aligned. Yeah, knight F6 on the board. Anish now playing a bit quicker. Of course, let's keep in mind Anish की candidates की preparation में 1 C4 definitely रहेगा. Sahaj, my question. So if let's say Anish is going to play 1 E5 to 1 C4 and C4 in the candidates, is he going to play that right now as well, or do you think this is just for this event?
Good question actually. I think he will still play 1 E5, but maybe he won't go for like second and third moves ये same नहीं रहेंगी. I think he will try to play something else besides that.
Very interesting. And
That
C4 खेल के maybe that pause was कि भाई अरे यार C4 prep दिखानी पड़ेगी अब. Oh no. तो maybe that could have been the brief pause there. But yeah, anyways, Sahaj bhai, I think Anish already playing with his hair. काफी interesting. G3, Bishop G2 incoming. And maybe this is the right time to make a prediction for today. एक बार can we have the pairings on the screen एक बार जल्दी से किसका मैच है कोई भी इंडियंस का आपस में नहीं है सहाज भाई एंड आज क्या हम 4 विन्स ले सकते हैं
भाई possible तो है. Gukesh playing against Anish, we already know that. And while the pairings are up, we can manually announce it as well. Jordan playing against Arvind, वहाँ पे भी C4 हुआ है by
हाँ
the way. Arjun
ओ
plays against Erdogmus, which is going to be very very exciting. And then Pragg plays against the
भाई
candidate, like
वहां
the
पे भी
true
C4 है
candidate.
अर्जुन ने भी C4 खेला है आर यू किडिंग मी
भाई चिराग भाई, व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन? थोड़ा अपना राज बताओ भाई.
भाई चिराग भाई सबके सेकंड है भाई वो याद है एक इंडियन आया था बंदा जो 21 कंपनियों में एक नौकरी कर रहा था हर किसी से सैलरी ले रहा था ये चिराग भाई हर किसी के सेकंड है हर किसी से सैलरी ले रहे हैं भाई 1 C4 वाओ
क्रेजी, आज इंग्लिश का दिन है भाई. तो लुक्स इंटरेस्टिंग. लेट्स स्विच टू अर्जुन एज वेल टू सी वहां पे क्या चल रहा है भाई. अर्जुन ने भी 1 c4 ही खेला है. भाई क्या चल रहा है. प्रग ने भी C4 खेला है, अर्जुन ने भी 1 c4 खेला. भाई कैसे, हाउ डिड यू प्रिडिक्ट दिस.
भाई कुछ तो क्रेजी चल रहा है, कुछ तो क्रेजी चल रहा है. सो अर्जुन गेम में अगर हम डीप पर जाए साहज भाई, स्टार्टिंग मूव से G3 बिशप G2 यहाँ पे भी दिख रहा है हमें. एंड जस्ट मूव ऑन डिफरेंट, नो नाइट C3 एंड E4 ऑन द बोर्ड.
और उसने ना C6 खेला यहाँ पे, D5 डायरेक्टली नहीं खेला जो अनीश के बोर्ड पे हमें दिख रहा है. तो नाइट F3 E4 नाइट D4 एंड दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. अब D5 खेल के आप खेल सकते हो उस पोजीशन में. आई थिंक ही जस्ट प्लेड इट. एंड पॉइंट है कि अगर आप मारते हो तो आई कैन गो बिशप C5 और क्वीन B6. दीज आर द टू मूव्स, बट अर्जुन हैज समथिंग प्रिपेयर्ड हियर. ही गोज D3.
सब प्लान बना के आए हैं, हाँ बिल्कुल, सब आपस में ही प्लान कर रहे थे. मीनवाइल D3 से सेंटर ब्रेक करते हुए. बाय द वे, इंपॉर्टेंट अपडेट इन द चैट, आई जस्ट चेक्ड, गुकेश ब्लडड इन वन मूव एंड लॉस्ट कह रहे विनीत भाई यस्टरडे. साहज भाई, डिड यू नो दैट? डिड यू नो दैट कि
क्रेजी भाई,
कल हारा
ह्यूज इफ
गुकेश?
ट्रू.
ह्यूज इफ ट्रू. ब्यूटीफुल भाई, क्रेजी.
वो तो क्रेजी मैच था भाई.
हाँ एक्चुअली भाई, वो मैच देख देख के मेरे पेज सारे ढीले हो गए साज भाई, जुकाम हो गया मुझे लिटरली. तो मेरे आंसू सिर्फ आंख से नहीं निकल रहे भाई उस गेम के बाद. सो होपफुली आज ट्रॉमा नहीं मिलेगा, आज इंडियंस अच्छा खेलेंगे. आज वाइट भी है काफी पीसेस प्लेयर्स के, अर्जुन के वाइट, प्रग के वाइट, गुकेश के वाइट. सो दैट इज गुड न्यूज एट द स्टार्ट इटसेल्फ.
Yeah, and Aravindh is the only one playing with the black pieces. Let's take a quick look what's happening there as well. By the way, knight f उसने C4 डायरेक्टली नहीं खेला, but उसने knight f3 knight f6 के बाद C4 खेल दिया. तो we might get some Reti territory, or no, not need Reti, but most likely QGD territory. Very soon he's gonna go D4 and it's gonna transpose. So अभी अरविंद सोचते हुए whether he goes for E6 or G6, that remains to be seen. But let's see क्या होता है.
ताज भाई, क्या रेटी विन है देती? बिकॉज मैं C4 उतना का खेलता नहीं हूँ, मैं रेटी खेला हुआ है ऑल दो. बट कई बार लाइक पहले 10-15 मुंह तो लोग ऐसे आग बदल के खेलते रहते हैं. आई डोंट नो व्हाई अरविंद इज थिंकिंग, इज ही थिंकिंग अबाउट द स्ट्रक्चर कि मुझे G6
हम्म.
खेलना है, C5 खेलना है, व्हाट इज थिंकिंग हियर?
भाई बहुत सारी ऑप्शन है ना. G6 E6 C5 are the moves, and also E6 के अंदर you have 100 different lines you can play. G6 के अंदर okay, maybe not as many but still quite a few lines. It's possible कि भाई he was expecting D4. Actually Jordan like ज़्यादातर हमेशा E4 खेलता है white से. So it could be that he
या
was expecting E4 from him and now he's thinking of a way forward. He goes G6 by the way. King's Indian
या
defense most likely incoming.
Yeah, and that's a double-edged weapon. So Arvind has made his choice. Of course, वहाँ C5 खेलते तो that is something, players, solid players like, Arjun, Gukesh might prefer. वहाँ D6 भी था Kings Indian की तरफ, E5 भी था, solid players like Nikhil Kamath might prefer. But now he goes for G6, Bishop G7, and I think यहाँ पे King side castle जल्दी से होगा. And then of course White will play D4, E4, take the center. And Saj bhai, I think काफी तगड़ा Kings Indian लगने वाला है यहाँ पे.
Oh yeah, he plays E4 already. D6 अभी आने वाला है and then D4 के बाद we are back into the mainstream theory there. So looks very good.
Yeah, so let's do one thing. Maybe let's go to the game of the world champion again, because ऐसा क्यों दिखा रहा है बार कि black is better Sahaj buying Gukesh's game?
Maybe it took a page out of Arjun's book, yeah? Like, do something interesting in the opening and let's see, even if it means it goes into something worse, it's a risk. I think he's going to take a risk. I think Gukesh abhi gussa mein hoga, bhai. Especially after yesterday. I mean, he's here to prove a point now.
साज में पता है, आज मैं बुलेट खेल रहा था थोड़ा सा, ठीक है, दिन में. एंड आई वाज प्लेइंग सो वेल एंड आई लॉस्ट वन गेम. आई हैड टू मेट इन वन मूव एंड आई लॉस्ट ऑन टाइम, ठीक है. एंड उसके से एक पॉन बचा हुआ था गेम पे एंड आई लॉस्ट. देन आई गॉट टिल्टेड एंड आई लॉस्ट 3 इन अ रो. सो आई एम थिंकिंग मे बी बीइंग एंग्री, लाइफ लेसन फ्रॉम टुडे, लेट्स नॉट बी एंग्री. इफ यू आर एंग्री ऑलरेडी, आई थिंक यू आर लूजिंग योर कंपोजर. डू यू थिंक ही इज एंग्री दो?
I mean, I think for sure he will not be in his normal state. क्योंकि कल जो हुआ, I don't think it has ever happened to Gukesh before. So I think it's also good in some way because you bring that ultimate confidence which can take your opponent by surprise. कि
एंड
ठीक है भाई.
साज भाई,
He's
सरप्राइज से याद आया, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू देयर, बट एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट अपडेट है. इफ यू कैन रिमूव द बोर्ड फॉर जस्ट 10 सेकेंड्स. भाई आज वो बंदा गुकेश की शर्ट पहन के आया है भाई. ऑटोग्राफ और मार्केटिंग की निंजा टेक्निक भाई.
भाई ये कहाँ से लेकर आता है मतलब एवरी डे ही इज ब्रिंगिंग अ न्यू प्लेयर या.
सो मे बी व्हेन वी गो टू सी अ क्रिकेट मैच, तो हर दिन डिफरेंट क्रिकेटर की है. लाइक एक दिन कोहली
हाँ
की, एक दिन रोहित की. रोहित, आई एम योर बिगेस्ट फैन. कोहली, आई एम योर बिगेस्ट फैन. लाइक मतलब ऐसे ऐसी एक्टिंग करने का मतलब हर किसी के साथ. ठीक है. At this point players will be catching on, yeah, कि भाई ये तो मतलब डेली का चल रहा है.
Crazy. Crazy. And chat में लोग बोल रहे हैं Fedoseev is not there. Is that true? Can we actually take a
क्या?
quick look?
हाँ, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Is Fedoseev actually present at the board? No, he is, bhai. He is
अभी
present at the
आया तो
board.
वो
He
आठ
just
मिनट
hasn't
लेट था भाई.
played.
8 मिनट लेट था.
Oh, crazy. ज्यादा भाई, हाँ.
वो होता है भाई, कभी कभी जल्दी जाते हैं, कभी कभी जल्दी आते हैं, वो होता है, कई बार लेट होता है.
कल का
आई थिंक
लेम
कई बार
मतलब कल का गेम बहुत लंबा चला ना. इट्स सौ
ऑल्सो आई थिंक
चाले 150 चाले प्रग
ट्रैफिक
के साथ.
ट्रैफिक बहुत होता है चैट नेदरलैंड्स में, लाइक यू माइट नॉट नो, बट यहाँ पे सिटी में लाइक दिल्ली से भी ज़्यादा ट्रैफिक है भाई, इट्स क्रेजी ट्रैफिक.
Crazy.
So yeah, that might be the likely reason. So meanwhile, knight f6 on the board, Sahaj bhai, and क्या लग रहा है बाकी गेम्स के बारे में, किस गेम पे चलना है?
I think let's go to Pragg versus Bluebaum. We haven't checked this out yet. He will play d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, e3, and black plays b6. So chat, this transposed into Queen's Indian. So अगर आप यहाँ के मूव ऑर्डर से जाते हो d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, b6, इसको Queen's Indian बोलते हैं. And if white plays e3 here, then d5 is one of the best moves for black. तो ये exact transposition आ गया बोर्ड पे, but he started with d4, d5 basically. तो अब इसके बाद प्रग ने खेला b3 बहुत जल्दी with 22 seconds only, and Matthias is thinking here.
एंड चैट का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है साहज भाई. सो यू नो, इन सच अ क्रेजी मैच, हाउ कैन समबडी रिकवर फ्रॉम अ ब्लंडर लाइक दैट साहज भाई, जैसे गुकेश का कल हुआ?
By winning their next match, I think that's the best like cure for it. Yeah, you win, you take down, I think, a candidate with the white pieces, you go all in, and yeah, I think until you win a match, you don't feel good like internally.
Fair enough. And chat, I want to quickly switch to a game just for the sake of it because it's crazy. मुझे याद है मैंने एक डीवीडी देखी थी इस ओपनिंग के ऊपर, and it's the exact same position. It's Keymer versus Nodirbek. And अभी ब्लैक एक ब्यूटीफुल चाल खेलने वाला है. Chat, can you guess what is the best for black here? I remember seeing a DVD by Peter Heine Nielsen in this opening, Sahaj bhai. I think it was chess based DVD, or I don't remember. I think chess based की थी. जहाँ पे he studies this opening with black, and I loved it. Yeah, मतलब crazy lines. And chat, what do you think is the best move for black here? Any guesses, chat? Any guesses?
So I can see like bishop g2 is a threat in this position, and that traps your queen. So I'm guessing rook g8, bishop g2, queen g2, something like that.
Yeah, rook g8 is the second best move, and that's very very natural. But chat, एक थोड़ी crazy चाल है. Can you come up with that move, chat? कौन निकालेगा? जो निकालेगा वो आज के मैच का विनर भाई. Come on, let's go. यस अरिजीत भाई, आप गाना भी बढ़िया खाते हो और चाले भी बढ़िया चलते हो भाई. क्वीन टू h1 is the move, essentially allowing moves like rook g2, yeah, kind of semi trapping your queen. But there is e5 and I think that just wins for black. So queen
भाई रुक
h1.
जी2 के बाद क्वीन कैसे ट्रैप हो रही है? लाइक आपको क्वीन ट्रैप करने के लिए बिशप हटाना पड़ेगा ना, तो आपका रुक मर जाएगा.
हाँ, बट आई थिंक मुझे बस उसका याद आ रहा है, लाइक जो उसने बताया था पीटर है, क्वीन h1 इज अ ब्यूटीफुल मूव जहां क्वीन इज ऑलमोस्ट ट्रैप्ड, लाइक यू कांट डू एनीथिंग विद द क्वीन नाउ. बट या, आई थिंक क्वीन h1 इज अ वेरी नाइस मूव.
And let's also not forget that Vincent is coming off of 2 wins by also Vincent के I think सबसे ज्यादा decisive results रहे हैं in this event. First round he won in that miniature जो अनीश ने blunder किया था. Then he lost to Fedoseev and Bluebaum back to back. Then he draws against Erdogmus, and now he defeats Aravindh and Hans back to back. So this is his third. If he wins this match, it could be his third win in a row.
Yeah, yeah. So and momentum matters,
Queen
chat,
h1
as we
played.
know. Oh, let's go, brother. Queen to h1. And now white is supposed to play bishop d2 and castle on the queen side. And black will play bishop d7, castle on the queen side. And the game is roughly equal. But of course, I think queen h2 के बाद queen f2 could be a weak point. So white को वो जरूर बचाना पड़ेगा. Oh, wow.
भाई f4 played. भाई ये कौन सी डीवीडी है भाई? लगता है विंसेंट भी देख के आया है. सेम डीवीडी.
भाई, I saw this many years ago, like pre-COVID, जब मैं खेल रहा था.
भाई
So
मेरे को ना
very.
आपकी ये डीवीडीज का, क्योंकि I'm actually finding out new things here कि used to watch all of these like chess based DVDs, and they are actually really helping you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were amazing actually. And I would suggest to, like what couple of
So
people जिनके. हाँ.
question for you भाई. Sorry to cut you off, but question for you. What's your favorite DVD? Like कौन सी chess की opening की video? Like maybe you remember that really connected with
I
you. I don't know.
I think I would not name a DVD. I would name a author, yeah, I think, who was my favorite, and couple of author. One was, I think, Daniel King was very close to my heart. I think in general he was amazing, but one person who's like I could buy any piece of content or DVD who'd put out is Rustam Kazimdanov. भाई साहब उसकी अगर तुम कोई डीवीडी देखोगे ना भाई it's just insane like that guy will like he will make a course and say you know what मुझे कोर्स बनाना होता पुरानी लाइन दिखाने के लिए तो मैं करता ही क्यों तो
हाँ.
द गाय कम्स अप विद अ नॉवेल्टी जो आज तक कहीं नहीं खेली हुई जस्ट फॉर हिज कोर्स एंड इट्स सो क्रेजी like he just changes opening theory in his courses like it was unbelievable to me like क्या value थी उस courses के ऊपर like so I think मेरे लिए maybe Rustam Kazimdanov was the number one author yeah anything he used to like publish I used to buy like आंख बंद करके
Interesting. Very interesting. Kasim Janov. I'll keep an eye. I'll actually do some research after the commentary. Yeah. See कौन
but
कौन
yeah
सी
I think
DVDs है वहाँ पे.
But yeah, I think even Peter Hani Nielsen, because he had insights from working with both Carlsen and Vichy, so it was very nice to see his thought process. And this is the opening he covered, the semi-Slav. And यहाँ पे I think F4, I don't remember if it was in the opening, but I guess the idea is still the same, Sahaj bhai, Rook G2, just
A
to
bunch
trap the
of games
queen.
have been played here, four in
Huh.
five in total, and Black has actually done quite well. Actually, the most recent game, if you can believe it, is of Harika beating Valentina Gonina with the black pieces
Oh,
here
wow.
after F4.
Very interesting. Very interesting, actually. So, as I can see, Black ने Bishop D7, Knight E4 and H5 तीन चालें खेली हैं. Apparently Bishop B4 is the best move, but I don't know how comfortable you feel after Bishop B4 and Rook G2, the queen completely trapped on H1. That's a gutsy move. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, you can't play anything else, right? You have to allow Rook G2 because you have this Rook G8 move as a backup, so it can be quite good. Um, yeah, I mean, you can't really play Queen F3 because Bishop G2 में फिर से Queen trap हो जाएगी, तो कोई point नहीं है उस move का. तो Rook G2 तो कभी भी आ सकता है.
Yeah, so this will be fun, chat. We'll cover this soon because I think this game is not as relevant to us. So let's go to the Indian games and let's jump to the game of I'm thinking Pragg because काफी चालें हो चुकी हैं and Black has just plonked his knight on e4 Sahaj bhai. Let's go to the moves where we left it. And यहाँ पे कई बार वो double bishop sacrifice जैसे ideas आते हैं Sahaj bhai like knight d2, bishop h2, some queen h4, bishop g2. I've seen some
Mm-hmm.
ideas in some games here.
So I think like usually your plan is to play f5, rook f6, rook h6, and you launch the attack on the king side. And yeah, knight d2, bishop h2 wale plans be in the card. Sometimes you can even play f5, g5, g4 as well in this position, and make them you go completely all out with the black pieces.
अरे बाप रे तो deadly लग रहा है भाई. So, Bluebaum missed a win yesterday against Arjun. He will be looking to get, even now against Pragg कि भाई ये game जीत जाऊं. But of course, Pragg has the white pieces, has made no mistakes so far in this position. And of course, if you play f5 after rook c1, that's a committal decision. You can't take that move back. And the e5 square is something we can potentially use. So let's say f5, then Saj by maybe at the correct moment, 95 is white's resource.
Yeah, takes and knight e5 basically. Yeah. So you don't allow black to go d takes c4 anymore, and then you play f4 yourself, and you solidify the outpost in the center.
Yeah, yeah. So Pragg playing very quickly today. That's a good sign. Let's not forget he's the candidate from India, supposed to be the candidates in exactly 2 months from now. Chat 25 March को candidates चालू होगा, which will decide the player who challenges Gukesh for the world championship. That's gonna be an insane match. And India last year had 3 in the open section, has only one this time, and it is Pragg. But India has 3 in the women's section. So 4 Indian players battling around the candidates. Saj bhai, kya hi maza aayega bhai usme.
By वो तो highlight of the entire year, or also by full circle. Yeah, I think one of my first streams was first gigs as a commentator was the candidates tournament. It's like a full circle so far.
By full circle for Pragg also, yeah, especially if he wins, that will be insane. And a full circle for Gukesh also when he sits down for the world championship the second time, his second world championship. So, the benefit of winning the world championship, Saj bhai, is you're guaranteed to play the next one. So, a few $1 million in the bank for sure. And meanwhile, f5 still not played, but queen e7 chosen by black, keeping it more solid. So maybe it's time to switch games. And
By the way, only move for Pragg here. He has to play
oh
b4
wow,
or he's worse.
oh wow.
So yeah, I think Bluebaum kind of testing the waters to see how much Pragg knows this. But yeah, we can take a look at another match while Pragg thinks. Maybe we can go to Arjun's board because Arjun has made some moves here. After d3, his opponent got played queen b6. I'm assuming he vote kiya iske baad because after knight b3 he was not on the board. And Arjun played
Yeah.
pretty quickly this move.
Yeah, his opponent took 11 and a half minutes, almost 12 minutes actually. And chat, ये match बहुत important है. Let's keep in mind, Erdogmus is the next Gukesh, the next Arjun. ठीक है, ये ध्यान रखना. Because in a couple of years, he's going to be there. 2750. Maybe in 1 year, who knows? Because that's how much time it took for the Indian players to reach the top, right? So chat, do not forget कि ये बहुत important matchup है. And chat, do you know Gary Kasparov chat? कोई ऐसा है इसको पता नहीं है कि गैरी कौन है. गैरी कस्पारोव का एक प्रिंसिपल था कि whenever he used to play a youngster, जो नया अपकमिंग बंदा आ रहा है कोई who could potentially become a threat, a couple of years into the future, he would absolutely crush that guy. Like, no rook end game. Like, he would absolutely destroy that guy with the hopes कि psychologically उस बंदे pressure बनेगा, when he
Why?
actually comes up.
You
Why
know,
that is,
I've heard
हाँ,
the exact same thing for Vishy.
really?
Like this exact same term for Vishy, yeah. Like Vishy, because this is also why Vishy and Magnus, when they used to play young, when Magnus was younger, Vishy used to have a very good score against him for this exact reason.
It could
Crazy,
be.
actually.
No,
It could be true
it could
for
be
both,
fact.
yeah.
Yeah, it could be true for more than two. It's to see Kasparov, was visibly so, like
Hmm.
dominating. Maybe it's a popular story for Kasparov, but it might be true for many, many players. When you send somebody who could be a challenger, you want to beat them. Yeah, you want to make sure they have a psychological block, and कल को अगली बार खेलेंगे, they'll be a bit fearful. So definitely makes sense. But yeah, पोकीमोन वाला गैरी पता है, ये देखो भाई, इसको थोड़ा बैन दे देते अगर 10 सेकंड का तो मजा आता है भाई.
पोकेमोन में गैरी कौन है भाई?
पोकेमोन है ना वो
Crazy.
बंदा जो वो स्पाइक्स वाला बंदा होता है, स्पाइकी हेयर.
अच्छा, हाँ, right,
वही
right,
होता है ना,
right,
उसका
right.
नाम गैरी होता है ना शायद, आई थिंक.
I think so. Could be.
Okay, so meanwhile, chat, Knight Black is again thinking apparently Bishop b4 is the best move. And his central tension as of now, Sahaj, I don't know what you think, but it seems like it favors White in my opinion because White feels better developed. What do you think about this?
For now, yes, and also because you can always play bishop e3 and kick the queen and then gain a tempo in the process. There are lots of tensions in the center, and I think black को नहीं मारना चाहिए dc4 or ed3 in this position. dc4 maybe, but ed3 I would really avoid because you invested two moves into playing e5, e4, and I think you should keep that pawn on e4 for now. But bishop b4 check just looks interesting. a5 also looks kind of interesting to me. But I think Arjun, there is a slight chance कि ये match Arjun बहुत जल्दी जीत सकता है.
भाई जल्दी जीतने से दिमाग में आ रहा है, why is Arvind already lost?
भाई कहाँ से lost?
भाई बार को बढ़ने दो.
अरे भाई C5
Why
भी
why
बोलो
is
अपने
Arvind
आप.
already lost? Like, it feels like opening theory to me, no? What did he miss? Why
भाई
is it
ओपनिंग
plus
थ्योरी तो नहीं है
1.8?
भाई. तो यहाँ पर थे हम बिशप e2 e5 short castle knight a6 is correct here. I think knight bd7 is the main line, but knight a6 is correct. It's correct here. I'm pretty sure. Bishop e3, bishop g4, d5 and c5 feels like a new idea to me.
Taj bhai, he took 6.5 minutes for this. I think this might just be a mistake. I think this might just be a mistake, is my guess. Maybe he messed up the move order somehow.
Yeah, could be.
Because पीछे जाओ अगर एक चाल, you see there are bunch of moves, like दो तीन चाल पीछे आते हो. For example, at bishop e3, when he played bishop e3, look at the number of games in this chat.
Yeah, knight g4 is
2000,
common here.
हाँ 2700 गेम्स में नाइट g4 खेला गया है, 800 गेम्स में c6 खेला गया है, 350 गेम में क्वीन e7, 250 गेम में क्वीन e8 और 100 गेम में h6. एंड जो ये बिशप g4 है सिर्फ 11 गेम्स में खेला गया है आउट ऑफ लाइक 6000 5000 6000 गेम्स, 11 गेम्स. So and white has a fantastic, feels like a slight error. And after this d5 के बाद, like again, like c5 has been played in one game and that white won. I think Sahaj, this is either it's too much. Look at Anish. Look at Anish. He's confused. Did you see Anish there? He was like, wait, what is this? Did you see Anish chat? This is just a mistake, I think, Saj. I think this is a mistake from Arvind the opening itself, and he's probably lost to move number 9.
I don't think he's lost though. By lost is too harsh of a word. I think nothing is clear, yeah, in the position. There is no attack for the white side. Yeah, white has more space in the center with d5, but we don't really call it lost. Like जो
I'll tell
अर्जुन
you the
का था,
point,
अर्जुन
Saj
was a
bhai.
pawn up, yeah, like that's in that game against Fedoseev. Like that, okay, it made more sense because it's more dynamic. यहाँ पे dynamic नहीं है कुछ भी अभी भी.
You know what I feel is ये जो बिशप g4 पे होता है ना, shall we switch to Arjun's game in just a second? I know he's better. So basically, what I remember from learning this opening is white black should not exchange the bishop on g4 for the bishop on e2. So for example, knight e1 यहाँ पे, if you exchange the bishop, that helps you because that bishop is supposed to be a sacrificial piece on h3 at the right moment after f5 or whatever, in some lines at least. It feels like कि black के पास कोई play ही नहीं है. For example, knight
So you can
e1
go bishop
bishop.
d7, no?
हाँ, but then it's like, how do you even play f5? And somehow a3 के बाद your knight is on a6, looking stupid. Bishop on
a3,
d7 looks
knight
stupid.
c7. I don't know. I don't know, Bhai. This is. I feel like this is fine. Like because like generally speaking in KID positions, like let's look at this position, right? Black ने bishop g4 खेला. Ignore that. Actually, let's go here in this position. So एक बार अगर white ने d5 खेल दिया, right? So black wants to play knight h5, f5, and launch this attack on the queen on the king side. Maybe h6, knight h7 करके f5, whatever. ऐसे f5, f4, g5, g4 ऐसे करके black attack करता है. White on the other hand, let's say after d5 wants to play the move c5. So white wants to play a3, b4, c5, and maybe
Yeah.
take on d6, open up the c file, then knight b5 करके put pressure on these two pawns and blah blah blah. Like this is how white is supposed to play. So white attacks on the queen side, black attacks on the king side. And with Arvind's last move c5, firstly, he has put a complete stop to this plan of c5. Maybe you can still play a3 b4, but once you play a3 b4, I can always play b6 and completely put a hold down on the queen side. Now I don't know why this is so bad, and I'm not really sure why it's bad, but I feel that this is some borderline prep by Arvind. I think he knows the structure really well, and I think he's fine.
आई एम होपिंग कि आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर और आइसक्रीम भाई जो आपको पसंद है, मुंह में आपके जाए जो भी पसंद है आपको, बिकॉज आई थिंक this does feel risky at first glance. So I'm backing you, Saj, by here, hoping you're correct. But as of now, the bar seems to say, I agree with you. It's not clear why it's so bad. Part of the advantage is just the King's Indian typical advantage, जो +1 +0.8 रहता ही है. But I think part of it might just be some risky prep or just a mistake. So let's see how it progresses. Jordan thinking. Let's go to Arjun's game because apparently Erdogmus has gone for a very risky line, which just has never been played before and gives Arjun an edge as long as he doesn't get mated. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, knight g4 ka plan is to, of course, hit the f2 pawn. So short castle यहाँ पे is a very logical move. Remember, chat ke e3 is going to be a mistake here because after e3 you weaken the d3 and f3 squares, and the knight can jump to e5 attacking d3. And if you take here, I take there, and then I give a check on d3, and then you can never castle, basically. So I feel that after knight g4, castle तो होने ही वाला है यहाँ पे बहुत जल्दी. And like the follow up is very, very crazy for a dogmas.
So let's go deeper. So let's say castles. क्या चलेंगे black?
E3 is what I'm
E3
seeing. F3,
and F3.
knight
अरे
F2.
बाप रे.
A
भाई
castle खेल दिया
घर
उसने, by the way. He
भाई
plays
घर
E3,
पे
by the way.
भाई घर पे आके कैसे बैठ सकता है यार ये?
Queen C2, this is the move, and knight H3
अरे
check you
बाप
have
रे.
to play immediately, basically. क्योंकि bishop E3 करके मर जाएगा ये रुक, या C5 खेल के pawn मर जाएगा. So knight H3,
Okay.
bishop H3, ki rook D1, I guess. Then okay, you target this pawn in the future.
But
This is
this
how
is
the game
tricky.
could progress.
This is tricky, yeah. And now black has to play d4. Look at this. I mean, this structure is rather crazy. If you allow black to play c5, you're probably just lost.
Yeah,
So
you
you
are.
have to play c5 as white.
You are just lost, yeah, completely lost.
Yeah, queen
If you
d8,
allow.
let's say. But and now queen c4 only move. And this seems
Wow.
to be crazy because queen c4 even knight a6 only move. Oh, this is beautiful actually. Like I love this variation.
I'm not sure how Arjun didn't know this. Because this looks super sharp. And knight b3, knight g4 में कितने games थे? Okay, not many. Yeah, already 5 games in this position. Knight g4 में कोई game ही नहीं है. Castle e3 तो हो
Yeah.
गया by the way position में. So we are gonna see that line yeah, happen on the board.
But how is it to play f3 here, Sahaj?
Pretty easy. because you don't want to take the pawn on e3. You have to move the pawn somehow. f4 just feels illogical क्योंकि knight g4 पे वैसे भी बैठा रहेगा. You can go h5 h4. f3 तो बिल I think it feels like a forced move to me.
Hmm. Wow, so काफी interesting लग रही है position chat, and Arjun is thinking. So as you mentioned, he doesn't exactly know what's happening. So over the board calculate करना पड़ेगा, and it's tricky as we discussed. Only moves खेलनी है for the next 5 to 6 moves, and then he's absolutely fine. Both players are fine, but it does feel like Black is the one who's prepared. He knows what's happening in the current position. So it's rare to see Arjun surprise in the opening, though, Sahaj.
Yeah, yeah. I think, but okay, with correct play, it should be slightly better for Arjun. But let's see how he plays. By the way, Jordan has made a move against Aravindh. It's the move that we were talking about. C5 ke baad, white plays A3 to try and have B4 in this position. And Aravindh यहाँ पे सोचते हुए भाई, because this could be a sign of worry here.
Yeah, yeah, for
I
sure,
think
for sure.
C5, I'm not really sure what to make of it, but yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see the idea soon. I'm inclined to believe that Arvind has this prepped somewhere. Look, he plays Bishop D7 relatively quite quickly here.
Ooh. I'm still
कुछ
hoping
prep है
it's
भाई ये.
prep, Saj. Yeah, I'm hoping it's prep actually. I still have faith it's prep. And Bishop G5, I don't know if it was the best move, but feels logical for sure.
कुछ दोनों की prep है क्या ये? कुछ कहीं पे ट्रांसपोज हुआ क्या ये? नहीं नहीं हुआ.
भाई
मे बी
बाहर तो अभी
h6 के
प्लस
बाद हो रहा
लिखा
है क्या
है.
ट्रांसपोज? Bishop h4. Yeah, no games actually. I mean, I'm not sure where this is because I think दोनों players को कुछ पता है इधर. Yeah, I think both players know something. But let's see how this
Yeah.
unfolds, right? Also, chat, like +1 card advantage in King's Indian is very, very normal. Like you, if you play King's Indian like 10-15 moves deeper, then हमेशा white को +1 का advantage बोलता है, but धीरे धीरे करके वो नीचे आता रहता है because the position is very complicated.
And just want to highlight like जब पहली बार मैंने white से against Kings Indian खेला था ना, I used to avoid like bishop, like I used to avoid with sidelines Kings Indian. So I played this game against some 2200 player from India, and it was +1 for the entire game. One mistake goes to minus zero point 0.5, and one mistake it's mate in 9. So
Correct.
Kings Indian ऐसी होती है भाई. जो +1 +0.8 जो वैल्यू होती है वाइट की, इट्स जस्ट मोस्टली symbolic. Yeah, it's just engine cannot really calculate the gravity of the depth of the attack that black can potentially create. So, but yeah, this is more than +1 +0.8, but still I think Arvind, if he is prepared, I think it can be manageable.
Correct, bhai. And Yash bhai बोल रहा है chat में, Sahaj bhai, don't you feel like Sindarov is about to win candidates this year? He's having a year like Gukesh did. भाई year तो अभी मतलब शुरू भी नहीं हुआ है भाई. 2 हफ्ते भी नहीं हुए हैं ईयर को और आपने ऑलरेडी ग्रेट ईयर डिक्लेयर कर दिया उसको. भाई 5 गेम से आपकी फॉर्म नहीं डिसाइड होती भाई.
And also
तो
5 में से 2 गेम में तो ब्लंडर कर चुका है. अनिश के साथ 2 बार ब्लंडर किया उसने. He
हाँ
missed a
भाई,
win.
एक गेम के अंदर ही 2 बार ब्लंडर हुआ था भाई.
And
तो
also Arvind yesterday, yeah. So I don't know if it's his year already. I would
I
argue
mean,
with that
he's
statement
playing
a lot
well,
more.
yes, but I wouldn't say he's the favorite to win candidates in any sense. Like, let's not discount Fabi and Hikaru and जो यहाँ पे खेल नहीं रहे हैं, but I think they are definitely the front runners there for me.
Yeah.
वर्ल्ड
Meanwhile,
कप तो
Saj
भाई
bhai,
जीता, बट लेकिन आपको ये याद रखना चाहिए कि वर्ल्ड कप वो टाई ब्रेक्स में जीता. तो कैंडिडेट्स में हमेशा आप क्लासिकल चेस खेल रहे हो. तो वर्ल्ड कप में आई कांट रिमेंबर आई थिंक सेमीज में भी, क्वार्टर्स में भी, हर जगह वो वर्ल्ड वर्ल्ड कप मतलब टाई ब्रेक्स में जीता, राइट? वही के साथ भी टाई ब्रेक्स में जीता था.
yes, and
तो इट्स
also
लाइक
let's yeah, I agree with you absolutely, Saj bhai. And the point is, let's keep in mind Magnus, who dominated every format there is. मतलब classical, rapid, blitz, ये फलाना लूडो में भी चैंपियन बन गया. He struggled at the World Cup. Only in 2023 is when he finally won the World Cup. So World Cup जो है ना, it has huge variance because दो ही classical game होती है. But in a round robin event, I think somehow it's much tougher because आपको +4 +5 score करना है against the best in the world. फिर एक गेम हार गया फिर कम बैक करना है. I think it really tests your stamina, your nerves a lot more. Maybe in a different style, which maybe Sindarov is not ready for yet. So he has a chance, but definitely not the favorite.
आई मीन वर्ल्ड कप जीतना आई थिंक ऑल्सो सेज कि यू आर कंफर्टेबल इन जहाँ पे सारे फॉर्मेट्स कहीं पे भी आ सकते हैं. बट आई थिंक कैंडिडेट्स जैसे इवेंट में आप क्लासिकल पे सबसे ज़्यादा फोकस करते हो, so that's a completely different ballpark. And then you have to look at players who are the best prepared, for example, who are the most comfortable in the classical format. And I think for me, that's like Wape Fabi and Hikaru. I think both players are very, very dangerous. And Pragg as well. Anish as well, of course. Wei, of course, you can never discount Wei.
या या एंड वेई बाय द वे, अगर किसी को पता नहीं है, ही प्लेड टाटा स्टील लाइक 5 7 6 7 8 8 years back. Like literally, he's been playing this for so many years. So he's very experienced compared to others. So लगता नहीं है. At one point, we thought he's the next Magnus. Like he was that popular as a youngster. So he's still a youngster though. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, as Arvind is thinking, maybe we can go to the game of Pragg, जिनका रुक 7th rank पे पहुंच चुका है. And 3 4 5 7 1 2 3 4 he's basically a pawn down. Can we
Yeah, yeah.
see how
So
this happened?
remember, in this position, we were talking about b4 being the only move. So Pragg knew it and he plays it. Takes on c4, knight takes c4, bishop b4. यहाँ पे मर गया pawn. And he goes a3, and the point is कि आपको bishop वापस d6 पे लाना पड़ेगा. White goes knight takes bishop, pawn takes knight, and now rook c7 basically. White के पास double bishops हैं. In more specifically, you have the b2 bishop जिसका कोई opponent नहीं है अभी. And black plays rook b8, which is the only move in the position. And ठीक है, आपका rook 7th rank पे दोनों bishops super active. You can go queen g4, queen h5, put pressure on the h7 pawn. And black के पास एक extra pawn है as compensation. I think ये match 1 घंटे के अंदर ड्रॉ हो जाएगा.
Oh
What is your take?
wow. Why I am, I'm to be honest, I'm completely clueless right now about this position because I have not played this opening myself, and I'm just wondering exactly, I was thinking queen g4, but queen h5, I see the bishop pair. Okay, I see the rook on the 7th rank, and all I am thinking is like यहाँ पे कुछ तो अटैक फेस करना पड़ेगा Bluebaum को. Like, and so for example, the engine already says black has an only move, and that is
Yeah,
h6.
h6.
And after that, you are supposed to play queen to b5. In fact, d5 is a move here, which to me is like, oh, okay. I mean, this is turning serious, yeah. So, but queen b5 attacking the knight,
भाई
and now
d5
rook
के
f.
बाद भी bishop d5 नहीं मारना आपको. You have to just ignore it completely and play rook f c8.
Oh,
Wow,
look at
that's
this.
very
Bishop
difficult,
d5 पे
भाई.
क्या हो रहा है? Can we have a look? Bishop d5
Bishop
पे there is
d5 पे भाई
e4.
कुछ e4.
And bishop
Bishop,
b7 के बाद queen g4, and apparently you have to play knight f6. भाई साहब.
and then queen takes g7. Yeah,
Wow.
takes and rook takes. Okay, this is equalish. But yeah, I think but I'll still stick to my you know, I'll still stick to my words because I feel कि जब भी गेम बहुत जल्दी क्रेजी हो जाता है तो बहुत प्लेयर्स के पास ज़्यादा टाइम रहता है and they can calculate, they can take their time, and then position will become calmer, and then it could lead to a very quick draw.
Yeah, I think I agree. अगर यहाँ पे if Gulam knows what's happening and he can come up with the next 5 moves, I think likely this might be a pawn back for white, and it might end a quick draw. So meanwhile, let's go to the Gukesh game. Chat demand कर रही है because we don't have many moves. Queen b3 हमने देखा था last. That's where we left it. And now knight d e7, the knight drops back. Gukesh ने अपना king को save किया. h6 and now a3. काफी soft ऐसे slow opening चल रही है.
Yeah, but I don't know what the point of queen b3 was. Like queen b3 खेला ही क्यों? अभी bishop a6 अगर मैं भी खेलता हूँ तो you're not taking the pawn on b7 for sure. क्वीन ट्रैप हो रही है आपकी,
Exactly
राइट?
भाई.
बिशप e6, क्वीन b7, रुक b8, क्वीन a6, रुक b6, क्वीन a4, बिशप b3. अच्छा, बिशप b3 में क्वीन यहाँ. अच्छा, मे बी आई वाज थिंकिंग बिशप b3 here and but the queen is going to g4. So maybe this is possible. Is queen b7 possible here?
Actually, queen b6, b7 पे chat. I'm going to ask you a question, ठीक है? What is black's best move? Let's go chat. It's very, very nice. So
Very
what is
difficult, भाई.
black's best move in this position? Let's go chat. कौन निकालेगा भाई? क्या लगता है chat? कोई निकाल देगा chat में? Do you think so?
मैं अगर मतलब मुश्किल है बट चैट कभी मिस नहीं करती भाई.
भाई चैट कैसे निकाल देती है यार? चैट में कुछ तो है यार. मतलब अगर मेरे लगता है चैट में एक ना एक मैग्नस तो छुपा हुआ है. कौन है पता नहीं.
एक है ना वो जीएम मैग्नस.
वो नाम का मैग्नस भाई. मैं काम की बात कर रहा हूँ भाई. Not bishop c8. No. Not pawn to d6. There is no pawn that can jump to d6. भाई ये pawn diagonally नहीं चलते. Bishop b6 looks interesting, but there is queen a6 and the queen escapes. And that might give you a hint.
देयर इज ओनली वाई किसी ने नहीं निकाला अभी तक. बट या देयर इज जस्ट वन मूव हियर एंड दैट इज, यप, गोपी कृष्णन. यू आर करेक्ट भाई. a6. इज द मूव। A6 के बाद क्वीन के आप रास्ता एकदम रोक रहे हो, नाइट A5 इज अ थ्रेट एंड द क्वीन गेट्स ट्रैप्ड। एंड इसके बाद
And
द लाइनअप इज द मूव्स आर वेरी क्रेजी यार। नाइट टेक्स E5, नाइट टेक्स E5, क्वीन टेक्स 8, क्वीन टेक्स 8, रुक 8। एंड यहाँ पर यू हैव रुक एंड 2 pawns वर्सेस 2 minor pieces।
yeah, I would rather be black Sahaj भाई, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
But I feel this is what Gukesh has prepared. Otherwise, why would you play queen b3?
I think he's going to put the queen back to c2. I don't think he's going to take on
बट
b7 Sahaj.
बिशप
I think
E6 से तो भाई टेम्पो मिल रहा है ना मुझे। अगर आप
yeah,
क्वीन B7 सोचा नहीं तो why would you play this? That's
that's a
my
good
question.
question. That's a good question, and maybe Gukesh will answer it. But I don't think he'll grab on b7 Sahaj. I don't think so, and that's what Anish is calculating. कि मैं खेल सकता हूँ bishop e6.
Wow, crazy.
Meanwhile, as Anish thinks, let's jump to Arjun's game, जहां पे knight king के बगल में आके बैठ चुका है. भाई अलग ही हिम्मत है इस घोड़े की.
Yeah, we were looking at this move, queen c2 यहाँ पे, and then knight h3 check is the follow-up we were checking. I think Arjun is not in prep anymore. You can see he has less time than Erdogmus. And he has to come up with
Yeah.
only moves, which is not an easy task.
Yeah, and also there's this one move apparently bishop e3, which is some sort of equality. You'd never want to play this. Bishop e3, knight h3 check, bishop h3, queen e3 check, king g2, bishop h3 check. And कल की गेम की बात साहज भाई, जब अरविंद के किंग की याद आती है मुझे, तो मुझे लगता है किंग h3 ना ही खेले तो बेहतर है, नहीं?
हाँ भाई, मत ही खेलो, ये घटिया चाल है क्वीन किंग लकिंग h3, बट ये फोर्स्ड है भाई। If he takes the pawn on e3,
Yeah,
maybe
so
that's
let's
what
not
he's
take on e3.
calculating.
नहीं भाई, let's not take on e3. Let's play queen c2.
Hmm.
But do you think maybe d4 feels scary to him? Queen c2 d4, he's like, अरे बाप रे, ये तो pawn हमेशा के लिए सीमेंट हो गया यार.
Ah, but then you have c5, no? And then queen c4 करके you can take the pawn, perhaps. But I think he has to calculate. If he doesn't know it, then okay, he'll take some time here.
Yeah. Can't we sacrifice rook for the knight and pawn? But you're not getting the pawn instantly. So rook f2,
Yeah,
for
but
example.
still bad. नाइट
Yeah.
उतना भी स्ट्रांग नहीं है यहाँ पे कि आपको एक्सचेंज देना पड़ेगा। ऑल्सो जनरली यू शुड एक्सचेंज सैक्रिफाइस पीसेस व्हेन योर अपोनेंट्स किंग बिकम्स वीक। यहाँ पे किंग
Yeah,
को
and
कोई
यहाँ
इफेक्ट
पे
नहीं हो रहा।
फॉर एग्जाम्पल यहाँ पे अपेरेंटली DC4, अब ये डी फाइल ओपन हो चुकी है, कभी ना कभी कोई ना कोई रुक D8 पे आएगा. यू नॉट डेवलप्ड. इफ लेट्स से नाइट C3 पे होता, बिशप F4 पे होता, क्वीन D2 पे होती ऑलरेडी, देन यू कैन थिंक अबाउट दिस, बट यू डोंट हैव एनी एज, टू बी ऑनेस्ट.
हम्म। तो किंग सेफ्टी की वजह से यू शुड ओनली कैप्चर विद रुक f2। आई वुड बी शॉक्ड इफ ही एक्चुअली गोज रुक f2 इन दिस पोजीशन।
We will all be shocked, Sahaj bhai, and फिर we'll also be sad. So I don't think Arjun wants us to be sad. So he's not going to play rook f2.
या अनलाइकली, अनलाइकली। ओके, सो अर्जुन थिंकिंग नाइट f2 के बाद ही हैज लेस टाइम देन Erdogmus, only moves here in this position. Bluebaum also thinking, by the way, after queen h5, no more moves there. Gukesh, okay, Anish is thinking there as well. And Arvind is also thinking, by.
We have reached an impasse, Sahaj bhai. No more games to cover. So let's, start debating Ludo. So, bhai, कौन सी गिल्टी रखते हो आप, ब्लू की लाल?
Blue, bhai. That's my favorite color. By the way,
भाई
Vedant Panesar,
हाँ,
पता है किससे खेल रहा है आज?
किससे?
He's playing the future world champion today, Faustino Oro.
Oh,
Let's take a look at his game, bhai. How is he doing? And remember, chat ke Vedant maybe has not had the best event, but yesterday he had a great draw against Aydin Suleymanli, who had won this event, this exact event last year. And he's one of the favorites to win this event. And with Black Sabres draw clear, so he must be in good spirits. By the way, Aydin is the guy who's standing there. And today he's playing against Faustino Oro, and some crazy prep by Vedant Panesar, as you can see. Knight of English attacks ye position. And Faustino just before khela, and apparently White has some chances to take initiative here.
yeah, and Bar agrees, knight d5, and जो h pawn पूरा h4 तक आ गया है, it has some pros but also some cons. This can be weak in the end game, and knight d5, you don't want to go back, of course. Knight e2, then black takes the initiative. Maybe a5 will come very quickly, a5 a4, फिर knight पीछे जाते जा रहे हैं, घोड़े को
Knight
आगे
e2
लेके
तो
जाओ,
घटिया
पीछे नहीं.
चाल है भाई। Knight e2 तो doesn't make sense. Like you would go knight
Yeah,
e2 if you could play f5 and trap the bishop, but black हमेशा bishop b3 मार सकता है, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense.
yeah.
So I think knight d5 I think is basically an only move in this position, and he's taking over if he plays this, because Fausti के पास I mean उसके पास आधा घंटा उसने spend किया. That means it's not his prep.
And also, it's not tough. For example, knight d5, if you take with the knight, pawn takes d5, bishop takes d5, bishop a6, yeah? It's not even that deep. You can simply calculate this much and see, okay, I'm just absolutely fine.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, looking good for him so far, for Vedant.
So, Faustino Oro definitely under pressure. Meanwhile, let's jump to the Jordan against Arvind game, because वहाँ पे कुछ moves हैं. And after bishop d2, knight e8 खेला Arvind ने. He wants to pair f5 and Jordan plays the best move, pawn to g3. And जहाँ तक मुझे याद है, यहाँ पे sometimes knight h4 भी खेल सकते हो आप साज भाई.
Yeah, because you want to play f4 basically. इसीलिए उसने g3 खेला यहाँ पे, because he wants to play knight h4 after f5. Basically, white is winning if black plays f5 now. Can you believe it? White is already winning here. कोई piece up नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, but because these pawns are so bad, you have to be careful before you push the golden pawn as usual.
And just to show you how bad it is, let's say white goes f5. White plays
Black
knight
goes f5, you mean?
h4. हाँ, knight h4 now from white. अब g6 pawn hanging है. Let's say king h7 खेलते हो. Now just take on f5. Of course you take with the pawn. That's the principle. But now bishop h5 is incoming. भाई ये तो
Bishop
मतलब
g6 check.
bishop g6, knight g6. This is just looking horrific. Of course f4 always in the air. भाई ये तो क्या ही चल रहा है?
Yeah, this is quite bad. अगर वो f5 खेलेगा तो it's very bad here for Arvind. So he has to wait. King h7 perhaps, knight c7. Try to push b5 maybe in this position. That could be interesting.
It could be definitely. And right now, you know, Saj bhai, we talked about how this might be Arvind's prep, but the fact that he's 20 minutes behind, now it makes me wonder maybe it was just a mistake.
Could be a mistake, bhai. Could be a mistake for sure. But I think we'll know very soon whether he goes f5 or not, because c5 was that inaccuracy, but I thought it's some prep. But yeah, looks like Jordan knows this. He already has a good advantage. But let's see. Kya hota hai, bhai? By the way, Bluebaum still thinking in that position for over 10 minutes. Very critical move. Oh, Anish has made a move. He has played knight d4. This is against Gukesh, by the way. He goes knight d4 and challenging the knight on f3. If you take on d4, I think it makes the most sense that I can recapture with the pawn, because then I can go rook e8, bishop f5, or bishop g4, and I can put pressure on the e2 pawn. This rook and this bishop will connect on the e2 square, which could be a bit dangerous. And that is Anish's plan.
That is true. That's very interesting. And also, he might just not even take. Yeah, I'm not sure the queen on b3. So, for example, Saja, we already discussed bishop e6 is incoming. So, वो bishop पे queen पे attack तो आना ही है. तो कभी तो चलनी है. तो might as well just drop her back to d1 now.
But
And
what's the
use
point
this
of playing
tempo.
queen b3 then? That's
भाई
what I
ये
don't
तो
understand.
ये राज तो मुकेश के पास ही है भाई, because at some point you're going to attack the queen. Like bishop e6 is incoming. So
I
might
feel
as
like
well.
queen d1 is him admitting that this is bad. The queen b3 was a bad move. I don't know. I feel like so he's not going to admit that. So I feel like he's going to take on d4.
Okay, interesting. So Gukesh is thinking though, and whatever his opening idea was, I don't think it had the intended result. Would you agree with that, Saj?
Yeah, I think so. But I think he will take on d4 and maybe he'll try to justify it. Still, I think the position is pretty double-edged there.
Yeah, let's hope so. Gukesh does not over push today, Chad. That's very important. After such a loss, usually it's very hard to control your emotions. You can see him closing his eyes, periodically trying to calm himself. So he needs to stay objective about the game. That's how he became world champion, and that's how he can continue gaining points at Tata Steel as well.
सहज भाई आप मैसेज क्यों नहीं पढ़ रहे भाई? पढ़ रहे हैं भाई, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल पढ़ रहे हैं मैसेजेस.
साहिल टिक्कू गोइंग फॉर जीएम टाइटल बिफोर सागर. भाई अभी तो मैं कोल्ड की तरफ जा रहा हूँ भाई. अभी तो मैं गरम गरम कॉफी की तरफ जा रहा हूँ भाई. जीएम टाइटल बाद में देखेंगे भाई.
द गरम मास्टर.
भाई आपके पास ही है वो टाइटल, तो आप ही देख लो. इट डजंट अफेक्ट मी एट ऑल.
अरे अरे अरे. बाय द वे, अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे जाते हैं, because I think Arjun has been thinking for quite some time. And कितना time हो गया? Almost 12 minutes he's thinking. एंड हिस्टोरिकली हिस्टोरिकली कह रहा हूँ मैं, पिछले मतलब 6 गेम के अंदर, पिछले पिछले या ये 7वां गेम है, तो पिछले 6 गेम्स के अंदर वी हैव सीन अर्जुन, आई थिंक चैट विल कंप्लीटली एग्री विद मी हियर, कि हर गेम में अर्जुन हैज हैड मोर टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक आफ्टर द फर्स्ट 1 hour, करेक्ट? एंड
ट्रू।
हर गेम के बाद आई थिंक इन 2 or 3 गेम्स एटलीस्ट वी सॉ, फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगेंस्ट अरविंद, एर्दोगमस के पास एक कुछ तो 1.5 घंटा भी कम था एक बार.
हाँ,
सो आई डिडंट एक्सपेक्ट कि 1 घंटे के बाद अरविंद का टाइम 11 मिनट कम होगा डॉगमस से इन दिस मैच, कंसिडरिंग द फैक्ट कि मतलब दोनों प्लेयर्स यू नो आर शोइंग कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट साइंस. आई डोंट नो.
huge Saj bhai, because it is true. And I think, although it's the fact that this has not been played before, Arjun ki opening lines mein nahi hai, so he knows this is not the best. Just knowing that is huge relief, because jitna तेज Arjun खेल रहा था till knight b3 before black played knight g4, he knew exactly what was happening in the opening. So when black comes up with a new idea, he knows knight g4 is not the best. It should give me an edge. So जो time वो spend कर रहा है, it's basically trying to understand मेरी edge कहाँ है. I don't think he's that worried right now. Although, as we discussed, one mistake could really cost you in this position.
Yeah, that is true. One mistake can be very, very deadly here for Arjun. So queen c2 is the move. Bishop e3 is something you shouldn't play, but it looks very, very tempting क्योंकि आपको free का pawn मिल रहा है. But let's see how Arjun plays here. Jaj bhai, is it true that Ding Liren prepared for 3 weeks before his match against Gukesh? Bhai, I don't think so. Apparently, Magnus and Hikaru has said this. That's what chat is telling us. But I don't know,
No, Ding
and I don't
said
think so.
this. Ding said this. No, yaad hai, Saj bhai. He said this, like something like that. Like there was this thing, ki rapport flew in 3 weeks back or something like. There was some hint कि he
भाई
already
रैपवर्ड
started
तो यहीं पे
preparing.
ही रहता है भाई, उसी से ही पूछ लूंगा मैं नेक्स्ट टाइम मेरे
हाँ
को
तो
दिखेगा
पूछ लो,
कॉफी शॉप
because
पे.
genuinely, because I think I remember something to this tune कि जहाँ पे this was a known thing कि like he likely started playing only 3 weeks prior to the World Championship.
हम्म. क्रेजी भाई, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू.
Bhai, always huge and still almost do the classical section. So wasn't a bad performance looking at that.
या ही आल्सो हैड सम गुड गेम्स देयर एज वेल.
Yeah, chat. Meanwhile, Arjun's still thinking. Um, Arvind game, Arvind is still thinking. In the Pragg game, Bluebaum is still thinking, and Gukesh game, Gukesh is still thinking. So this feels like a day where people are really going deep into calculations. Like nobody is ready to take a risk anymore. After what happened yesterday, कल था लोगों ने स्टॉक्स में पैसा लगाया, ऊपर नीचे दाएं बाएं कुछ भी चल रहा है. आज लोग एफडी पे आ चुके हैं आज भाई, और मुझे लग रहा है कि थोड़ा स्टेबल प्ले देखने को मिलेगा आज.
या आई थिंक कल का दिन बहुत ही टॉप से टर्वेट था भाई. सब 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 मैचेस में ऑल अराउंड इट फेल्ट एब्सोल्युटली क्रेजी. Sahil bhai, do you know why Stockfish is so bad in explaining the move intention and the reasoning behind it? Do you know if someone is working on this to make Stockfish more interpretable? I don't think it's bad in its reasoning, but I think uh, probably an AI is the only thing who can explain. But I think chess is very complicated in that sense. Like to make sense of moves, why something works and why something doesn't work, it is often a product of calculation. कि ये चाल अभी इसलिए चल रही है बिकॉज 5 moves और 10 moves डाउन द लाइन ये पॉन बचा हुआ है, या फिर ये बिशप इस स्क्वायर की जगह इस स्क्वायर पे जो इस चीज को कंट्रोल कर रहा है, एंड सो ऑन एंड सो ऑन. सो chess becomes very specific when the more advanced you become. I don't think Stockfish is a difficult tool to interpret whatsoever. I think, and people are working on it. In
And
fact, there's around 200 developers or so that work on Stockfish pretty much every single day.
And not just
So
Stockfish, actually. I think there are multiple people working on AI stuff, which whose entire purpose is to transfer what Stockfish is kind of saying into human language. There are so many people working on this, and you're going to see it in the coming months and years. So you'll get to know when it happens. Meanwhile, Arjun Queen C2 played. So best move, as we discussed, he is not backing down, and Black in just 6 seconds plays knight to s3 check. Now Arjun could take the draw here. Chat, very important. King h1, knight f2, King G1, Knight H3. So if he wants the draw, he has it. Chad, I'm going to ask you, knowing that Arjun is surprised, he doesn't know exactly what's happening, at least with the help of the engine, he doesn't know. He's basing it on his calculations. Do you think he takes the draw? Yes or no, Chad? Yes or no, Srifil? Saad bhai, what's your take?
भाई 50 के odds देता हूँ आपको मैगी के कि अर्जुन विल नॉट टेक द ड्रॉ.
50K odds.
50, yes.
तो कल तो मैंने -1 कर दी थी, तो इट वाज 6
हाँ
मैगी
भाई,
फॉर,
आपके
राइट?
ऊपर है भाई. 50 के odds दे रहा हूँ आपको. इतने बड़े odds odds कभी नहीं मिलते भाई.
आई टेक इट भाई. 50 odds तो आई हैव टू टेक.
ओके भाई, डन. एक ही
डन.
करनी है फिर ज्यादा?
नहीं नहीं, एक एक इज गुड भाई. 50 इज फाइन
ठीक है
भाई.
ठीक है
इट्स
भाई.
लाइक
कल
सेइंग
आप
कि
कल आप कल आप फ्री में जीते और आज मैं फ्री में वापस जीत रहा हूँ.
नहीं नहीं,
तो
इट्स
इट्स
ओके
ग्रेट.
भाई. आई टेक 50 odds इज टू मच भाई. ऑफ कोर्स आई विल टेक
देखो
द 50.
चैट को देखो भाई, एक बंदे ने भी यहाँ नहीं लिखा है भाई. लव टू सी इट चैट. दिस इज व्हाट आई लव अबाउट
भाई
बिकॉज
यू
आप
नो
आपको पता है, यू गाइस अंडरस्टैंड दिस.
चैट, अगर गलती से अर्जुन ने एक बार भी रिपीट करने का सोच लिया ना, एंड आई मीन योर बोट, आई डोंट थिंक ही विल रिपीट, बट इट्स वर्थ टेकिंग द 50 to 1 odds. बट एक बार भी किंग एच 1 रिपीट करने का सोच लिया ना, साज भाई के पसीने जो छूटेंगे
नहीं
पीछे
नहीं
से.
नहीं भाई, अगर वो एक बार रिपीट करेगा ना, फिर मैं आपको बोलूंगा डबल और नथिंग करना है. बिकॉज आई एम दैट श्योर.
अच्छा, ओह, इतना
आई एम दैट
कॉन्फिडेंस,
श्योर.
वाओ.
अगर वो करेगा भी तो इट्स अ मूव. लाइक इट्स नॉट. देर इट
अरे
इज. बच्चे
अज्जू
बच्चे
भाई,
+1.
अरे
टचिंग.
यार, अरे यार, फालतू की मैगी दे दी है.
चलो भाई, +7. थैंक्स चैट, थैंक्स फॉर द यूनिटी. लव टू सी इट. भाई
अर्जुन इज स्टिल
अर्जुन ऐसे.
100% एक्यूरेसी. वाओ, दैट इज
भाई
ट्रू इंडीड.
एर्दोगमस के साथ कैसे ड्रॉ करेगा भाई, वो भी वाइट से 10 10 साल के अंदर. कमॉन भाई, अर्जुन है.
चलो भाई, कोई ना.
एंड आई
हम
थिंक लाइक फॉर फ्यूचर बेट्स ऑल्सो आई टेल यू कि आई थिंक एक वो कल्चर बन गया इंडियन प्लेयर्स का कि कभी भी वाइट से कभी ड्रॉ नहीं लेते. लाइक ब्लैक से फिर भी एक्सेप्ट कर लेंगे, बट वाइट से कभी एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे ड्रॉ.
आई
Unless
थिंक
maybe
दैट्स
you
ट्रू.
are winning some tournament or like yeah, maybe if you're winning some tournament last round and drop your tournament jeeter, maybe then they will, but usually they are always playing.
I think I agree with you. I think SSK 50s one is too tempting. Yeah, I mean, it's like saying, कि, will India lose to Kenya in the finals of the World Cup cricket match? Let's say, first of all, Kenya finals पहुंचने नहीं वाली. Second, India will never lose to them. But आपको अगर 1,000 रुपए दे के करोड़ रुपए मिल रहे हैं, so you will like, ठीक है यार, लगा देता हूँ 1,000 रुपए. Like it's not gonna happen, I know, but it's worth the bet. ऐसा कुछ था भाई.
I don't know if that answer works here, but ठीक है भाई. I'll I'll accept. But अगर इंडिया हारती है ना, तो वो करोड़ रुपए will be like the least of your worries भाई.
करोड़
There
रुपए
will
तो
be
लेगा.
bigger problems.
Always ready to take 1 crore भाई, always.
भाई मेरे को एक
Meanwhile,
बात बताओ, फ्री का पॉन नहीं
हाँ,
मर रहा क्या?
कौन सा
हमने
पॉन मर
रुक
रहा है भाई?
डी वन देखा था, बट C5 अगर मैंने अभी फेंक दिया एंड देन रुकी वन, कैन आई नॉट टेक द पॉन ऑन E3 लाइक फॉर फ्री?
बट रुक आएंगे ना भाई.
हाँ ठीक है, तो C5 रुकी वन खेल रहा हूँ ना मैं पहले. क्वीन आपने हटाया, लेट्स से C7, आई विल गो रुकी वन एंड आई टेक दिस पॉन.
Apparently there is queen G5 and H5.
हाँ, क्वीन G5, देखो क्वीन D8 you'll go, रुकी वन एंड क्वीन G5.
I mean, it's
D4.
possible. Uh,
D4 is bad, yeah. F5.
exactly. And
Why
now
crazy?
queen C3 is the only move.
And H5 के बाद D4.
Yes.
And then he has, then it's free का pawn basically. But ये इतना
Yeah.
fast क्यों खेल रहा है भाई? Like, why did he play knight h3 checks in like 6 seconds? Why did he go bishop takes h3? Like, I mean, I
Because he
feel like
knows
this is
ना.
some prep. मुझे लग रहा है
हाँ,
कि
this is
prep
a
है ये.
prep. 100% prep है भाई. 100% prep है भाई. Like he clearly knows like what's happening. So and Arjun के against खेलने की हिम्मत करी है. The calculation maniac. So he must know it very well. And maybe yesterday's game was something that tempted Yagiz Khan to play this, because yesterday Arjun did go wrong in those complications. Chat याद है कल जब Bluebaum के साथ. So he's like,
Hmm.
okay, we saw a problem there yesterday. Arjun did make a mistake in calculations. Let's just challenge his calculation again and see if he falters or not. Maybe that's the goal.
Yeah, huge if true. By the way, Pragg के मैच में क्वीन h5 के बाद वो अभी भी सोच रहा है भाई ब्लू बॉम्ब. लेट्स टेक अ क्विक लुक. हाउ मच टाइम? आई थिंक इट्स बीन लॉन्गर यार. आई थिंक इट्स बीन लॉन्गर देन 10 minutes, नहीं?
Saj bhai,
आई
I
थिंक
think
टाइम
it's
गलत है
been
भाई.
हाँ टाइम गलत
हाँ
है, आई थिंक इट्स मस्ट बी
हाँ,
20
अब देखो
25
प्रग का
मिनट्स.
टाइम 140 है उसके उसकी क्लॉक पे, यहाँ पे 128 लिखा हुआ है.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's just completely wrong. But Mula Sach, can we have a brief look at the game, at the match of Erwin? Because उस मैच में तो लेगे पड़े हैं भाई, ये क्या चल रहा है भाई, +2 दिखा रहा है अब.
भाई कितनी खराब क्यों है पोजीशन? दैट्स माय क्वेश्चन. F5 आ रहा है आपका. थिंक दैट्स व्हाट इज प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर. बट ये इतना खराब क्यों है? दैट्स व्हाट आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. एंड ऑल्सो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि लास्ट कुछ मूव्स में ना इसने बिशप एच थ्री रुकी हुआ, किंग एच बिशप D3 खेला था. F5 को मतलब रोकते हुए ही वेंट बिशप G4 बैक, सॉफ्ट ड्रॉ ऑफर, किंग G2 आया, and black plays queen to D7 again trying to play F5. And by the way chat, look at this. अगर मैं पे queen C2 खेलता हूँ ना, फिर से F5 की तरफ नजर ये पूरे diagonal पे, तो best move for black is to take here and play queen H3. भाई ये क्या है? ये मैच तो अच्छा नहीं लग रहा भाई.
भाई ये तो ठीक है. The crazy part is white is still winning.
हाँ भाई.
That's the crazier part somehow for me. And अरविंद कहेंगे एक दिन H3 पे गया, एक दिन F3 पे गया. आई थिंक काफी खतरों से खेलने वाला किंग है. एंड दिस इज वेयर मे बी खतरों के आगे जीत है वाली एडवर्टाइजमेंट वुड बी नाइस. सो इफ ब्रांड्स आर
भाई
लुकिंग आउट
डर के
भाई, डू
आगे जीत
कॉन्टैक्ट
है.
अस. हाँ डर का जीत, सॉरी भाई, सॉरी माय बैड. बाय द क्वीन C2 played, so we might see this.
Yeah, he is also getting up. Half an hour difference between these two players, and now I think for sure Jordan has a great advantage. भाई अगर ये C5 गलत चाल है ना, तो आई एक्सपेक्ट सम ट्वीट्स लाइक फ्रॉम सम पीपल. अगर C5 गलत चाल है यहाँ पे, तो बिकॉज देन इट्स अ स्ट्रेटेजिकल ब्लंडर.
ठीक है भाई, कर दूंगा मैं ट्वीट्स आज भाई.
कर देना भाई, स्ट्रेटेजिक ब्लंडर.
But okay, look at this, yeah. So let's say bishop F3, king F3, ठीक है, and now queen H3, and here the best move is bishop F1 apparently, just attacking the queen. Queen H2, and now I was like bishop D3 back is best, but I was thinking bishop G2 trapping the queen, but now F5,
हाँ हाँ,
and
ऑफ
now
कोर्स.
supposedly you're supposed to play king E2.
बाय बाय बाय, बहुत ज्यादा हो गया.
Just give her the bishop on G2, rook G1, queen H3, rook H1, queen G4, F3, queen G3, and now rook G1 queen trap.
बहुत ज्यादा हो गया भाई ये. या बहुत ज्यादा हो गया भाई. बिशप F3 देखो, ये पोजीशन जो है ना, क्वीन H3, आई फील लाइक क्वीन H3 के बाद बिशप F1, क्वीन H2, बिशप D3, एंड दिस इज, इफ यू सी बिशप D3, that's where you stop your calculation, and that's when you say okay, this is not looking good for me. This is looking very very bad for me.
Yeah, but bishop F1, bishop D3 maybe might not be that easy, Saj by I feel. Um, but yeah, let's see. I think यहाँ पे फिलहाल के लिए +2.2 दिखा रहा है well, and that is not a good sign for Arvind's chances, who already has, I think he lost two, survived in the third game. Could be another loss. Hopefully, he does not lose this one.
Yeah.
हाँ.
So let's see how he plays. अभी तो अरविंद सोचते हुए यहाँ पे. Gonna be some time.
Yeah. So let's switch games, साज भाई. और कौन सी गेम एक्साइटिंग लग रही है आपको अभी के अभी? वहां जंप मारते हैं.
भाई गुकेश का देखते हैं ना. he took the knight on D4. I told you he is not going to go queen D1, but it doesn't make any sense. And now
हाँ.
knight E4 I think, or knight A4 is what he's thinking. भाई इनमें से एक चाल.
साहिल भाई का इंजन बंद कराओ, मुझे चक्कर आ रहे हैं भाई. ये चक्कर कई बार बोर्ड पे भी दिखते हैं भाई. एंड दीज गाइस कैलकुलेटेड, हमने बहुत बार देखा है.
Knight E4 he plays, and now bishop B6 only move for Anish.
अरे आज भीड़ काफी है क्राउड में. लाइक दिस, आई थिंक दिस इज द
By weekend.
मोस्ट नंबर. हाँ, राइट. दिस इज आई थिंक द मोस्ट नंबर ऑफ पीपल आई हैव एवर सीन ऑन एनी डे, मे बी अपार्ट फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट डे जब थोड़ा प्रोटेस्ट था कुछ. मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ पीपल टुडे.
Yeah, Saturday है ना, कल भी I think काफी सारे players होंगे.
या.
Bishop B6 instantly played by Anish, and now queen C2 finally retreats the queen back.
या. क्वीन तो वापस आ गई, बट इज दिस रियली बेटर फॉर वाइट? दैट इज द क्वेश्चन.
No,
An
Bar says
important one.
no, but I like Gukesh's position more actually. I like the idea of
Really?
b4, bishop b2, knight. हाँ भाई, of course.
Hmm.
भाई क्यों नहीं, like b4, bishop b2, knight c5. At some point you'll throw e3. दोनों bishops ऐसे एकदम monsters की तरह एकदम activate होंगे.
True, true. So Anish now thinking, I think time भी बराबर है दोनों players का. So no hanky panky going on here. Meanwhile, let's jump to the Arjun game because वहाँ पे Arjun has gone for rook d1. So no c5, no nothing. It's just the best move in the position, rook d1. And now black has to find d4 Sahaj. And he's still not
तो
played.
रुक
That's interesting.
d1 के बाद तो ये सोच रहा है, तो मतलब रुक d1 was not in his prep. अभी d4 only move, yeah?
Apparently there's bishop e7, but that to me makes no sense whatsoever, if you ask me. So d4 just feels logical, yeah?
Bishop e7 में problem ये है कि I mean it makes sense, but the problem is that you can play d4 and you can capture the pawn on e3 basically.
Exactly. So I'm not sure like what bishop e7 is. Like you're just kind of giving the pawn, yeah?
So d4 is a borderline forced here.
Yeah. And the fact that Erdogmus is thinking, I'm a bit confused by that. Like, why would you, if you knew what was happening, why would you stop at rook d1? Of course, he knows what's happening in this position. So why is he thinking? Is he considering both options? Like maybe he knows bishop e7 and d4 both work and he's trying to figure out which one is the best practical try right now?
Yeah, could be, but bishop e7 and d4 are not like they don't connect. So d4 I think he's thinking पे e3 के pawn को बचाना है कि नहीं बचाना है, और बचाना है तो अभी बचाना है कि नहीं बचाना है.
Hmm. Yeah, interesting details. So as he thinks, apparently Anish has played, and let's check out that game if we can and see if A5 fits the playbook here. And maybe it does, yeah, because B4 was your idea, Sahaj. He's basically stopping it.
Yeah, so no b4, no bishop b2, no e3. This means he has to go bishop d2 and then play b4 anyways. I like the knight sitting on e4, but I don't like black pawn on d4. And like the problem is मैं कभी भी f5 खेल के knight ये trap हो सकता है. Like g5 का square
True.
नहीं है आपके पास, d2 का जैसे bishop d2 खेलोगे knight d2 नहीं आ सकता, so knight c5 is the only square. So you have to be a bit careful. You have to be mindful of this.
Yeah, but bishop t2, b4, at least I'm ready for b4 now. So before you, and also b4 ka c5 square is always under my control. So there's no issue. Maybe bishop d2 is fine, although bishop f4 and rook c1 also feels tempting just to attack that c7 pawn. And if you play c6, then of course you weaken squares like d6, where my knight could hop in.
Yep, the drawback principle. When you push upon, okay, side wale, something like that. But yeah, definitely a result coming. भाई ड्रॉनिश क्यों बोल रहे हो भाई?
भाई साइड वाले से याद आया, ये बोर्ड पे तो कोई प्लेयर्स ही नहीं है. सो लेट्स गो टू बोर्ड ऑन द साइड में भी जहाँ पे कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा हो. एंड आई डोंट नो अर्जुन बोर्ड पे चल रहा
भाई
है,
आई
प्रग
थिंक प्रग के बोर्ड पे जाते हैं, वहीं पे सबसे ज्यादा क्रेजी लग रहा है मुझे, बट ब्लूबॉम तब से सोचे ही जा रहा है भाई.
भाई आई एम टेलिंग यू, इफ ही डजंट नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग, आई थिंक प्रग हैज अ जेन्युइन चांस हियर.
एंड बाय द वे कुछ टाइम का इशू है यहाँ पे चैट. आई मीन वी कैन क्लियरली सी कि ही हैज 140. तो यहाँ पे टाइम डिफरेंस काफी ज्यादा है साहिल भाई.
या
I
या
don't know
या
if we have
इट्स
another angle of this camera of this board to see what the live clocks are. We don't, yeah? Okay.
नहीं नहीं
But
इधर
for
कैमरा नहीं,
sure, I
बट
think Prague has more time on the clock. Like, I think यहाँ पे आधे घंटे का difference दिख रहा है मुझे.
या आई थिंक ही डज हैव मोर टाइम. एंड आई थिंक वो 140 है प्रग का, सो ऑटोमेटिकली 12 मिनट और माइनस कर दो. सो आई थिंक ही इज बीन थिंकिंग फॉर 31 मिनट्स नाउ. एंड चैट एज वी डिस्कस, g6 यहाँ पे टू प्रिवेंट मेट इज वेरी रिस्की बिकॉज क्वीन यहाँ b5 आ रही है, एंड अपेरेंटली दैट्स डेंजरस बिकॉज ऑफ सम क्रेजी लाइन्स. So h6 is the only move, and it's very hard to know, Sahaj, g6 या h6. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to figure out.
Maybe this is like a very nice opening prep by Prague then, because yeah, the mate in one is threatened, and you have three ways: f5, g6, and h6, and to figure out only h6 works. I mean, to be honest, h6 probably makes the most sense also here. बिकॉज यू डोंट वांट क्योंकि आपके पास लाइट बिशप है तो आपको अपने पॉन्स डार्क पे रखने चाहिए ताकि बिशप कैन
हाँ
कंट्रोल मोर स्क्वायर्स, so pawns can control the dark squares. So h6 is the first move I would look at here, but when I see Prag's time, I'm a bit scared here.
साज भाई, आई हैव अ नाइस मूव. एंड चैट आपसे सवाल, छोड़ो h6 g6 कल की बात पुरानी, हम खेलेंगे knight to f6. So
बिशप एच
question to
सेवन है ना
you
उधर तो भाई.
chat. अरे वही तो पूछ रहा था आज भाई.
अच्छा अच्छा. अच्छा पूछ
हाँ
रहे थे आप.
हाँ,
Cause
so I think यहाँ पे bishop h7 apparently you have to play and that's
because
the
you
way because
cannot
you,
take, yeah, because there's rook.
yeah. So king h8 खेलना पड़ेगा and then you basically take on e7, he takes on h5, bishop drops back. आपने pawn वापस जीत लिया and you still have the bishop pair and you have the rook on the seventh rank and you're slightly better, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Do you know Magnus will be playing Sigim and Masters Classical? If he finds Classical boring, why bother playing at all? भाई मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है कि जब मैग्नस नहीं खेलता तब आप कंप्लेंट करते हो कि मैग्नस क्लासिकल चेस नहीं खेलता, जो वो खेल रहा है तो भी आप कंप्लेंट कर रहे हो भाई. I think, like from Magnus's perspective, I think he enjoys playing chess, but he has been facing that pressure of classical chess, specifically the World Championship cycle, for a very very long time. And I don't think he necessarily doesn't enjoy playing classical chess. Maybe he doesn't enjoy the pressure. जो 2 साल आप इसके बारे में सोचोगे, 2 साल के हर 2 साल में एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होती है, राइट? एंड उस वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप को प्रिपेयर करने के लिए आपको 6 महीने लगते हैं मिनिमम. तो 6 months आउट ऑफ 2 years यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर वन इवेंट अगेन एंड अगेन एंड अगेन. मतलब 5 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप गया तो 10 साल हो गए भाई ये. एंड एट सम पॉइंट यू आर थिंकिंग ओके भाई, इनफ इज इनफ एंड आई डोंट वांट टू प्ले दैट. तो आई डोंट थिंक इट नेसेसरily मींस he doesn't enjoy classical chess.
But yeah, it's still a bit of a surprise कि he's playing Tepe Sigmund, like Norway chess we expect. Maybe I think there might be something like something deeper which we don't know. It might be because it's just before Norway chess. Like Tepe Sigmund is just before Norway chess, and maybe he wants to get some practice in. We don't even know कि time control क्या है Tepe Sigmund का. So let's just wait because I remember Vidit खेल चुका है event. Arjun has played this event. This is not really a top event usually. Last time no Indians played this. There were no 2750 plus players. In fact. So I think यहाँ पे कुछ ना कुछ tournament format में क्या पता they agreed to his time control Sahaj bhai. We don't even know, right? So maybe they
Yeah,
agreed to the time
could
control
be.
he was suggesting, and maybe this is what he wanted, and they agreed. So a lot of variables. Let's wait for the lineup. Let's wait for the more details. For us, it's just another crazy event that we will cover.
Yeah, so I think we really like seeing, I think, Magnus play classical chess in that sense, and I think it's not a surprise for me that he's playing. Also, like when he was Magnus was at the top of his chess. I mean, he's still at the top, but like when he was at prime Magnus, like he was still playing Qatar Masters, for example, which is an open event, which gave like a lot of strong grandmasters who are not at the top a chance to play against Magnus, which is quite a big thing.
भाई ब्लूबम की ना नाक लाल है. ही ऑल्सो हैज अ कोल्ड लाइक मी, सो आई फील सैड फॉर ब्लूबम भाई. तभी शायद टाइम ले रहे. ही इज ऑल्सो डिस्ट्रैक्टेड. बट या, बाय द वे, लेट्स जंप टू अर्जुन्स गेम बिकॉज बिशप f3 हैज बीन प्लेड and now, sorry, not Arjun, I mean Arvind's game. Bishop f3 played, king f3 played, and now queen has hopped in to h3. So crucial moment for Jordan here. How does he handle this? Does he play rook h1, bishop f1? Does he just move the king back to e2? Crucial moment in the game.
Bhai, this looks very bad for Arvind. I don't like this, bhai. This looks horrible actually. Agar if he finds bishop f1 and bishop d3, he's borderline lost. What does your engine say here?
+2.
Arey baap. Bishop f1 is the best move.
Yes, bishop f1, rook h1 are both almost equally good. Rook h1 is saying कि मैं h2 pawn भी नहीं दूंगा. एंड देन बिशप f1 खेलूंगा. बिशप is saying कि भाई तू pawn रख ले, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता. I'm gonna checkmate you anyways. So I think in principle both look very strong.
Hmm.
Aravindh bhai, thanks for super chat there. Really appreciated. Magnus feels theory makes it harder for him to prove his chess superiority over weaker players. I think that is true for most people. In fact, Topolov, former world champion, said at one point कि आजकल तो 15-20 मूव तो भाई कोई 2300 भी रट के आ जाता है. And we can't really beat that 2300 also. I think that's true for most players. I think, as Sajbhai said earlier, I think it's not about classical chess that he doesn't like. I think it's more about the world championship, which requires months of preparation, which he feels he also misses the challenge. He wanted to play Firuzja, he wanted to play like these youngsters who didn't really make it to the candidates and didn't win the candidates. So for him, he's done it 5 times. He doesn't sense there's a serious challenge, at least to his throne. So he didn't do it. But I still feel I agree with Saj. I think he does enjoy classical chess. And अगर कोई format, अगर कोई भी चीज excite करती है, he will still play it. And of course, theory will make it harder. इसमें तो कोई doubt ही नहीं है.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. But I think also, like, I don't think it's harder. It's just that chess has changed like that. Abhi, I think you are getting deep theoretical battles, or you're getting, some crazy sort of sidelines जो पहले आपने कभी ना देखा हो, and that has just become the new norm. So I don't necessarily
Yes.
mean that chess. It's hard to prove your superiority. I just think it has changed in that sense.
भाई सामने लेवी है क्या? ऐसे आधा लेवी लग रहा है फॉर सम रीजन, आई डोंट नो व्हाई.
Mhm.
है ना? Maybe just me, but yeah,
Would
it's
you rather
somewhat like.
play a classical game versus Magnus or classical game against Gukesh if you had to choose? I think I would choose Magnus. Because I think like I grew up kind of learning about him, and Magnus is a classical game खेलना is always I think a pleasure. Sahil, what about you?
I think I would also say Magnus because I think it's more like it's less likely that it happens over the course of just normal life happening. Gukesh ka maybe there would be some opportunity I might get to play a game, but like through content or whatever. But Magnus is less likely. On the other hand, I've also played Magnus before over the board, but Simon Thavo, so that's quite different. So I will also choose Magnus. I think it will be fun to see him in classical. Yeah,
Yeah, but I think Gukesh will be a close second. Yeah.
yeah, true, true. Meanwhile, chat as they which have fun played. Wow, Saj, bhai. I mean,
Hmm.
you've come to H3 now. You can't go back to D7 Khali Hath, right? What is he thinking? Because if you go back, then King G2, it's +3. You have to take that pawn now. In for the
You're
penny, in for
telling
the
me
pound.
Queen D7, King G2 is +3.
It's plus 2 point. Yeah, it's 2 point something, I think.
Bhai, that is very, very bad. That is
So,
very, very bad.
so he has to take now, I think.
अरे crazy
2.47,
भाई.
by the way. Plus 2.47, Queen D7.
या सहज भाई, अर्जुन की पोजीशन की क्लाउड एनालिसिस क्या है? अरे भाई, जीएम मैग्नस, थैंक यू भाई. वेलकम, वेलकम. फर्स्ट टाइम सीइंग यू हियर अगेन. But by cloud analysis, when we go to that match, I'll switch it on and then I can let you know. But I think equal heavy for now. Maybe he has like 0.3, 0.4 advantage. That's the last time I checked.
कैन वी गेट बैक टू विनिंग? अरे भाई असली बात तो भाई सॉश किंग ने कर दी बिल्कुल भाई. दैट्स द ड्रीम. Chat, by the way, can we also get to liking the stream? Let's get more people in. Let's get more support for the Indian players and Hans Niemann जैसे सामने हमारे खड़े हैं. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, as Arvind thinks, maybe it's time to switch games. किस गेम पे जाएं?
भाई अर्जुन पे जाते हैं. I think because Erdogmus actually नहीं, maybe Bluebaum पे जाना चाहिए हमको. Because Bluebaum has been thinking for what, 50 minutes now?
अरे बाप रे.
Taking a quick look here. No, अभी भी सोच रहा भाई 140, and then that queen on h5 is not telling me like, the time that Bluebaum has here. But yeah, time is definitely the huge time difference here for Pragg. I think 40 minutes is not anything unreal. Yeah.
And also, Sajbhai, as he's thinking, be just a 30-second look at the Keimer Nodirbek game because these moves make no sense to me. I think we left it at, I think, f4 and bishop d7 was played. Then knight came in, I think queen f2 was played, knight came into e4, he took. Now bishop d2, bishop e7, rook h5, and apparently now queen g6, attacking the rook. The rook has no squares because rook h3 there is e5. So queen g6, queen f3, queen c2, queen d1 is a repetition. And that's the potential end of the game. भाई ये क्या ही opening है?
Bhai, also like a few moves ago, after knight e4, queen e4, there was a repetition here as well for Nodirbek. He could play bishop g2, queen d3, bishop f1, and
Ah,
potentially go into a draw. So if Vincent didn't go for it, that means he wants to have a game. So I would be a bit surprised if I have to draw होता है तो.
interesting. Let's see what happens. So
Also, we are
काफी
seeing, कि repetition जब भी मना करते हैं, usually that's not a good sign. Arvind का कल एक draw था उसके पास against Sendarov. He didn't take it and then immediately got into a worse position.
yeah, agreed. And फिलहाल के लिए black could just castle queenside also though if he really wants to play. So it's not the only move. But the black queen on e4 still looks a bit stuck. I think at the correct moment, bishop d3, bishop d2 could be irritating. So let's see how Nodirbek handles this. So meanwhile, let's jump to the Indian games. Let's jump to Blubam, Sajbhai. As you discussed, I think he's still thinking. And why is he thinking? घंटा हो जाएगा भाई इस तरीके से तो.
हाँ भाई but like but three moves, yeah, f5, g6, h6, and he has to choose one. h6 is the best. We already looked through this many times. But Pragg, I think, has great prep so far. Sehaj bhai, what if Magnus decides to become world champion once again and he also gets selected in first in place of Esipenko without months of preparation and just normal prep? Can he win candidates? He would be the favorite, yes. By a very big margin, yes.
So let's
But
take it
it
further.
jeetna is difficult to say. Yaar. Candidate is a very difficult tournament to win. But he would be a favorite, yes.
Let's take it further. Let's say Magnus played the candidates one and played the world championship match against Gukesh. What would be the final score of the world championship match, chat? So let's say
I,
14 game ka hai and 7.5 hote hi the match is over. So what do you think will be the final score of a potential world championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh Dommaraju? Saad bhai, your guess, chat. What is your guess?
I think I don't know about the results, but I think Magnus would be a favorite there, a heavy favorite.
Yeah, but result क्या होगा? वो तो I think we can agree. But result क्या
I
होगा? What do
don't
you
know
think?
by result क्या होगा उसका.
Your guess,
I
no,
don't think the
Raj bhai.
result matter. No, the result doesn't matter. The point is, if you're a favorite, you're a favorite. I mean, it depends on form, depends on your preparation. So many different aspects here. But I think जो chat पहले बोल रही है कि like Magnus without any preparation playing the candidate, chat that is never true now, because remember कि Magnus has played so many candidates in the past. He has played so many world championships in the past that he has a lot of ideas in his arsenal that are just waiting to be played. So I don't think any match he plays from this moment onwards there will be zero prep, because वो जो 6 महीने जो हर 2 साल में वो जो खेलता था वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, that has added up. So he has a lot of ideas there for
Yeah, and
Magnus. So he would be a very big threat there.
by the way, everyone knows the results कह रहे हैं नेप इंग्लिश जी and everyone is saying Magnus wins. कई लोग तो 14-0 कह रहे हैं. I don't think it'll be that bad. It can't be that bad. But I do agree. I think Magnus something like 7.5, maybe 5.5 might be the end result. And but yeah, I mean Magnus likely the favorite. So by a big margin, as we discussed. So yeah, long way to go if you want to be the greatest player of all time. साहज भाई शांति में चले गए हैं. साथ में मौन व्रत रखा आपने कभी जिंदगी में?
नहीं भाई, as a commentator maybe that's not the best thing, yeah.
ये भी रखना चाहिए कभी ऐसे मौन व्रत. लाइक
Mm.
आई कैन कमेंटेट बट आज मेरा मौन व्रत है. सो
Oh,
आई कैन
crazy.
जस्ट दैट विल बी क्रेजी. वो कमेंट्री देखने में अलग मजा है. और ओके, मजा एक बंदे को नहीं आ रहा है, उसका नाम है ब्लूबाम.
भाई वो एक
जो अब
घंटे से सोच रहा है.
भाई घंटे से सोच रहे हैं लिटरली यार. इट्स बीन 55 मिनट्स, सॉरी 45 मिनट्स और समथिंग. क्या हो गया है भाई?
Crazy actually. It's a long time. I think Pragg becomes a favorite. Like the more this game, the more he thinks, like the more Pragg becomes a favorite for me. Yeah, but let's see. भाई ये तो सोचे जा रहा है. Maybe let's switch to another game. जहाँ पे maybe some updates have happened. How about the Gukesh game?
नो
So
अपडेट्स आई थिंक साज
no,
भाई.
some updates have happened. Yeah, he
अच्छा
played
ओके,
Bishop D
यस.
A5 पे छोड़ा था हमने. He plays Bishop D2 to try and play B4, and then Anish goes A4 instantly.
Okay, I mean, this is okay for white. No, okay, you do stop my b pawn, but at least I have control over c5 now. I could play rook c1, bishop b4, knight c5, and it's still not bad. I think it's roughly okay for white. Mukesh should be happy, I think.
Yeah, बार में slightly prefer कर रहा है black को यहाँ पे, but I think I like Gukesh's position more for sure.
Hey, the guy on the right resembles someone, no? I don't know, some movie actor I've seen.
White shirt.
No, not the white shirt. The guy in the second row with the hair जो ऐसे वो बिल्कुल sharp cut है. Okay, maybe I'm just never
No
seen.
idea
Okay,
भाई.
anyways. Sajbhai, what about Ali Reza, where he is standing in World Championship race or for becoming next GOAT? By Ali Reza, I think everybody had huge expectations, but he didn't really. I think he always, let's say, to put it mildly, underperformed at the candidates. I think like he did not do well at the candidates, and that's why I think he's not even been close. Yeah, it's all been the bottom half of the candidates. So, and he did not even fight for it this time. Like this time, he didn't show up for the World Cup. It wasn't like the biggest priority in his life. And I think the person who's second most disappointed by that is Magnus. He wanted a challenge like Alireza when he quit, the World Championship cycle.
Yeah, 100%. But I think total वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में मजा आएगा देखने में if Ali Reza is there. That will be interesting because वहाँ पे सारे formats हैं and I think in faster formats Ali Reza is yeah very very dangerous. We saw that at GCL by the way.
Yeah.
5 players को भाई 5 पे 5 हराया था उसने, including Gukesh, Hikaru, Levon, so many strong players.
Grenke Open announced. Ooh, last time I remember Magnus played it, yeah? The freestyle version, that'll be interesting as well.
Now, no
Um,
में no भाई. I think one of the greatest performances I've seen from anyone. No में no भाई.
yeah, yeah. भाई डिस्ट्रिक्ट में नहीं बनते थे यार 9 में से 9, तो बताओ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप लेवल स्टेज में, लाइक वर्ल्ड लेवल स्टेज में करना इज इनसेन. But yeah, meanwhile, as Gukesh thinks, one more look at the Arjun game, jahan Dogmas has been thinking for a long, long time. 22 minutes. Isn't that surprising? Because he played everything so quickly and now suddenly he's gone into the think tank. Like that's weird.
No, maybe he didn't expect Rook D1. Maybe that's not something that he prepared back home.
That's the first question of the engine, Sarge. Rook
Yeah.
D1, Rook is attacked. You have to develop. Rook E1 makes no sense because there's Bishop B4 ideas. How can you not
Does
consider
this
Rook
mean
D1?
that Arjun now starts to think that maybe he's worse? Because Rook D1 के बाद Erdogmus सोच रहा है?
Possible, actually. That's a great observation. But it also means maybe Erdogmus thinks he's if he doesn't know what's happening. So it could go either way. But I agree with you. I think maybe Arjun also is thinking कि भाई अब तक तो तेज खेल रहा था, अब क्या हो गया? Did I play a wrong
Hmm.
move?
So maybe some reverse psychology, but let's see. 23 minutes is a lot of minutes.
या अगर 13 मिनट तो मैं कहता एक्टिंग कर रहा है, बट 23 मिनट की एक्टिंग कुछ ज्यादा ही हो जाएगी भाई.
Correct, bhai. What if we put peak Vishy in the current candidates? Why Vishy becomes a favorite? By heavy favorite, by Vishy in candidates was a like a is a different animal, by.
I think Vishy sir did an interview जहाँ पे he said 2014 में he wasn't at his peak, like he didn't
Yeah,
wasn't fully satisfied with his play, and he
yeah,
still
of
won the
course.
candidates. So
Yeah,
at his
and
peak,
also that game against Aronian, yeah, the first game I think it was the first. I think the first 2 games he won in a row. Then I remember because I was playing some tournament and everybody was discussing how he has just lost a world championship match and how Vishy is not going to be a favorite in the candidates. By 2 games लगातार वो candidates the first 2 rounds he won in a spectacular fashion and then suddenly he became a favorite in everyone's eyes. So peak Vishy, of course, by like peak Vishy is a like I mean of course he's a like a top 5 all time player. So
yeah. After that, Nagis's son will start to dominate Naibai. I think as top players have said, we asked this to Hikaru also. Will he consider, putting his ऐसे son into chess or not? Like तो वो answer अभी video में कभी ना कभी आएगा. But usually I think top players know how difficult it was for them, how much luck played a factor as well, and how even more tougher it is getting. So they might not choose the same future for their kids. Is my guess.
all players at their peaks in the candidates and throw in a peak Vishy instead of Esipenko or Bluebaum, who wins? Fabi? Then probably okay. I would still say Vishy. I would still say Vishy, why? Because match format mein Vishy is a favorite. And even though Fabi ki peak was like insane, like 2850, I'm still taking Vishy.
Yeah, Vichy, I think, is in top two for sure. मेरे हिसाब से भी. I think Fabi, Vichy will be the two favorites. Uh, but yeah,
I'm still taking Vishy, why? Peak Vishy was different.
true, true. Meanwhile, साज भाई, अगर आप अरविंद की गेम पे नजर मारेंगे, तो H2 pawn somehow जिंदा रह गया. And I don't know
He
what you feel
plays
about this, but plus 2.4 is 2.5 is what the engine feels about this.
भाई और F4 भी आ रहा है भाई नेक्स्ट मूव में. इसके बाद तो लॉस्ट ही है ना पोजीशन अगर F4 आ गया तो.
भाई plus 2.5 यूजुअली मतलब क्या क्या पापड़ बेलने पड़ते हैं भाई इसके लिए.
ट्रू भाई ट्रू.
That's
That's why
almost a full piece.
Aronian and Fabi had much better elo than peak Vishy. So why people still say Vishy is the best? Because firstly, आपकी rating inflate उस टाइम पे रेटिंग ज्यादा इन्फ्लेटेड थी. So like you saw it. I think three players like Magnus was 2870 something, Fabi was 2850 something, and then Aronian was 2830 something. So there were three 2800 players. So ratings ज़्यादा inflated थी उस time पे. And secondly, I think जब आप top level chess की बात करते हो तो I think आपकी rating is not as important as your how many times you've played candidates, how many times you've won candidates, how many times you've played world championship. आप सोचो 100 साल पुराने अगर प्लेयर्स की बात करते हैं, we talk about Steinitz, Lasker, whatever, उनको हम याद इसलिए रखते हैं because they were world champions. They've played the candidates and so on and so on. तो 100 साल बाद I think will you remember like a player because they hit a certain rating or because they were playing candidates? I think candidates is the bigger target here. I think that's what makes you a stronger player in the eyes of top players. That's maybe why.
But I'm not sure about that, Sajbhai. Maybe like also like maybe the world championship I would agree,
But
but maybe I
candidates
don't.
also, yeah.
But I don't remember like all the people, for example, like who played the candidates. Like for example, let's say Grishchuk has played the candidates. Like even like I know Abasov played the candidates because it happened in the last one. But maybe 10 years down the line, people won't know that Abasov
That
played the candidates.
I think
But if he
people will remember Nijat forever because he's played the candidates.
no, but if it's world top 10, I think maybe that would be a more of an impact, no, in terms of remembrance. Let's say
True,
a decade or
true.
two
But I
later.
think still, regardless of that, still I think people will remember the fact that he's played candidates. Like I think if you go 50 years down the line, I think he will be. I mean, people will still remember. Like, at least the theoreticians will know, the historians will know, bhai, ke, uh, I think he played it. Like एक question आया था जैसे between Gelfand or Aronian, who's a greater player? Think about it. What would you say?
I would say Aronian.
See
Uh,
exactly like because Aronian की peak ज़्यादा है like right उसकी 2830 थी and all of that. But if you consider the fact that Gelfand has played candidates, he's won the candidates and he's played a world championship match, like that has to have some weightage.
I think it's not about Aronian's peak rating. I think it's more about कि वो कितने time तक top पे रहा. I think maybe that's like peak is always a factor, but I think he's been playing at the top level for so long. And Gelfand maybe wasn't at the top, let's say top five may for that long as Aronian maybe. Maybe
No,
that's more
Gelfand
of a
has been
factor.
there, bhai. For a very
But
long
not
time he
top
was in top
five.
five.
Like Aronian to
No, he
literally used to
was, he
beat
was,
Magnus.
he was.
Nahi, I don't think so, right? I'm curious actually. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I'm genuinely curious because I think Gelfand was not in the top world five for long. I could
I'm
be
like
wrong though.
checking Gelfand's peak 2777 and he was world number 3.
Huh, but how for how long though?
By he was also ranked number 3 in the world in July 1990. So that's different eras that
अरे
he
बाप रे मैं
was.
पैदा पैदा भी नहीं हुआ था भाई
By
तो.
November 2013 he was 2777 and then July 1990 he was world number 3. So it's like two
By the way,
different
I have
eras
the
where he's been world
stats.
number 3.
So he was in the world top five. Right? Kudos to ChatGPT. कैसे निकाल दिया in seconds. He was roughly world top five for in total of borderline 3 years, and most of it happened in 1990, then 1993, and his peak rating was world number three in 1991, 1992 when I was born. So me getting born was not great for Gelfand clearly. But yeah,
Mhm.
I think he's definitely a legend. I think very close between Aronian and Gelfand, but
Yeah, it's
still I think
very
maybe
close. But I think it
हाँ
at the end, what decides is कि भाई like 50 साल के बाद, like I think you will still remember the fact that Gelfand has played a world championship match. Like
yeah, for
अगर
sure,
अगर
for
आप
sure.
अगर आप 50 साल पुराने प्लेयर्स की बात करो, you will remember Korchnoi, you will remember Paul Keres, Akiba Rubinstein, because these players have played a world championship match. So I think that's the story here. But maybe there is yeah,
I
maybe
think
maybe
it's
people
very
feel
very
differently about
selective, right?
this.
Because Gelfand ke badle, if you replace him with somebody else, maybe our answer will change. You replace Aroni with somebody else, answer might change because individual basis पे depend करता है. Also, we are Indians, so we have certain biases कि भाई Indian players ऐसे हैं, and maybe somebody else in the world might decide it differently. It's subjective. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, Arvind is struggling, so hopefully he fights back. Arjun की game में Erdogmus is still thinking. Pragg की game में we have a few moves, so let's check it out. क्या हुआ?
Oh, just one move. Yeah, he played h6, the best move, and Pragg plays d5. Bhai Sahab. Okay, now the time is, I think, correct. And he didn't think for 18 minutes at chat. Pragg only thought for, I believe, 6 minutes or so.
Hey, look at this. Black's best move is queen d8, attacking that rook, and
नहीं
white
नहीं
can
भाई
just ignore it.
भाई, did you see it?
Yeah, d takes e6, queen c7, and now not even taking the knight, but queen f5.
भाई, there is also something even crazier than this. ये भी बहुत crazy है. इसको full देखते हैं. G6 only move takes, rook takes check. rook G7 possible नहीं है क्योंकि मर रहा है सीधा है. King F8, King H8 पे आ नहीं सकते. Bishop है मेरा यहाँ पे. And now you can just play normally. You have Queen H6 check. You have Rook C1 and all of these moves. And position is equal though.
By equal,
मतलब
equal.
0-0-0 दिख रहे हैं मुझे.
Yeah, and I would say कि it's like crazy. Yeah, playing queen h6, king e7, queen h4, वापस king e8, and now rook c1, and suddenly it's getting dangerous. So, but yeah, what was your version, Sajbhai?
भाई दूसरी लाइन थी D5 Queen D8 के बाद you can play Rook takes D7. Queen takes D7 and look at this cute Bishop
Oh,
F6. Oof.
oh
काम नहीं कर
wow.
रही है, थोड़ी खराब है, but still it's nice to see this because you are basically asking black to take on F6 and you give this, take this and यहाँ पे check करके आप draw कर सकते हो.
But Sajbhai, if you go deeper, let's say bishop f6 के बाद ed5, best move black ने खेली. Even then it's crazy. So bishop f6 के बाद ed5,
Yeah,
the only move. Now bishop f5, queen e8,
only move.
apparently. And now rook to d1. And when have you seen this structure before? I mean, bishop f6, bishop f5.
भाई कुछ भी चल रहा है.
Wow. And you
Yeah.
can't take the bishop. Queen h6 is
So
then knight in
some,
two.
but can we agree that Pragg has, I think, some very good prep here?
Yeah, 100%. d5. I mean, he took 18 minutes to play d5,
Hmm.
but I think it was more about remembering and recalling his prep rather than figuring it out over the board. So d5, insane move. So queen d8 feels risky. Maybe black has to come up with something else here, not to allow this d6 idea.
Yeah. Rook F C8 is another move. Bishop takes D5 is another move. Yeah, no rating or anything in terms of pure chess strength. Don't you think Vishy could defeat all the other world champions except Magnus and Kasparov? I think Vishy could defeat all the other world champions, period. Like one-on-one में you don't know what's gonna happen. Like anyone can beat anyone. So it's not like कि आपका match होगा और आप जीतोगे नहीं कुछ भी. But तो he's a threat. He's there. And if it's his day, then he can take out anyone. But I think just by pure numbers, you have to accept कि Magnus Kasparov के साथ साथ Karpov and Fischer, they are two very very strong chess players. John Fisher की peak was like the highest I think amongst, because the difference between number one and number two was the biggest. हम candidates का match अभी देख रहे हैं, right? अभी candidates आने वाला है and it's such a hyped event because कितने सारे strong players will be playing. Fisher defeated the other candidates 6-0 twice. मतलब 6-0, मतलब आप सोचो, आप कैंडिडेट्स खेल रहे हो और आप फिशर के साथ खेल रहे हो और आप 6 गेम टोटल होते हैं, आप 5 लगातार हार रहे हो और फिशर छठा गेम आपके साथ ड्रॉ भी नहीं कर रहा है, वो फिर भी जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है छठा मैच. दैट्स हाउ गुड फिशर वाज. एंड कैंडिडेट्स ऑफ कोर्स बीइंग the biggest event ever, yeah, for and that's what decides the world champion. So that 6-0 is what separates him from the
You know,
rest of the pack.
Sajbhai, this story of 6-0, I think he played 6-0 against Petrosian, right?
Yeah, and Taimanov, I
I
think.
remember, I remember a famous story where this is true, by the way. Fisher checked into the hotel, right? So he reached the hotel, the venue for the candidates, जहाँ पे players रुके थे, and he got into the lift. So Fisher lift के अंदर जाते हैं, he's ready for the candidates, ready to crush another opponent, and देखते हैं भाई lift में it's Petrosian. I think Petrosian is one of the players who basically he defeated 6-0, something like that. I think it was Petrosian, whatever. Petrosian he sees him in the lift, and he's like, Petrosian's face was so down and kind of in quote scared that he literally felt like changing his hotel. He's like,
Uh-huh.
मुझे अपना hotel change करना पड़ा because I couldn't look at him. Like that's how terrified he looked. So I don't think that he was 6-0
तो
against
उसने
Petrosian. It was
पेट्रोशियन को 6-0 नहीं हराया था, उसने पेट्रोशियन आई
हाँ,
थिंक
it was not 6-0.
6.5 2.5 हराया था.
हाँ, but it was Petrosian he was
But he
talking
did
about, I
beat
think.
Bent
हाँ,
Larson and Taimanov in.
yeah. So ऐसा है भाई literally. He was like कि होटल ही change करना पड़ गया मुझे basis how scared the opponent looked. So Fisher was a different beast.
I think I'm back, yeah.
Huh. Yeah, Fisher was a different beast, and meanwhile we're looking at another beast that is Bluebaum, who's wondering कि भाई ये D5 चाल क्या है भाई?
ये D5 तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया होगा उसने. आई वुड एक्सपेक्ट अ ब्लंडर फ्रॉम और अ मिस्टेक एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम ब्लू बॉम. या बाय द वे 1 घंटे का फर्क आने वाला है इन दोनों प्लेयर्स में.
Wow.
बोर्ड नहीं आ रहा, मैं एक सेकंड रिफ्रेश कर देता हूँ भाई.
So
अब आ रहा है?
गुकेश गेम में कुछ हुआ तो है. आई थिंक वी कैन पोटेंशियली चेक इट आउट. सो bishop b4 was played in the Gukesh game. Once we can switch it, and apparently Anish has an only move, but not a tough one, I think.
या ब्लू एरो से दिख भी रहा है बिशप c4. अच्छा, शुड आई रीडू इट क्या? आ गया. ओके, गॉट इट. बढ़िया. सो बिशप टेक्स c5, वी कैन सी फ्रॉम द ब्लू एरो फ्रॉम अनीश ही हैज टू प्ले इट, अदरवाइज ही इज इन अ लॉट ऑफ ट्रबल. आई थिंक इट मेक्स सेंस क्योंकि a4 का पॉन आपका मर रहा नहीं तो. Yeah. So bishop c5, what else do you do? You take.
Not sure.
I capture back with my bishop. I'm assuming. Queen se marna is apparently very bad because black gets b6, which is apparently very good. So bishop takes. Now apparently rook a5 or rook a6, something like this is very good. Getting away from the spin and then trying to play b6 anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. मुकेश की ज्यादा स्टेयर मस्त थी वहां पे for a second.
Please answer Sahaj bhai. Did Judith take lessons from Fisher? Bhai, I know some stories where Fisher lived like in their house and they played a couple like a lot of blitz matches or something like that. I know stories like that, but I don't know if they actually work together.
She Judith, I think, did play some blitz games against somebody online who she thought was Fisher. Like it was interesting. Like she thought she played somebody who was Fisher, but she wasn't sure in the late 2000s. But yeah.
Matlab, didn't he also visit them or something and then they played some secret games, something like that?
Yeah, she did, I think, at some point. I remember some picture there, which was
Yeah,
cool.
exactly.
Meanwhile, chat, let's go to Arjun's game, jahan pe d4 finally, after a 37-minute think was played, and Arjun, after a 24-second think, plays d3-5. So 37 minute or 24 second counts. Makes sense.
And he plays queen d8, only move, and now queen c4 again, only move for Arjun. Or else he's lost. Arjun is lost if he doesn't find queen c4 here, by the way.
Wow. And it doesn't look lost, yeah. For example, ऐसे knight a3 खेलते हो, black का move यहाँ पे it's like bishop e6 and black is winning. Like it doesn't feel that obvious why it's so lost. But I think d4 pawn मर नहीं सकता because bishop c6 के बाद आपने c4 square control कर दिया. So essentially the pawn is there to stay forever.
Yeah, then you cannot develop the knight, you cannot develop the bishop. Bishop c1 पे भी नहीं निकल सकता कुछ भी. So queen c4 is forced. I think he'll play it very quickly.
What is total world championship? So इमेजिन करो क्रिकेट का कोई फॉर्मेट बनाए जहां पे विच इज कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ one-day T20 and test match, and they want to see which is the team which is the best at the combination of all three, and that's the purpose of total world championship. It's a new format जिसका pilot event इस साल होगा, and yeah,
भाई
man should be
लेकिन
playing.
टेस्ट मैच नहीं है उधर. आप T20
हाँ.
ODI और आई गेस मतलब वो फास्ट पेस वाला कुछ वो जो सुपर ओवर होता है देख रहे हो भाई. क्रिकेट देखता नहीं बट स्टिल टेस्ट मैच नहीं है
भाई
क्योंकि
साहब,
लॉन्ग क्लासिकल गेम्स नहीं है, रिमेंबर.
साहब सुपर ओवर में क्या होता है? लाइक हाउ डू दे डिसाइड द सुपर ओवर?
द मत डोंट पुट मी ऑन द स्पॉट लाइक दिस. कैसे से हो यार आप?
भाई बिकॉज सुपर ओवर मुझे याद है, पता है पुराने जमाने का होता था, दे यूज्ड टू सिंपली try to hit the stumps. That was super over. They would hit the stumps and try to see who wins. This is how India won against Pakistan in like the T20 World Cup. Then they switched it to full on like cricket. Yeah, so you play cricket for one over basically, and whoever scores more wins.
तो क्रिकेट में नहीं समझा भाई, चेस के टर्म्स में समझाओ.
समझाता भाई.
भाई क्लासिकल रैपिड और ब्लिट्स का कॉम्बिनेशन है बेसिकली, बट इट्स फास्ट क्लासिकल, नॉट लाइक 90+30. थोड़ा इट्स जस्ट अ फास्टर वर्जन ऑफ इट. बट लेकिन सारे टाइम कंट्रोल को मिला के एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन होगा.
Yeah, that was kind of bowl out. You're right. उसका नाम थोड़ा different था. Or meanwhile, chat, knight a6 only move played by Yagiz Khan. So now white has to take on d4. Which piece do you take with? I think looking at how my king is on g1, I might just prefer taking with the queen Saj. What's your preference?
Depends what he likes more, but yeah, queen d4 makes more sense to me as well. Takes, bishop c5 and just bishop e3. Yeah, free ka pawn. You're a pawn up, but somehow you're not like doing amazing. Oh, acha, look at this. Bhai, long castle, knight c2, rook e8, pinning this pawn. अगर आप bishop c5 मारते हो तो मैं knight c5 नहीं मार रहा, मैं rook takes c2 मारूंगा of
अरे
course, and then
बाप रे.
rook g2 check and c2
अरे
knight
बाप.
also hanging. So you cannot play bishop c5. You have to go king f2, and now look at the final move. Knight b4 bhai.
भाई साहब.
भाई ये क्या है?
Do I have to play knight a3 now, like in that position? या क्या scene है?
Knight a3 पे I think there is rook takes c3 भाई.
अरे बाप रे भाई. Rook e3, knight e3, rook e8 खत्म.
Bishop
Knight c4,
e6, not
b5.
rook e8 भाई.
Wait,
Rook
what?
e8 पे मेरे पास d4 है. You are supposed to
Oh,
go bishop e6.
oh, that's not easy. That's not easy at all, actually. Bishop e6 is way too complicated. Unless he knows it already, he's not going to find it.
Let's see भाई, bishop e6 तो एकदम बहुत ही अनरियल चाल लग रही है, बट इसके बाद का फॉलो अप इज एक्चुअली वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर अर्जुन. So yeah, some crazy lines incoming. I think Erdogmus has calculated all of this. तभी वो 37 minutes जो भी उसने सोचा, makes a lot of sense why he did that. But let's see भाई, let's see क्या होता है. By the way, ब्लू बॉम और प्रग में ऑलमोस्ट 1 घंटे का फर्क ऑलरेडी दिख चुका है हमको. लेट्स टेक अ वेरी क्विक लुक बिकॉज ब्लू बॉम 100% टाइम प्रेशर में आने वाला है यहाँ पे.
भाई, I think Bluebaum की कल की गेम इफेक्ट कर रही है उसको तक. I think it's just he's just trying to be too correct after what happened yesterday, and it might just backfire horribly. He needs to find rook fc8, which is like not that difficult. It's just a logical move. Yeah, it's the casual move you play, but maybe he's finding out complicated solutions. Oh, queen d8 played. Bhai, it's gonna happen. D takes e6.
D takes e6 तो प्रेप में होगा फिर उसकी मोस्ट लाइकली, बट सो फार ही हैज नॉट मेड अ मिस्टेक. ब्लू बॉम हैज नॉट मेड अ मिस्टेक, सो दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड. एंड D takes e6 पे एक सूखा रुक मिल रहा है भाई. एंड अपेरेंटली प्रग इज सपोज टू सैक इट.
He has to sack it actually, because if you play rook c1, bishop d5, black is just completely winning. So
नॉट लाइक
you,
कंप्लीटली. रुक ए7
no, I
अभी
was
भी
thinking
मर रहा
rook,
है.
yeah, rook c1 कह
रुक
रहा था मैं actually.
c1 क्यों आऊंगा भाई मैं?
हाँ, so I was wondering
रुक
कुछ nice
f1 ना.
trap ना हो जाए rook, so that's why I was a bit stressed. But yeah, he needs to sack the rook now. Come on, come on.
क्वेश्चन इज क्या ये प्रेप है प्रग की? सहज भाई, अब क्या इवैल्यूएशन है क्लाउड पे ऑफ अर्जुन गेम? भाई अर्जुन के मैच पे अभी तो नहीं पता, बट आई कैन टेक अ लुक वंस वी गो टू दैट गेम. एक गेम नजर मार लेते हैं उसकी, ताकि क्लाउड
भाई
क्लाउड
फेदोसीव
वाला
को
हो
देखो
जाए
एक बार.
हमारा.
Look at Fedoseev. He looks like that, invigilator जो आपके चीटिंग करने से रोक रहा है आपको.
हाँ हाँ
बिल्कुल
हाँ.
क्रेजी लुक था भाई फेदोसीव को वहाँ पे.
क्रेजी भाई. फेडोसिव अभी थाई डाई वैन से खेल रहा है, राइट? ओके.
Yes.
Gukesh also, by the way, he took that knight on c5, Anish.
बिशप से वापस मार भी दिया है, so very quickly.
Hmm.
What happened to Pragg's form after Grand Swiss? His performance has been nothing. It's been a bit disappointing. Is it just him trying his ideas against players to see if he can use in the candidates? I think it's his run till the Grand Swiss was like just crazy. He was winning everything. Then Grand Swiss में जहाँ पे candidates का पूरा process चालू हुआ, he struggled a bit. Um, I wouldn't say he's had a disappointing performance, not even close. Maybe this event has been a bit disappointing, but I think it's just the pressure. And I don't think it means he will not perform well at the candidates. I still feel कि जब भी आप कैंडिडेट तैयारी करते हो, it involves such a Herculean task of preparation कि sometimes you can try out new ideas, as you mentioned, opening ideas हो, you can hire new seconds, which can lead to different styles of play. Um, yeah, you take a step back to go 3 steps forward, I think, somehow. So थोड़ा बहुत shaky performance लग सकती है. And as long as he performs in the candidates, I think it's all good, Saj bhai. What do you think?
No, agreed. Of course, I don't think he's. Yeah, I think what you said is correct. I just think this event has been okay, a bit disappointing, but I don't think he's necessarily playing badly.
One of the videos he mentioned he's fatigued. That is true. I mean, he's played a bunch of events. इतना events I think पिछले साल कोई नहीं खेला होगा जितना प्रग खेला था. So that might be true. That's believable.
Circuit, जब आप FIDE circuit जीतते हो तो it comes at a cost, yeah.
Yeah,
Because you
exactly.
yeah, that means you are very active. Also, remember he played that London Classic as well to make sure that Nodirbek is not going to catch up to him in the FIDE circuit points. So
Yeah.
yeah, he's been playing a lot of chess. That's for sure.
By the way, over pushing से याद आया, just a 30-second look at the game of Keymer versus Nodirbek जहाँ पे Keymer repetition था, did not take it, and now he's clearly was bishop a5, big mistake.
भाई ये तो एकदम वो सिंडारो वाला अरविंद वाला फील आ रहा है मुझे. रेपिटेशन कर लेना चाहिए था. Did you
भाई
do you see the
रिपीट
move
करो यार.
though?
Yeah, it's b6, yeah, simple.
By b6, bishop c3, and black must play the most ridiculous looking move in this position.
Oh,
It's a
that's
move
beautiful.
that I think I will never think about, like
Chat,
as an
black to play.
instinct for sure.
Chat, black to play. Come on, this is just beautiful actually. Black to play, chat. But it makes sense. Once you look at it, it makes a lot of sense. I think Nodbek has seen it. He's a bit shocked by Vincent's choice.
I mean, it's a ridiculous move. You got it wrong. I'm saying during World Cup he was more or less qualified for the candidates. Yes, he was more or less qualified, but London Classic खेलने के बाद he made sure that Nodirbek can never catch up to him. So it was important for him to play that event. भाई किसी ने भी guess नहीं किया ये. It's a move that I
It's
think I would never think about unless someone told me, okay, कुछ है इधर.
not a5. कुछ 5 तो है, but not a5. It is that insane pawn move. e5. भाई दो pawn से capture कर सकते हैं, but it's not about the pawn. It's about the bishop opening up. Sahaj भाई फंस
That's a
गए यार.
brilliancy, yeah. Brilliancy for sure.
Wow.
Ridiculous move. Bishop g4 का plan, of course, but you can capture it so many times, yeah. And rook e5, of course, f6, and the rook has no other square. If you go rook h5 again, then bishop g4 is the move. So that's why bishop a5 is bad, because apparently you can also play e5 immediately here. You can also play b6 and e5, and you can play e5 immediately as well.
Wow. So big mistake by Vincent. So let's head off to the Indian games. He has made a big blunder. Let's not over push chat. जितना मिल रहा है भगवान की देन से उतना लेते हैं. एंड देन से याद आया, विच गेम शैल वी गो टू साहज भाई? प्रक की गेम में चले या अर्जुन या गुकेश? किसमें चल रहा है?
भाई लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन. एक्चुअली अभी तो प्रग पे है. अभी हम प्रग अभी सोचेगा. आई थिंक ही हैज अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम. लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन एंड सी व्हाट्स हैपनिंग हियर. And queen, after knight e6, he's thinking here, and queen takes d4 is the correct move. Queen takes d4 or knight takes d4. My take is that like he should have some good advantage here, but which extremely tactical line is my take.
Yeah, and so far it has been tactical, so no reason why it should stop. Salva, do you know about this random IM? Yeah, Salva, how do you know this random IM from Italy? मतलब आपके कोई रिश्तेदार है क्या? मतलब क्या क्या है? क्या जानते हैं? आपको दोस्त है? आपके बेस्ट फ्रेंड है क्या?
हाँ
मतलब
भाई,
how do you know
मतलब
this
वो
IM?
एग्जैक्टली भाई 2020 में मिला था वो उस जोक के साथ.
हाँ मतलब how do you know this random Italian IM? Like it makes no sense. Yeah, Indian IM
तो
किसी का नाम
इटालियन
बताओ
क्यों
apart
चूज
from.
किया आपने? बाय द वे मैं आई एम जस्ट लुकिंग एट द क्लाउड इवैल्यूएशन चैट आपके लिए for on the Arjun board to give you the exact update there. So depth 30 पे it's 0.13 and queen takes d4 is the best move here. Knight takes d4 में एकदम dead equal है after bishop c5. Depth 37 पे चला गया मैं. Still queen takes d4 is the best move for white. उसमें 0.13 का advantage, so not a huge advantage for Arjun.
Yeah, and time पे भी पीछे नहीं है, so Arjun should be very happy with what he has right now, as long as he continues in the same pattern. Question: why does Sahaj Rover hate Brock Lesnar? ये क्या है Sahaj भाई? Why do you
क्यों
hate Brock
भाई?
Lesnar?
Brock Lesnar is goated. क्या बात कर रहे हो आप यार?
दिख रहा है कुछ
अब
पर्सनल
बात
बीफ है आपके साथ?
भाई, आई वुड मेरे को बीफ भी ब्रॉक लेसनर के साथ ही करनी है और कोई नहीं मिला मुझे।
कर सकते हो भाई, लाइक हिज शोल्डर्स कैन बी यूज्ड एज वो कपड़े टांगने की तरह इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। लाइक क्या क्रेजी शोल्डर्स है भाई।
ब्रॉक लेसनर इज गोटेड भाई, व्हाट अ प्लेयर। भाई, as the players think, I'll just be back in just a minute, yeah? BRB.
Yeah, so a minute is exactly what Arjun took for the last move. And right now, typical, he's looking at the distance, trying to calculate the next move. Yeah. Chat, by the way, if you like the stream, it's the top Indians battling it out again. The top three from the Olympia team, Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh, along with Arvind and Vedant, battling it out at Tata Steel. And your favorite commentators, Hilaj, bringing you the action directly from Netherlands. And you can see Anish, 2.5 गर्लफ्रेंड्स ना होगा, 4.5 इंडियंस भी देख लिए आज। ड्रॉ हो जाएगा अर्जुन का गेम। देखो ये पॉसिबल तो है कि ड्रॉ हो सकता है, बिकॉज ब्लैक को पता है एग्जैक्टली हो क्या रहा है गेम में, ही इज प्रिपेयर्ड। बट आई मीन ड्रॉ हो सकता है, ऐसे तो हर गेम ड्रॉ हो सकती है, स्टार्टिंग पोजीशन तो इक्वली होती है। And as the time drops down, I think somebody might make a mistake. That's pretty normal for a chess game. Yeah, जैसे time pressure build up होता है, mistakes start creeping in. And as we saw yesterday, भाई क्या blunder देखिए आपने, गुकेश का blunder याद करो यार, one move blunder, losing the game on the spot. Something you would never expect from the world champion, but it happened in front of our very eyes. And Dogma's still thinking, Arjun still thinking he needs to find queen d4. Knight d4 is also an option. You can potentially keep the queens on the board, but पहली फीलिंग ये आ रही है कि कहीं ना कहीं पे क्वीन ट्रेड इज गोना फेवर वाइट, बिकॉज ये जो पॉन चेन है d4 e3, इट्स वेरी अनकंफर्टेबल फॉर द वाइट किंग, इट कट्स ऑफ योर पीसेस ऑन द क्वीन साइड। बिशप ऑन c1 इज ब्लॉक्ड, मतलब क्वीन ब्लैक की बोर्ड पे है, क्वीन g5, h5, h4, बिशप d6, after the c5 pawn is captured, it looks very dangerous. Show games of Hans versus Sindarov. Yeah, I will show it, I think, at some point. अभी बोर्ड मेरे कंट्रोल में नहीं है, बट मतलब में कोई बंदा सांस भी ले रहा है टिक्कू भाई, ओ माय गॉड ही इज ब्रीदिंग। अरे भाई ऑफ कोर्स ही इज लाइक ब्रीदिंग। अब भाई ऐसा थोड़ी होता है यार, ब्लंडर होगा तो कवर तो करना है ना भाई। भाई चेस गेम में, क्लासिकल चेस में मिस्टेक्स आर वेरी रेयर।
कहाँ किसने किया ब्लंडर भाई?
भाई किसने नहीं किया, मतलब ऐसी चैट बस ऐसी हाइपर हो रही है कि ब्लंडर से याद आया साज भाई, एक बार वो अगर अरविंद की गेम पे हम जाए, व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑफ
भाई
द गेम
ब्लंडर
नाउ?
तो
आई
नहीं किया उसने भाई, ब्लंडर नहीं था वो यार।
बट आई डोंट
बट
सी एनी चेंजेस इन द पोजीशन, आई स्टिल फील जस्ट विनिंग फॉर वाइट। या
भाई वो विनिंग वो क्योंकि बार की वजह से, बट इट्स नॉट सो सिंपल टू ब्रेक थ्रू फ्रॉम द वाइट साइड यार। ब्लैक फोर्ट्रेस बना सकता है कोई, लंबा गेम चलेगा ये, बहुत लंबा।
लेट्स होप सो भाई, लंबा चले एंड अंत में अरविंद
चैट, चलो आपसे एक
होल्ड्स।
सवाल करता हूँ। Chat, who do
हाँ,
you think is the most dangerous player in this type of a position as white?
समझ रहे हैं ना?
Oh yes, of course. Exactly.
Clearly
Of
the King's
course.
Indian expert, we all know.
But seriously, like, who do you think is the most dangerous player? आप आपकी चेस की हिस्ट्री चेक कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, कितना आपको पता है चेस के बारे में? मिखाइल ताल, नो भाई, नो, बिकम दिस इज नॉट अ मिखाइल ताल पोजिशन. Fabi is a good
Magnus.
guess, but Magnus also is a very good guess. But Magnus would be number two for me here. Number one would be Karpov भाई. कार्पोव वुड बी लाइक एन एब्सोल्यूट मेनेस इन दिस पोजीशन भाई। वो इतना इतना स्लो अटैक करेगा यहाँ पे कि लाइक यू विल हैव जीरो चांस टू कम बैक। एंड इफ यू डोंट बिलीव मी चैट, चेक आउट द गेम ऑफ कार्पोव वर्सेस आई बिलीव इट वाज उल्फ एंडरसन, ठीक है? सम वेरी लॉन्ग गेम, लाइक 100 मूव्स और सो। मतलब किंग, अगर आपको ढूंढने में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है तो यू सी दैट किंग गोज फ्रॉम हियर टू A1 एंड देन बैक टू G2। लाइक लिटरली ये गेम में हुआ था। लाइक ही बेसिकली प्लेस क्वीन E2 थोड़ा ऐसे, मतलब डेवलप करके रुक हटाया, फिर उसके बाद किंग को ऐसे साइड में ले गया, फिर एक पुश किया, फिर उसके बाद वापस किंग को लेके आया। इट वाज सो इम्प्रेसिव एंड सो इंस्ट्रक्टिव।
By the way, just as an update, um, Nodirbek did find e5, but without b6. So he is better, but maybe not as
भाई
better as
क्रेजी पोजीशन है यहाँ तो।
Nodirbek. Yeah.
नॉर्दर की तो क्रेजी पोजीशन है, ई फाइव के बाद आग लगने वाली है भाई यहाँ पे। मेरे को पता नहीं यहाँ पे कौन जीतेगा, बिकॉज इफ ही
भाई
फाइंड्स रुकी फाइव रुकी सेवन, भाई आई डोंट नो।
कौन से गेम में आग नहीं लग रही भाई? If you look at Nodirbek, it's crazy. Okay, maybe Hans Niemann is equal, but then of course Arvind's game is crazy. Arjun's game is crazy. Pragg's game is on d6 brilliance. He played by the way, Pragg. Bhai, let's jump quickly. He has played a beautiful brilliance. D takes e6 on the board.
वाओ, ही टेक्स ऑन C7 एंड नाउ क्वीन F5 ओनली मूव फॉर प्रग। भाई पूरा रुक डाउन है प्रग बाय द वे।
Wow. Let's go queen f5. Do you think there's any chance he missed queen f5 here? He thought कि ed7 आएगा. No chance, right? I mean, of course
क्वीन
he couldn't
F5
play
आई
queen
थिंक
f5.
फॉर श्योर, क्वीन F5 ED7 में तो पूरा मटेरियल हो जाएगा भाई, ब्लैक बेटर हो जाएगा उधर।
Hmm.
Korchino is the best defender I have ever seen. What do you think, Sahaj bhai? Bhai, I think like Korchino, yes, very good defender. And then Petrosian is a historically believed to be one of the best defenders of the game. And then another player like जिसको आप कभी भूल नहीं सकते in defense, and that's Hikaru. Like the best defender of this generation.
Okay, queen f5, Pragg, play it quickly. You know, when it's the only move, you
भाई
want your
सोच रहा है
players to
वो।
play it quickly. No, but you want to play it quickly because I think when it's the only move, you hope the player has seen it previously, so it should come quickly. अगर 10 thank God, by queen f5 played instantly.
And now
And now
G6, another only
black
move
play
incoming.
only move. Yeah, and look at two people. Yeah, Anish and Warmerdam both checking out the game. Very interesting position right now.
Yeah, because full rook down and उसको knight D7 पे नहीं मारना है, तो it's very nice position to analyze actually to see how Pragg will push here. But so far, Bluebaum doesn't believe he's worse.
And he isn't. So luckily he's correct this time. And Chad, I have a question for you. Imagine a hypothetical experiment. Who do you think has the potential to be the best liar among chess players? Let's consider like the world top 10. Sajay, what is your guess?
Best liar.
Best liar. Who can lie the best? On demand.
I think probably everyone, yeah.
Everyone, yeah? Like they're very good,
Yeah,
you're
of
saying.
course. I think not singling out a single player, but I think everyone.
But तब भी like relative तो रहेगा ना कुछ like maybe everybody's good but maybe there's somebody better. World top 10 भाई. District top 10 नहीं बोल रहा मैं, मेरा नाम डाल दिया एक बंदे ने.
एक नाम तो है बट मैं वो लेना नहीं चाहता, बट या यू नो हु आई एम
वर्ल्ड
टॉकिंग
टॉप 10
अबाउट।
में?
हाँ।
रियली?
हाँ,
ऐसा किसका नाम है
बट
भाई?
मैं वो लेना नहीं चाहता भाई।
ये
चलो
ऐसा
आपको
कौन सा
टेक्स्ट
वर्ल्ड
कर
टॉप?
देता हूँ भाई।
हाँ टेक्स्ट कर दो. ऐसा कौन सा भाई कंट्रोवर्शियल नाम है भाई वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 में? भाई बट वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 में नहीं है ना वो?
है भाई।
अभी थोड़ी है.
I mean, okay, I don't want to say more because it's going to reveal who it is, but
हाँ अभी नहीं है तो डोंट वरी. तो अभी ओके बहुत सारे नाम है. सो एक्चुअली चैट गेस करने की जरूरत नहीं है. वी एक्चुअली डिड दिस एक्सपेरिमेंट. So we did it with many players, including Hikaru, Vishy, uh, Pragg, Vidit, Arjun, like we Keymer, Sindarov. Like we didn't leave anyone. So Nihal, I think we did it also. We even did it with like I think Divya. We did it with I think Hampi, Hareka. So भाई चेसकॉम इंडिया चैनल पे भाई तैयार है ना, मंडे को हिकारू की वीडियो आएगी एंड उसके बाद फ्यूचर में आती रहेगी वो वीडियो. तो भाई यू नो लेट्स सी हाउ वेल दे कैन लाई भाई. मजा आएगा. हम्म. ने नेपो बोल रहे हो सहज भाई? नेपो नहीं बोल रहे आई थिंक.
आपको लिख दिया
अच्छा वो
मैंने।
अच्छा हाँ हाँ हाँ. नहीं वो नेपो की बात नहीं कर रहे भाई.
इसलिए मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता था।
सहज
नेपो।
भाई कंट्रोवर्सी के घर पे आके बैठते हैं. और
नहीं
सहज
भाई,
भाई क्या
नॉट
लग रहा है?
आई वाजंट सेइंग दैट गाय, बट या। बट G6 तो भाई फट ओनली मूव है, ये तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा। थिंक फोर्स्ड है तो। Not sure why he's thinking here. He would have calculated this, but with 37 minutes only he has for 21 moves.
Wow, that's a lot. He better simplify the game quickly, exchange pieces. Otherwise, ये गेम तो वैसे ही बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. And
फौस्ती भी एकदम परेशान भाई, क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे?
he's shocked.
नेपो से इतना कुछ भाई, नेपो नहीं बोला भाई मैंने। आप गलत जगह पहुंच गए भाई।
कहता है बोर्ड बग.
कुछ भी भाई, नेपो नहीं था भाई। मेरे पास प्रूफ भी है इसका, बट मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता उसका नाम, सो लेट्स मूव ऑन गाइस। प्रग के गेम पे क्लाउड एनालिसिस, आई थिंक प्रग इज प्रोबेबली इज गोना बी 0-0-0 या आई डोंट थिंक यहाँ पे, बिकॉज जब भी कुछ इतना क्रेजी होता है बोर्ड पे, और the engine usually can calculate very very far ahead and just say that it's just a bunch of zeros.
By the way, G6 best move played. So
Another
EF7
only move
now.
incoming.
Yeah, so both players have to be very, very cautious about what they play right now. One step in the wrong direction, it is resigns. Played. Takes.
Played again, queen g6 check incoming, and then king f8 again only move. And now again full rook down Pragg, but because he has such great attack towards the king. Remember chat, हम exchange sacrifice की बात कर रहे थे शुरुआत में, that you should consider an exchange sacrifice when there is danger to the king. यहाँ पे भी rook sacrifice, which is even more sort of hectic in that sense, and but it's justified because black का king unsafe है.
And after Queen G6, I think King F8 only move, of course, played on the board. And now White has a couple of options. I think Rook C1 is something you can include at any point because you attack the queen. If you could lift the rook to, for example, C4 or something, you could bring it into the attack. But साथ में इतना आसान नहीं है attack continue करना, right? I think the logical consequence would just be a repetition somewhere here, which way Pragg is not happy with because he's more like roughly 50, 40, 50 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
If there's a way to attack, he would love to continue, but I'm not sure if there's a way that he can
भाई
continue the
कोई
game for
ड्रॉ
the
है
next
क्या
hour.
मेरे पास यहाँ पे? सीधी ड्रॉ तो नहीं है ना?
कोई
कोई
है ना queen
रेपिटेशन वाली
h6,
ड्रॉ
king
तो नहीं है ना?
e7, queen h4, like something like
नाइट
that.
f6.
Oh, knight f6, but then rook c1 maybe. You need
Okay,
knight
let's.
c5, I think.
भाई क्वीन h6, किंग e7, क्वीन h4 चेक चल रही है बाय द वे, नाइट f6
No,
खराब है
rook
एक्चुअली
c1.
वो, रुक c1 या
Rook c1.
क्वीन d7 एंड बिशप g6.
Bishop g6. Oh, wow. Okay, still not clear actually.
Not clear. This is the current position by the way. Position अभी भी equal and Pragg thinking by the way queen वो h5 से g6 आ गई, तो we can also see the time of both of the players, and that is correct now. 36 minutes for Bluebaum, 1 hour and 18 minutes for Pragg, no increment, and what, 18 moves to be played. Yeah, so 2 minutes per move is what basically Bluebaum has.
ये स्ट्रीम लैग कर रही है कि मेरा वाईफाई है? आई डोंट नो, आई थिंक इट्स योर वाईफाई. मेरे को तो स्ट्रीम लैग
हो
करती
सकता
हुई
है
नहीं
मेरा
दिख
भी
रहा.
हो भाई, बट लेकिन मेरे को आ रही है आवाज़ अभी,
आ
मेरा
रही
कभी
है.
कभी जाता है.
अच्छा नहीं, आई डू सी द स्ट्रीम लैग बट मे बी इट्स माय इंटरनेट आल्सो, गॉड नोस. Googie game please. Let's go to Gukesh start, man. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes ना करके जल्दी से.
या श्योर भाई. व्हाट्सअप चैट और वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम पे भी भाई कैसे हो सब? दिव्या, व्हाई आर यू राइटिंग इन, भाई आप चाइनीज में भी लिख दिया आपने तो, क्रेजी. बट या यहाँ पर आई थिंक एक चीज तो पक्का है कि आई थिंक ब्लू बॉम इज गोइंग टू गेट इन सम काइंड ऑफ अ टाइम प्रेशर, क्योंकि किंग पे बहुत खतरनाक अटैक है, एंड आई थिंक इट्स लाइक ओनली मूव टेरिटरीज बैक टू बैक फॉर ब्लू बॉम. बट आई थिंक प्रग अभी सोचेगा, बिकॉज ही ऑल्सो नीड्स टू फिगर आउट कि भाई कहाँ पे ब्लैक को सबसे ज्यादा प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम्स आ सकते हैं. One move that I see is rook c1 attacking this queen. You shouldn't go queen d8 because queen takes d6 check ke baad white is doing really well, although it's not clear, but just for the sake of some analysis, knight c5 is the best move here. Then bishop c4 attacking the rook on f7. Black plays something, let's say rook d8 or king e8 or whatever. Nothing makes sense in that sense, but rook d8 maybe, let's say, क्योंकि ताकि bishop f7 queen f7 के बाद queen takes d6 ना मरे आपका. White can take on h6. Black can play king e8 only move. King e7, by the way, is lost because of bishop f7. मतलब बहुत क्रेजी पोजीशन है यहाँ पे। व्हाइट के पास काफी सारी लाइक रैंडम मूव्स हैं, लाइक यू डोंट हैव टू टेक ऑन F7, यू कैन जस्ट प्ले समथिंग लाइक रुक D1, एंड इवन दो द पोजीशन इज इक्वल, इट्स वेरी डबल एज, कुछ क्लियर नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पे। सो आई थिंक इट्स गोइंग टू बी अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग फाइट, बट आई हैव अ फीलिंग कि यहाँ पे ड्रॉ हो सकता है भाई। चैट आपको क्या लगता है इस गेम में, इफ यू हैव टू प्रेडिक्ट अ रिजल्ट, विन ड्रॉ और लॉस फॉर प्रग, व्हाट वुड यू से? एज भाई क्वीन H6 डायरेक्ट, हाँ भाई क्वीन H6 डायरेक्ट तो फोर्स्ड ही लग रहा है, या रुक C1 के बाद क्वीन H6, बात बात एक ही है दोनों में। बट इफ यू हैव टू प्रेडिक्ट अ रिजल्ट चैट, व्हाट वुड इट बी? कैपा क्यों लिख रहे हो भाई? कैपा ब्लैंका, ओह ही प्लेज रुक C1 बाय द वे, सो द मूव इज इनकमिंग, नाइट C5, ड्रॉ, प्रग विन, ड्रॉ विन फॉर प्रग, लूज तो नहीं होगा भाई, लूज तो इज आई थिंक, but if you think that it's possible, maybe Pragg over pushes, that's also possible. Lot of people saying draws. I think I kind of agree with your overall take कि draw होगा यहाँ पे. But yeah, I think the only way Pragg loses is if he over presses. क्योंकि time भी बढ़िया है आपका, position भी बढ़िया है आपकी, because black का king बहुत unsafe है. It would be +4 for Pragg at one point, but it will be a draw at the end. भाई ये तो बहुत ही crazy prediction कर दिया आपने. अगर +4 आया तो Pragg जीत जाएगा भाई. That is for sure. Gukesh का लगाओ बिल्कुल भाई. Let's go and see how the world champion is playing in this match. He's playing against Anish, of course, and हमने knight C5 के around छोड़ा था. He takes bishop C5, bishop C5. We mentioned this, but we didn't look at it. And now Anish goes knight F5, and I think to defend the pawn on D4, opening the line on the E2 square as well. And I think he goes bishop E4, and now here Anish makes his intentions clear. He wants to play rook A6, and I think the plan is कि rook A6 से अब आएगा E6 पे, where it can attack the E2 pawn potentially, and then he wants to play B6 to kick the bishop away. To be honest, like now, I like Anish's position slightly more. Like I don't know why, but I just like Anish's position slightly because I see this plan of rook E6 and B6, and it just seems really, really appealing. Of course, rook E6 immediately नहीं आ सकता because bishop F5 मर रहा है. But maybe you can go rook E5, defend this knight, and then play rook E6, something along those lines. And it looks really, really tempting. तेज भाई रंग के बारे में प्रेडिक्ट करो, क्या दुनिया 26 में दुनिया खत्म होगी? नहीं भाई, नहीं होगी. 2012 में भी देखा था हमने, वहाँ पे भी प्रेडिक्शंस हुए थे, बट नहीं हुआ भाई. अर्जुन प्लेड सहज भाई. ओके भाई, अर्जुन हैज मेड अ मूव. ओह, सो अर्जुन आफ्टर थिंकिंग for quite some time he has taken the pawn on e3. So basically हमने knight a6 के बाद around छोड़ा था, queen d4 he plays, which was the best move. Remember ये हमने क्लाउड के साथ भी चेक किया था. black takes this, knight takes, and bishop c5 हुआ. Now he takes on e3. And now basically there is an only move for Erdogmus, which is long castle. अगर वो long castle नहीं करता यहाँ पे, तो he is borderline lost. So only move territory for Erdogmus. And you might say कि भाई long castle और rook d8 में फर्क क्या है, उसमें भी तो rook d8 पे आ रहा है. But this is important because long castle के बाद ये e8 का square rook के लिए खाली हो जाता है. So rook will jump to e8, put pressure on the e3 bishop and the e2 pawn, and some lines you might even take rook e3, and this could be dangerous for Arjun. But right now only move territory for Erdogmus. लुकिंग एट ऑल द गेम्स आई फील लाइक किसी प्लेयर का भी कुछ कंफर्टेबली बेटर तो नहीं दिख रहा मुझे. सिर्फ यॉर्डन इज लुकिंग वेरी मच बेटर अगेंस्ट अरविंद, एंड रेस्ट आई थिंक इज मोर और लेस इक्वल, हैव टू से. Maybe slight preference in Pragg's position because of the time situation and all of that, but slight preference to Pragg there. I think he could score his first win. But yeah, यहाँ पे I think Erdogmus, his position is very good. Long castle is very good. भाई king side castle पे आप कुछ threat नहीं कर रहे हो. Remember ke black is a pawn down in this position. White has 7 pawns and black has 6 pawns. This means that if the position is equal, then there has to be something dynamic. अगर आपने white को एक extra चाल दे दी, for example knight c3, king f2, some hand moves जिससे white के pieces develop हो जाते हैं, उसके बाद white's extra pawn is going to show white's better. तो इसलिए black को dynamically मतलब white को develop नहीं करने देना. That's why long castle is a good move. That's why rook e8 is a good move. All moves are happening with a tempo. That's really important to keep things balanced. यो हमारी शक्लें भी आ गई भाई. Amazing. Says भाई I can bet 10 Maggie on Anish drawing all his candidate games up for a bet. By done. नहीं होगा भाई. क्या बात करो. लास्ट टाइम भी अनीश का यही हुआ था एंड ही गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ लाइक हेट फॉर इट, बट आई डोंट थिंक इस साल होगा भाई. डन भाई. 99.4% accuracy for both players, huge if true, and it is true भाई. क्या बात है. 99.4. दैट इज टू मच भाई. भाई ये कार्लसन नाकामुरा का वो क्यों दिख रहा है मुझे. क्रेजी. मुझे नीचे दिखा हुआ रहा. अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, मुझे देखा अभी कार्लसन नाकामुरा ये कहाँ पे खेल रहे हैं भाई. क्रेजी. हम्म. कार्लसन बीटिंग हिकारू क्रेजी भाई. व्हाई इज दैट क्रेजी भाई. मैग्नस इज द बेस्ट प्लेयर इन द वर्ल्ड. Carlson, I believe probably they were playing that blindfold match, which was I think it was yesterday and day before, something like that. And I believe वहाँ का होगा. Who is leading? Right now, Nodirbek is leading because कल Gukesh created or made that blunder, that very unfortunate blunder against Nodirbek, and he blundered a whole rook, and Nodirbek got that golden opportunity and he took over in the standings. And I believe there is only one, he's on 4.5 out of 6. And I believe Sindarov is on 4. And then there is, yeah, Sindarov is the only one who's sort of right behind him. There we see the standings in front of us. Nodirbek on 4.5, Sindarov on 4. And 3.5 pe 3 players, Fedoseev, Hans and Vincent. And then 3 pe we see 2 Indians, Gukesh and Arjun. And then Pragg and Arvind still fighting it out for that last spot. If one of them wins, then they'll leave that spot, which is going to be very important. But right now, by the Uzbek players are dominating. Or let's also not forget, chat, that Sindarov could have been 4.5 as well. He was basically so winning yesterday against Arvind. It's not even funny, but there was a rook hanging. There was a free rook hanging on c5. I remember queen takes c5 मार सकता था वो black से, and it would just be winning. But in time pressure, I'm not sure, something happened and he played one wrong move and it gave Arvind that life back in his game, and it gave him a chance to repeat moves. So अगर वो जीत जाता तो 4.5 पे 2 उज्बेकिस्तान के प्लेयर्स होते. That is huge if true. Do you believe Nodirbek is very underrated? I think he's like, I don't think like जो भी player 2750 पे कोई underrated नहीं होता. I think he's very well placed there, but I think he's capable for more, for sure. Not massively underrated though. How many rounds are left in this tournament? भाई 6 round हो गए हैं. ये 7वां round चल रहा है. तो basically we are halfway into the event. 13 round total है. Remember कि in this event there are 14 players and 13 rounds. मतलब हर player के साथ एक match खेलेगा. That's it. So we are basically halfway through after this round. I think we are halfway through right now because halfway through so 6.5 rounds. Yeah, crazy. Could Pragg have played f4 instead of d6 or bishop g7? भाई let's take a look at Pragg because यहाँ पर तो Erdogmus सोच रहा है for a long time. एक बार Pragg का मैच लगा लेते हैं to see how what your point is here. Could he have played, एक second, I'm just checking, f4 instead of d takes e. So ये जो brilliancy थी f4, भाई f4 क्यों खेलूंगा मैं यहाँ पे भाई. f4 पे तो ये मर रहा है ना सीधा. अच्छा कुछ बिशप g7 करके रेपिटेशन आपके पास नहीं भाई. What he played is better. Like it doesn't make sense because queen g7 के बाद your best chance is to take on g7 and take a repetition. Yeah, so he wanted to play for a win. That's why d takes e6 makes a lot of sense. And yeah, he could have played it, but उससे draw जाता फटाफट. अभी भी draw हो सकता है, but अभी choices Pragg के हाथ में, like whether he wants to take a draw or not. Like I think we were looking at this exact same line before, जहाँ पे I was mentioning that bishop takes f7 and queen takes d6 is the plan. And if this is allowed, then I think Pragg is going to push for a long time in this match. अगर वो नहीं allow करता है, let's say if he goes rook d8 or something, then I think it's much more likely कि यहाँ पे कोई repetition हो जाए. What are your candidates prediction tier list? For me, it's like S tier पे 2 players हैं, Hikaru and Fabi. But Fabi and Hikaru, because I think Fabi has the most realistic chance, for me at least. And then S tier के बाद A tier पे 2 players हैं. There is Anish and Pragg. And I would also maybe put Wei there as well. So for me, Fabi is the number one. Maybe Hikaru is number two. Pragg is number three. Anish is number four, and okay, maybe Wei is number five. Wei को number five पे रखना feels criminal. Feel like he should be higher. What is my favorite opening? भाई सोजन या जो प्रग खेला था अभी किसके साथ खेला था आई थिंक प्रग played it against Anish but he didn't get a great position out of it though but it's one of my favorite openings yes as a kid I used to love playing it. Says why is Virat not playing any classical tournament to avoid missing the Olympiad team? Could be, but I think he's also like doing other things besides chess. So it could be a reason, but I think he will play soon. I think shadi ke baad like your life kind of changes, so I think maybe he's just trying to, you know, go through the changes, I guess. सर भाई आप कहाँ तक पढ़े हो और कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी? भाई मैं अंडर ग्रेड किया हुआ मैंने. आई वांटेड टू डू अ मास्टर्स एज वेल बट हैवंट डन दैट येट. बट अंडर ग्रेड किया हुआ मैंने, बैचलर्स डिग्री बेसिकली फ्रॉम पोर्ट एलिजाबेथ, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पोर्ट एलिजाबेथ से. एंड या मे बी आई डू अ मास्टर्स बट विल सी. ओहो, वेलकम बैक साहिल भाई, कैसे हो? हाउ
भाई
वाज योर
कोई गुड
डिनर?
न्यूज़ है क्या? कोई गुड न्यूज़ है क्या?
भाई प्रग बढ़िया खेल रहा है, वो तो मानना पड़ेगा भाई.
डिफाइन बढ़िया भाई, बिकॉज तब से कुछ हुआ क्या?
हाँ
बिकॉज
हाँ
आई
भाई,
थिंक,
ये हुआ E7
हाँ,
रुक F7 चेक, किंग F8 पे छोड़ा था हमने. आप रुक C1 खेला उसने, बेस्ट मूव. नाइट C5 एंड बिशप C4 अगेन बेस्ट मूव. सो प्रग बढ़िया खेल रहा है यहाँ पे.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. एंड नाउ you could take on h6, but I'm guessing that's too obvious, yeah?
टेकिंग ऑन F7.
No, on h6 at some point, like maybe queen h6
आई
something.
थिंक
So
टेकिंग
black
ऑन
क्या करेगा?
F7 इज द मोस्ट ऑब्वियस एंड टेक ऑन D6 एंड देन टेक ऑन H6. भाई 4 पॉइंट रहेंगे मेरे पास, डेंजरस.
ट्रू, ट्रू, ट्रू. सो ब्लैक को आई थिंक रुक मूव करना पड़ेगा b8 वाला, ताकि देयर इज नो फोर्क, मे बी डबल अटैक.
ओ ब्लंट, मेक मिस्टेक बाय ब्लू बॉम्ब भाई, लेट्स गो.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
B5.
नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता सही में. भाई क्वीन h6, लेट्स गो.
Okay, not a huge mistake. I think see 0.2 advantage there, but okay. Now I think Pragg plays.
एंड लेट्स गो टू वेरिएशन. क्वीन h6 मारा, चेक. अब किंग g8 तो इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते. किंग e7 अपेरेंटली.
किंग G8 पे चेकमेट हो रही है भाई H8 पे.
अच्छा हाँ, थैंक गॉड भाई. अच्छा, भूल गया था मैंने. वो तो
Is
क्वीन g5 चेक नाउ. एंड अब किंग कहाँ जाएगा भाई? किंग d6, देयर इज बिशप e5 रिजाइंस. सो किंग वापस घर.
F8 only move.
एंड नाउ बिशप e5.
Bishop E5, Queen D7. By the way, Queen H6 check पे आपके पास draw था, mentioning that. But Bishop E5 पे Queen D7, and now Bishop B5 is scary, भाई. A huge if true if Bishop B5 plays.
भाई क्या है ये? बिशप b5, क्वीन b5. अब रुक नहीं मार रहे. बिशप d6 चेक. किंग e8 रुक नहीं मार रहे. क्वीन g8 चेक.
Of course, takes के बाद Queen F7, King D6 के बाद Queen F4 check, and then you take on B8.
अरे ओके,
Okay,
आई
so
मीन
not,
इफ
I wouldn't say Pragg is winning. Like, no, definitely not winning. But the chances of Blue Bomb making a mistake
भाई
increases.
24th मूव पे है. एंड आफ्टर ऑल दिस वेरिएशन वी विल रीच 32nd मूव. हमको 40 साल लगेंगे वहां तक कैलकुलेट करने में. So I think if we do reach this variation, I think Blum will have no time, even if he finds everything. So Pragg has great chances to win, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Is there a chance Gukesh can be in time trouble or is the position simple? By Gukesh ka time pressure is never a good sign, but let's take a look. So first things first, position is not simple, chat. Position is not simple, but I think time pressure issues is like very very far away. By 21 40 अगर simplify करना है गुकेश को तो वो कर सकता है. He can take on E3, white will take back. You can take on F5 and वो position simple है खेलना, even in time pressure. So he can simplify, but right now it's not simple, the position. Bhai, Nodirbek winning now.
Bhai, before we go there,
Blunder.
oh wait, what?
Blunder by Vincent Keymer. Do you know what this means, Sahil bhai?
Nodirbek
Nodirbek is
is
gonna
gonna.
be on 5.5 out of 7, bhai. 5.5 और मतलब अभी आधे पॉइंट का लीड है. और सिंडारोव का क्या सीन है? सिंडारोव स्लाइटली बेटर अगेंस्ट हंस. अगर सिंडरोव का ड्रॉ होता तो 1 पॉइंट की लीड हो जाएगी भाई नोदरबेक के पास.
And he plays Anish with white in the next game. Anish, who's not in form. Bhai, this is scary to be honest. And Bishop D3 के बाद, why can't he just play E4? I didn't really get what is Bishop D3.
गुड क्वेश्चन भाई. E4 के बाद बिशप वापस ही तो रखना पड़ेगा आपको. वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. बाय द वे, नोदरबेक इज नाउ वर्ल्ड नंबर 6. ही इज ओनली 8 points behind Arjun.
So if Nodirbek wins and Arjun were to lose, I think he already crosses him. So it's that close.
Basically, yeah.
Chat, pranam, welcome to Tata Steel Day number 7 and dukh kahe khatam nahi ho raha hai mujhe pata nahi hai. But maybe for now let's check out an Indian game. Sahaj bhai, किस गेम की तरफ जाना चाहिए? कहाँ का ट्रॉमा पहले सहे?
नहीं, ट्रॉमा से याद आया भाई, पहले अरविंद का देख लेते हैं भाई. वो थोड़ा ज्यादा ही खराब लग रहा है. तो देख रहे हो भाई, बिशप G5 क्यों खेला उसने? चैट, डू नो बिशप G5 क्यों खेला? बिकॉज यॉर्डन को पता है कि ये गोल्डन पॉन नहीं टच करना चाहिए. एंड इफ यू प्ले F6 एंड बिशप कम्स बैक टू D2, एंड ब्लैक की पोजीशन उससे और खराब हो जाती है.
भाई इस गेम में हुआ क्या समझ ही नहीं आया एक्चुअली. यूजुअली यू कैन पिन पॉइंट दिस इज वेयर द मिस्टेक इज बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. बट
C5, yeah. Now it's clear. Strategic
हाँ,
mistake.
but like it's still not clear why. Like why was it so bad? Like मतलब
Because you can get an easier attack on the queen side, and also knight b5 say pawn d6 becomes a target in the future. You can never play f5 in a clean way because d6 could be a weakness in the future. It's a strategic mistake.
strategic के लिए +2 is insane. And by the way, f6 played, so forcing that pawn move, and now bishop आराम से पीछे आके बैठ जाएगा. And then f4 at the right moment. And ऐसा लग रहा है
Bishop
कि
d2
ये
और
जो
bishop
बिशप,
e3.
हाँ, और ये बिशप c2 और किंग h7 एक ही डायगोनल पे है भाई. अभी लग रहा है वहां पे 2 पॉन है बीच में, बट बहुत जल्दी ये दुनिया कम हो सकती है.
Yeah, bhai. This looks very, very scary. Plays bishop e3, bhai. And now he's in trouble. Arvind is in trouble for sure. F4 in F4 के आते ही भाई पोजीशन ऐसे जो खुलेगी ना.
By the way, Pragg is played. Pragg is played. We have queen h6 check, king e7 and queen g5 check. King
Soft
f8
draw offer.
only move. Come on, come on, come on.
भाई इसका टाइम भी थोड़ा रिस्की लग रहा है मुझे ब्लू बॉम का.
Why Bibisara is under, like, it would be impressive if he survives this. Like, this is very difficult. Because even though they are obvious only moves, like he still have to calculate, yeah, every single time कि भाई फिर क्या होगा ये check. But I can repeat whenever he wants. Queen h6, queen g5 check. He can repeat once and again put pressure. So it's always a hard bargain कि भाई मैं कितना कितना सोचूं कितना ना सोचूं. Salve, which is higher? Good question, by the way. Yesterday. Your AIEEE rank or your world chess ranking? Higher, you mean better, yeah? So, matlab lesser, I think. I think my world chess ranking is much lower actually. I think AIEEE rank तो भाई कुछ 28,000 थी. उससे तो better ही होगी. I'm hoping my chess ranking.
नहीं, ऑब्वियसली उससे तो ज्यादा ही होगी भाई. कम से कम 25,000 तो होगी.
कम से कम. भाई अगर अगर हम चेस रेटिंग में एक पंगा है भाई. जो कभी भी चेस खेलता है उसकी रेटिंग काउंट होती है. सो ऑफ कोर्स दे आर इनएक्टिव, बट इनएक्टिविटी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम 2 years. तो आपने 2 साल से ना खेला हो या 200 सालों से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. सो इट्स अ बिट वियर्ड
किसी कोई
सेटअप.
है ऐसा जिसने 200 साल से चेस ना खेली हो और इनएक्टिव
भाई
हो भी?
50 साल तो होगा. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कोई ना कोई होगा. 50 साल इज इनफ भाई. 50 साल पहले तो बाय द वे किंग ही स्टिल नॉट प्लेड. ओनली मूव इजी लग रही है बट स्टिल नहीं खेला उसने.
मे बी ही मिस्ड इट. Also, it feels like in the game कि ये it could like very easily just be lost, just be lost for blue bomb.
Yeah. I think Gukesh sleeve pull कर रहा है ऊपर. That's usually a good sign, but I don't know if today goes his way. Let's see. How did you not go to NIT भाई? NIT में यार बेकार वाले मिल रहे थे. If you know what I mean, like chemical and biotech. Looking in hindsight, में भी कोविड का पता होता तो वही बेस्ट था. But मुझे पता नहीं था उस टाइम.
भाई मैं SRCC नहीं गया.
भाई
And
आपको तो
looking at
लेके अलग शौक
COVID,
थे ना भाई. आपको तो
look at
दुनिया
looking
देखनी
at
थी.
COVID and all, I mean, of course, SRCC would have been an amazing choice.
बट आपको तो दुनिया देखी थी ना साहज भाई. आपको
Yeah,
आपको
true भाई.
उड़ना था.
True भाई. देख ली भाई दुनिया. दुनिया देखने में लगता है भाई एसएलसी से चला जाता तो वही बेटर था।
गुकी को लाओ, लाएंगे लाएंगे बिल्कुल लाएंगे भाई। एक गर्मा गर्म आई मीन गेम गुकी की मैच लगा दे अगर हम, तो मजा आ जाए। क्या चल रहा है गुकी गेम में आज भाई? कुछ एनीथिंग फैंसी? नो मूव्स या?
E3 यही हमने देखा था भाई, इसके बाद कोई अपडेट्स हुई नहीं है यहाँ पे। अनीश अभी एकदम इज थिंकिंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम हियर।
Apparently you can just take on e3 twice.
हाँ, that is if I take with the bishop. But what if I take with the pawn? Or still you can take knight e3.
Yeah,
Ah,
and then f5.
interesante. And f5, yeah. Maybe this is what he's calculating to see if this is good. कुछ मिस नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे. Huge if true. But Anish
Anish
is
Giri.
better though. Like he is more comfortable for sure, I think, after this.
Yeah, and Anish ji full focus से बैठे हैं. This is the pose he has after a blunder, not before. So I don't know why is he so stressed, but let's see. Meanwhile, Arjun game की demand है साज भाई. We have that position that we discussed. भाई वही है बोर्ड के ऊपर.
So that move, rook h8, king f2 and knight b4, yeah? Bhai, this will be crazy. If this
And
actually happens on the board, this will be insane actually.
I can guarantee you black doesn't know this now because पिछली move के लिए 15 मिनट लिए उसने. So I don't think he knows this, that would be ridiculous.
Bhai,
But
he can
I've
calculate it for sure. भाई एक एक
हाँ
मैगी
I've
के Erdogmus finds all of this.
भाई यार मतलब गरीब आदमी से मैगी छीन रहे हो, गरीब का खाना मत छीनो भाई. साहिल भाई आप एलएनटी में ट्रेनिंग? हाँ एलएनटी में ट्रेनिंग करी थी मैंने. उसके राज मैं खोल दूं अभी, बट मे बी नॉट टुडे. चेसकॉम की स्ट्रीम पे तो नहीं.
Sahil says your take on the compulsion by the society to support an Indian player even though you like different nationality players playing style. Compulsion तो नहीं है भाई. I don't think that's correct. You are free to like whichever player you want. चेस
आई
में नहीं
थिंक
होता
थोड़ा
भाई ऐसा.
थोड़ा प्रेशर है. आई काइंड ऑफ गेट व्हाट यू आर सेइंग. फॉर एग्जांपल बाकी कंट्री के प्लेयर्स डू स्विच नेशनैलिटीज, लाइक वी नो मल्टीपल प्लेयर्स हु हैव डन सो. बट इमेजिन कोई इंडियन प्लेयर शिफ्ट कर दे इंडिया
Oh,
से,
that
आई
would
डोंट
be
नो.
huge, bhai. That would be such a big
That would be
problem. Yes.
national news, and maybe I'm going a bit far, a bit far fetched in my thinking, but I do think ये थोड़ा hate मिलेगा उनको. थोड़ा
हाँ हाँ
I'm
for
being very
sure भाई.
थोड़ा
जैसे
तो I'm being
लेवॉन
very
में
very
भी तो I mean अर्मेनिया में भी people are like very you know hardcore, yeah, hardcore fans. And Armenia में chess is huge as well. And Aronian is the number one player. उनका विषय है वो basically. And Aronian switched from Armenia to
yeah.
US. Fabi also switched. Um,
Italy to
Hikaru
US,
also
yeah.
switched.
Yeah. So India में I think they will get a lot of hate. So same way I think fans भी थोड़ा रहता है कि यार maybe you should support India. But I think ठीक है. I mean, it's not like if I mean, it's not like if you support Hikaru, people will eat you. So it's fine भाई. Online तो भाई कुछ भी बोल दो, 10 hater मिल जाते हैं भाई. तुम बोल दो sunrise in the east, क्यों भाई बेवकूफ, सनराइज नहीं करता है, धरती घूमती है. लाइक
Hmm.
ये ऐसे 10 लोग मिलते हैं भाई दुनिया में. डोंट वरी भाई, चिल करो भाई
Yeah,
लाइफ
the
में.
hate will be crazy though. That is true भाई. अगर कोई switch करता है, बट कोई switch क्यों करेगा भाई? इंडिया में इतना सपोर्ट भी तो है. Like at least top players के लिए. कोई अगर
आई मीन यू नेवर
2600
नो.
2700 का प्लेयर करता है तो आई डोंट थिंक इट विल बी दैट बिग ऑफ अ न्यूज़. एंड आई थिंक इट वुड बी अंडरस्टैंडेबल ऑल्सो बिकॉज हमारे टॉप प्लेयर्स इतने सारे हैं कि मे बी दिट्स अ पॉसिबिलिटी एंड इट कुड बी ट्रू फॉर एक्चुअली सम प्लेयर्स कि इन अदर कंट्रीज दे विल गेट अ लॉट मोर अपॉर्चुनिटीज. लाइक 2650 2700 के प्लेयर्स हु आर नॉट देयर येट, जो 2750 के ऊपर में, बट बिकॉज
हाँ उनको नहीं
जैसे आप
मिलेगा.
सोचो 2700 से नीचे गिरते हो तो
हाँ
आप
उनको नहीं
ओलंपियाड टीम ही
मिलेगा.
नहीं मेक कर रहे हो.
बिकॉज देल बी नॉट दैट वेल नोन ऑल्सो. बट आई थिंक कोई भी 2700 प्लस, लेट्स से निहाल, इवन अरविंद, गुकेश, प्राग, विदित, हरि कृष्णा,
बट आई एम
यू नो.
सेइंग, बट वो प्लेयर्स क्यों स्विच करेंगे? लाइक बिकॉज दे आर
हाँ दे
ऑलरेडी
विल नॉट
गेटिंग
स्विच.
द
एग्जैक्टली
ओलंपियाड टीम.
एग्जैक्टली.
बट
सो
आई थिंक अगर कोई भी प्लेयर स्विच करेगा तो इसलिए करेगा बिकॉज लाइक दे वांट टू प्ले द ओलंपियाड, दे वांट टू हैव वर्ल्ड कप के easier chances and all of that, and that makes sense I think.
एक बंदा कह रहा है इमेजिन साहिल स्विचिंग फ्रॉम इंडिया टू बांग्लादेश. एक्चुअली आई एम वेरी क्यूरियस नाउ कि बांग्लादेश में मेरी क्या रैंक होगी. आई एम गोना चेक दैट. मीनवाइल साज भाई प्लीज
By
डू.
I think you are 2180. My guess is you'll be like ranked 40 or 50.
क्या बात कर रहे हो, इतना नीचे?
By Bangladesh is very strong.
रियली?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've played there many times.
भाई
And
डिप्रेशन में
they're
डाल दिया
very
यार मेरे को.
underrated also, bhai. Very underrated. बड़े
अंडररेटेड तो
खतरनाक।
हम भी इंडिया वाले, बट दैट इज क्रेजी साज भाई कि 40-50 होगा मैं।
क्या
भाई
बताना
नो,
जरा मेरे को।
अच्छा नहीं, तो अल्फाबेटिक ऑर्डर है भाई। आई नीड
हाँ, अल्फाबेट में तो भाई आप थोड़ा
अल्फाबेट
आगे
में तो मैं
हो।
बहुत ही पीछे हूँ।
कि will people care if Shashikir and
ओह
Adiban etc. switch? I think those players won't because they are not necessarily young players. But I think people no, like Shashi, maybe people will care. Adiban, I think for sure people will care. But I think those players won't switch. But I think it's
भाई,
more the younger generation.
I'll be 26th in Bangladesh, so
Okay.
maybe we need to find a different country for me to switch by. Bangladesh will not work. Pakistan, I'll be number one, but not really, bro. I mean,
कहाँ किस किस चीज में भाई? बड़ा रिस्की हो
चेस में
जाएगा भाई
भाई,
वो आपके
चेस
लिए.
में, चेस में भाई, चेस में नंबर वन।
Actually नहीं ना, there is Mahmood Lodi who is an international master.
नहीं, but his rating is lower, I think.
Really?
His
He's
rating,
lower
हाँ,
than
his rating is,
2180.
भाई मैं पाकिस्तान में नंबर टू नहीं होने वाला यार, कम ऑन यार। एंड साज भाई यार, दिस इज, आई एम गोना, कल से मेरा आया मार्क चालू हो रहा है भाई, अगर ऐसा है तो भाई दैट विल बी, लेट मी जस्ट चेक, आई एम जेन्युइनली क्यूरियस नाउ। भाई हाँ भाई, 2 लोग 3 लोग आ गए हैं भाई, 22 तो है यार। ओके
बोला
भाई,
मैंने आपको, बोला
टू
मैंने
टू
आपको
फाइव वन
भाई.
पहुंचने का भाई अब हो चुका है भाई, अब अगले एक महीने में 2-2-5-1 पहुंच चुका हूँ भाई, अब हो गया भाई, बहुत हो गया भाई, ऐसे कैसे यार।
उसके लिए
नहीं
एक्टिव
भाई,
होना पड़ेगा भाई साहिल भाई.
नहीं नहीं, हो जाएंगे भाई, चार, फोर्थ रैंक इन पाकिस्तान तो नहीं चलेगी भाई, फर्स्ट होना जरूरी है। 2-2-5-1 इनकमिंग, लेट्स गो।
नेपाल में रैंक वन हो, नहीं नहीं, नेपाल में कृष्णा थापा है भाई. दैट्स आल्सो, ही इज
भाई रो
आल्सो लाइक अ
आंसू
स्ट्रांग प्लेयर.
टपकते हुए देखने क्या भाई, अब नेपाल ने भी नंबर नहीं हुआ देखने आंसू
भूटान में
बता
आप
दो।
नंबर वन हो गए भाई, भूटान में आप नंबर वन हो. आई थिंक,
अच्छा 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 अच्छा
आई एम
अच्छा
श्योर.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, मैं चेक कर ही लेता
नेपाल
हूँ।
में है कृष्णा थापा, आई नो ही इज 2300, तो ही विल बी हायर देन साहिल.
बताओ यार, क्या गजब बेइज्जती है।
खेला हूं मैं
मेरा
उससे पहले
कैमरा ही
कृष्णा
बंद हो
थापा
गया
से.
भाई, एंड
लो
आई
भाई.
डोंट इवन, सही टाइमिंग भाई, सही टाइमिंग। लेट मी चेक, मीनवाइल भाई
चेंज ही
कमेंट्री भी
कर
कर
दिया
लेते
भाई.
साज भाई नॉट दैट दिस इज नॉट फन, आई मीन आई श्योरली एंजॉय इट।
श्रीलंका में भी नहीं भाई, श्रीलंका में काफी सारे इंटरनेशनल मास्टर्स है भाई.
हाँ, श्रीलंका में है, एफएम भी काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग स्ट्रॉन्ग है
वहाँ पे
मुझे पता है।
कॉमनवेल्थ हुआ था चैट कुछ टाइम पहले, लाइक 2018 आई बिलीव, और 2019 में एक कॉमनवेल्थ हुआ था वहाँ पे, तो इट गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ पब्लिसिटी देयर. एंड काफी प्लेयर्स हैं श्रीलंका से, एक 2400 का प्लेयर भी है वहाँ पे, आई रिमेम्बर उसका नाम मैं नहीं बोल पाता, इट्स अ वेरी लॉन्ग नेम, बट आई हैव प्लेड हिम बिफोर, ही इज अ रियली गुड प्लेयर.
भाई भूटान में कोई फेडरेटेड प्लेयर्स नहीं दिखा रहा यार।
तभी तो नंबर वन हो
2000
आप.
प्लस, 2000 प्लस भाई तभी नहीं भाई, प्लेयर तो होंगे, 2000 प्लस नहीं होंगे शायद, कोई प्लेयर
तभी
ही
तो
नहीं है क्या
नंबर वन
भूटान
बोला
में?
आपको मैंने वहाँ पे भाई. आई न्यू दिस.
भूटान में कोई फेडरेटेड प्लेयर्स ही नहीं है क्या?
है ना भाई, होंगे. बट आई हैव नेवर, यूजुअली भूटान के प्लेयर्स इंडिया में खेलेंगे राइट.
हाँ
Like I haven't, I mean, I've in my entire, like I don't know how many years that I've played in India, in Delhi, all of these events, मैंने सिर्फ 2-3 प्लेयर्स भूटान से देखे हैं. So it
हाँ।
doesn't have as big of a culture.
सो आई जस्ट चेक, भूटान का टॉप सीड, बाय द वे चैट, मे बी दिस इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर यू आल्सो, द हाईएस्ट सीड इज 1859।
भाई कैमरा आ गया उनका वापस, समय भाई.
सो इफ यू आर 1900 rated, I think you can be number one in Bhutan by potential by chat. Let's go.
और अबाउट ढोलकपुर भाई.
भाई फरीदाबाद कम है क्या फिर, ऐसे फरीदाबाद ही बेस्ट है भाई फिर तो।
ट्रू भाई, ट्रू.
बाय द वे, कौन सी गेम में थे हम भाई? नाइट C2, ये तो कुछ और नहीं
एर्दोगमस
था।
भाई. एंड रुकी एट नाइट भी फोड़ था यहाँ पे, जो फॉलो अप था, जो ओनली मूव है एर्दोगमस के लिए, बट he could get into time pressure. By the way, 22 moves he has to play in 33 minutes with no increment, so could be interesting. By the way, Jordan has played f4 bhai. Look at this. Jordan has gone f4, the best move in the position, b6 and queen f3, and he's launching that attack. By f5 could also come, h5 pawn is hanging. If you take ef4, then it's gg bhai. Then e5 aa jayega mera. He goes knight
भाई F5
g7.
इनकमिंग, इनकमिंग।
f5 pe, lekin you can take and play g5, and then maybe there you can hold a fortress here. But I don't know.
एक्चुअली गुड पॉइंट, एटलीस्ट होप तो मिल रही है। समय 1800 फिडे, नो समय चेसकॉम 1800, so FIDE rating, I think if I had to guess, Samay, if he played seriously at his current level, would be like, I think 1700 or so, maybe
नहीं नहीं,
1600,
lower I think
1700.
भाई.
But he doesn't play seriously. Like that's the point. I think
भाई
he just
लोअर होगा,
plays.
1700 नहीं होगा भाई, थोड़ा कम होगा उससे। और
Hmm.
डिपेंड करता है कहाँ पे खेल रहा है, इंडिया में खेल रहे हो तो भाई
हाँ
1700 तो
इंडिया
फॉर
में,
श्योर
हाँ
नॉट,
दैट्स ट्रू,
फॉर
दैट्स ट्रू।
श्योर नॉट।
बच्चे खा जाएंगे 11 साल के, तो वो तो है। अरे thanks for that win by. Do you know Chucky's game with Jordan knight d7? Knight d7. I remember queen g7 by Chucky. That was insane. बिशप के बदले क्वीन दे दिया था। नाइट d7 कौन सा वाला है साज भाई?
जस्ट टेकिंग अ लुक टू सी इफ आई रिमेंबर दिस गेम। Ah, yes, of course, bhai, of course. Of course. I was watching it live, bhai. World Team Championship का match है 97. It's very, very famous. मतलब you could take the knight by like 4 5 pieces or something and nothing was working. It was beautiful.
ब्यूटीफुल से याद आया, डू वी हैव एन अपडेट ऑन द Pragg गेम?
Bhai, let's take a look. नहीं भाई, no update. He played King F8 though, and 19 minutes only he has. And प्रग के पास ड्रॉ है, मतलब ड्रॉ है यहाँ पे भाई, क्वीन एच क्वीन जी करके आप ड्रॉ कर सकते हो।
हाँ दैट्स ट्रू।
बच्चे खा जाएंगे भाई, यस। बच्चे एक्चुअली में खा जाएंगे भाई। आई हैव सीन दिस फर्स्ट हैंड, आई फेल्ट इट फर्स्ट हैंड। स्पेशली अगर आप चेन्नई में खेलते हो भाई, इट्स क्रेजी।
भाई चेन्नई जाने की जरूरत भी नहीं है। आई एम टेलिंग यू, इफ एन एडल्ट, ठीक है, तुम 20 साल से ऊपर के हो, कोई 8 साल का बच्चा आके हरा देना, तो अपना पूरा ना मतलब लगता है कि भाई मैं लाइफ में कर क्या रहा हूँ। आई एम बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट इन माय थॉट्स। अगर छोटे बच्चे से हार जाओ, लगता है कि भाई मैं क्यों खेल रहा हूँ चेस, भाई क्यों, मतलब ये बच्चा 5 साल पहले खड़ा भी हो पाता था, ये बंदा पेल रहा है मुझे, लाइक इट डजंट फील लाइक समथिंग यू शुड डू। ऑनेस्ट
हाँ
थॉट्स।
भाई। भाई आई हैड अ कॉन्वर्सेशन विद अनदर ग्रैंड मास्टर सम टाइम अगो, इट वाज के दे वर सेइंग कि भाई इंडियन प्लेयर्स जो यहाँ पर आते हैं, दे आर फॉर लाइक जो बुडापेस्ट में आते हैं, दे आर वेरी अंडररेटेड एंड पूरी अपनी टीम के साथ, कोच के साथ, पेरेंट्स के साथ, दे आर फुली प्रिपेयर्ड एंड दैट्स नॉट फेयर टू लाइक अदर प्लेयर्स एंड दे आर लाइक वेरी अंडररेटेड। फिर मैंने उसको बोला भाई अगर तुझे लगता है ना कि ये प्लेयर्स अंडररेटेड हैं, फिर तेरे को इंडिया में कभी भी नहीं खेलना चाहिए। बिकॉज यू डोंट नो,
हाँ
दीज आर द प्लेयर्स जो रिफाइन होके आए हैं आपके पास। बट वो जो रॉ टैलेंट है ना, वो आपको इंडिया में, वो दिल्ली में दिखता है आपको, वो बहुत बहुत क्रेजी है।
दिल्ली में तो पहला फिल्टर तो हवा ही है, प्लेयर तो
हाँ
बाद
भाई।
में भाई। सो यू नो इट टेक्स अनदर लेवल ऑफ एफर्ट टू विन इन इंडिया। जितने भी टॉप जीएम्स बाहर के आते हैं 2600 वाले, एटलीस्ट लाइक दे गो बैक होम लाइक -50 -50 -50। तो इट्स
डोनेट
ब्रूटल।
करके जाते हैं भाई।
सही में। टिक्कू इज नंबर 1 इन वैटिकन सिटी इन व्हाट, इन चेस? अनब्लॉक हो गया मैं, वेलकम 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 भाई, क्या हाल चाल?
इंडिया में इतना बड़ा चेस कल्चर है कि अगर किसी को जीएम नॉम करना है तो यूरोप जाना पड़ता है। वाइट सच बाय फिडे नेम अलाउ नहीं करता है जीएम नॉम टूर्नामेंट करने से। नहीं, फिडे है ना हमारे जीएम नॉम टूर्नामेंट्स एक्चुअली चेन्नई में हो रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट आई वाज सीइंग ऑन ट्विटर आल्सो, रमेश सर वाज आस्किंग कि भाई इफ देयर आर एनी प्लेयर्स फ्रॉम दीज नेशनलिटीज हु वुड लाइक टू प्ले दीज टूर्नामेंट्स। तो होते हैं भाई, बट आई थिंक यूरोप में ज़्यादा होते हैं बिकॉज यूरोप में काफ़ी सारे प्लेयर्स रहते हैं। और इंडियन प्लेयर्स जनरली दे वुड प्रेफर टू कोच या रादर देन प्ले दीज टूर्नामेंट्स।
Saj bhai, I have a question, and maybe this is more on the different monetary side. But I just like Monaco country में कितने players हैं? And apparently there are a lot of chess players from Monaco. यार मतलब छोटी सी country है, 1 किलोमीटर size की. And as far as I know, it's like one of the most expensive places in the world to live in, right? So how do you think these guys are making their money? The top seed is 2464.
I don't know if they are necessarily living in Monaco though. Maybe they're playing for Monaco, but they're not living in Monaco, probably.
But कुछ तो रहे होंगे, I'm guessing, like
Also,
इतने सारे
same
players.
thing can be applied for Switzerland, for example. There's a lot of GMs, but you never hear of a Swiss coach. बहुत रेयर होता है। सोचो आप इसके बारे में,
Hmm.
like how are they, because for sure like they are charging like 2x 3x more than someone who's not living in Switzerland because वहाँ पे living cost ही इतनी ज़्यादा high है। So
Hmm.
it's very difficult I think for them to be coaching.
Unless you find like Elon Musk's kid to coach, it's going to be very very difficult to live in Monaco. I can see some players there playing for Monaco, but I'm not sure if they live. Even Kevin Body, by the way, wow, I thought he's like a French player, but no, he's plays from Monaco. Very interesting.
Hmm. Says भाई कोई वीडियो बनाओगे फॉर टॉप ओपनिंग एज वाइट एंड ब्लैक प्लेड इन टॉप जीएम लेवल्स लाइक रैंक 1 to 20 कॉमन। इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया, इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया। उसको आई थिंक ज़्यादा लोग देखेंगे नहीं, बट इट्स एन इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया। मे बी, विल सी। जब मैं कंटेंट में आऊँगा भाई फिर देखेंगे।
आओ भाई, आओ भाई, बिल्कुल तैरते हुए आइए भाई, साहज भाई जल्दी से। मोनाको बिस्किट इज गुड कह रहे हैं, लेकिन दैट्स अ गुड
ओहो।
पॉइंट।
Huge if true. By the way,
Meanwhile,
Nodirbek now completely winning against Vincent Keymer. So he is set to extend his lead. That too with the black pieces, bhai.
भाई
It's an end
कौन
game.
रोकेगा इसको यार?
Exchange up. He's winning.
कौन रोकेगा इसको यार? भाई कोई रोकने की आसपास भी नहीं है. And by the way, a dogmas knight b4 on the board.
Ooh, Erdogmus has played the best move. And भाई बिशप मर रहा है. But ये मार नहीं सकते क्योंकि नाइट C2 आ रहा है. And apparently you have to sacrifice the rook on A1.
You
वो
know
एक
how much
एक ना एक sack आने वाला है भाई.
you know how much time it took for this move? Knight b4, 1 second.
Yeah, because he calculated it before, no? That's why.
Yeah, but still, like that tells you how well prepared he was. 1 second by instantly kill diya. When were you most starstruck in life, if ever? Vinji, thanks for the chat by Sajay. When were you most starstruck?
Mm, I remember this game of Magnus versus Aronian. I believe it was Sinkefeld Cup, जहाँ पे Magnus had already won the match, like won the tournament, and I believe Aronian ने उसको draw पूछा था कहीं पे, and Magnus refused and went on to play like a 6 hour match, like marathon, and then defeated Aronian. That game comes to mind.
I think they mean
Um,
like in person you met somebody, maybe. Not like the game.
seeing the Northern Lights, maybe then. That
Yeah, but Northern
was
Lights is not a person, no? Like starstruck is like
like you can
ये
be
तो literal
starstruck by
word
looking
की
at.
meaning पे चलेगा भाई. Starstruck तो मतलब star की lightning.
No, I think like I was playing in Reykjavik. Maybe that could be one where I was like completely starstruck looking at all of that. By the way, 93 played, Rook takes C3 incoming.
Oh
And what
wow.
about you, Sahil bhai?
I was not thinking. I'm not sure exactly.
जब
It's a
आपकी
tough
22
one.
हुई थी, I guess.
भाई starstruck means meeting somebody. भाई not rating. भाई rating पे क्या starstruck होगा मैं? भाई 2200 रेटिंग तो 8 साल के बच्चों की होती है आजकल यार. I'm thinking, but not sure. I don't think so. I've been ऐसे कुछ crazy struck. Oh my god. Maybe when for the first time like Samay came on my stream, but even that was the peak of it. I still don't think so. Like I've been starstruck ऐसे कुछ crazy. Maybe playing Magnus. Ah, yes, that would be true. Maybe playing Magnus was it? Yeah. But by the way, Rookie 3 on the board will be played very soon. Only move for black, by the way, has to be done.
भाई रुके 3 93 के बाद जो नेक्स्ट मूव है वो बड़ी डिफिकल्ट है ब्लैक के लिए. बिशप E6 ओनली मूव. That is unbelievably difficult, I think, Bishop E6 here. I think he misses this, bhai.
Yeah, very likely actually. And if he doesn't see bishop pieces, he might not even take on e3. Yeah, so it just solves the problem
I think he
instantly.
will take, but I don't think he plays Bishop E6. Like takes takes भाई पॉइंट ही क्या है बिशप E6 का. एक तो G4 करके like I guess बिशप ट्रैप हो रहा था. But Rook C1 you just play Bishop D4 simple and Knight D5 का plan. And look at this follow by Knight B5 attacking the bishop. You bring the bishop back to B6, Knight C3 to defend all of this, and now Bishop D4 again. Why? This is very hard.
Yeah, this is not gonna happen. भाई नहीं होने वाला भाई. Dogmas है मतलब भगवान नहीं है वो. तो I think ये तो नहीं होगा. So maybe Arjun I think should come out of this doing pretty well. मुझे लग रहा है. Also time situation. Dogmas has to play 21 moves in 26 minutes. I'm sorry, but that sounds impossible. Unless he liquefies instantly, I think liquidates instantly, not liquefy. Liquidates instantly, I think he's going to lose this one. While liquefy हो जाएगा तो Terminator declare हो जाएगा ये बंदा.
क्रेजी
भाई सही में
क्रेजी
यार.
हो जाएगा तो.
Where would you live, Salvat? Delhi NCR or Switzerland? भाई Switzerland would be nice place to live. मैं अभी होके आया था, was beautiful. At least natural beauty wise, but इतनी ठंड में
One
भी
of
रहना
my
मुश्किल है.
closest friends actually lives in Geneva, so for sure I
भाई
would go there.
Gukesh did a mistake. क्या बात कर रहे हो? Gukesh is losing. Not losing, but worse. Yeah, Queen C4, kind
भाई
of a
ऐसे
big
मत बोला
mistake.
करो यार, मैं डर जाता हूँ.
भाई, but it's a mistake, yeah.
भाई लूजिंग तो नहीं बोलना चाहिए आपको यार. मैं डर गया एक सेकंड के लिए.
भाई, Rook A7. And why is Rook A7 so strong?
I'm guessing White's plan is Bishop F5 and Queen A6 उसको बचाने के लिए. You cannot take bc5 because white has bishop f5, queen a6, and then rook e3 के बाद apparently equal है position, which does not make sense. अच्छा rook g3 के बाद maybe you will make a repetition, something like that. Tablash. But Anish doesn't have to play it. Anish can go rook a7 and it's better for him.
भाई गुकेश अगर 2 गेम हार गया तो यहाँ पे तो रोना चालू हो जाएगा मेरा, तो आई होप कि अनीश थोड़ा सा अंडर एस्टिमेट करे अपने चांसेस यहाँ पे, मे बी लाइक BC5 और आई नो। ओके बट व्हाट
भाई
डज ही
कहीं
डू
भी
लाइक?
अगर अंडर एस्टिमेट करना है तो यहाँ तो नहीं करेगा अनीश. अनीश नोज
हाँ
भाई,
एग्जैक्टली,
दिस इज द मैच दैट मैटर्स लाइक द मोस्ट.
ये ऑल्सो ऑप्शन नहीं है,
अब
व्हाट
सोचो
एल्स कैन यू
वर्ल्ड
प्ले?
चैंपियन को हराने में जो आपको एज अ कैंडिडेट जो आपको कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा वो कहीं नहीं आएगा भाई.
भाई रुक ए5 में भी ही थिंक्स या बिशप B4 एंड रुक E5 समथिंग लाइक दैट मे बी, बट ओके C7 इज हैंगिंग देन।
तो रुके 7 पे अच्छा पॉइंट है कि बिशप बी4 आप खेल नहीं सकते क्योंकि ई3 मर रहा है. वो बिशप पहले बिशप बी4 में ए5 का रुक अटैक था बट अब वो अटैक नहीं है. बट नॉट इजी फॉर अनीश टू सी ऑल ऑफ दिस.
अरे यार टफ लग रहा है भाई, टफ 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 भाई। ब्यूटी तो कश्मीर में भी है भाई, कश्मीर तो नहीं जा रहा मैं। आई एम सॉरी बट नो थैंक यू।
मैं तो नहीं गया भाई आज तक.
आप
बट
कश्मीर
विल
कभी
सी
नहीं
भाई.
गए?
ना भाई.
कभी जाओ ना भाई।
नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक आई हैव डन अ लॉट ऑफ. मैं जब भी इंडिया में ट्रैवल करता था यूजुअली चेस टूर्नामेंट्स के लिए करता था.
आई प्लेड टूर्नामेंट इन कश्मीर बाय द वे, तो
हाँ रियली
वाज
नाइस.
वाज क्रेजी भाई। शिकारा में बैठ के मैं रोज आता था भाई गेम खेलने के लिए हाउस बोट से। वाज फन बट डर भी लगता था थोड़ा बहुत। गो मेघालय, बिल्कुल भाई अभी निकलते हैं भाई, अभी निकलते हैं। सो इससे पहले मेघालय निकले साज भाई, लेट्स क्विकली जंप टू द गेम
भाई
ऑफ।
यहाँ नहीं रुकना अरविंद.
क्या रुकना है क्या?
आई थिंक वी माइट सी अ मूव. कितना टाइम हो गया? अच्छा 2.5 मिनट ही हुए हैं. मे बी वी कैन
ही
वेट अ
माइट
बिट
टेक
बट
सम
या.
टाइम।
ओ
प्रग हैव,
यॉर्डन हैज प्लेड f5.
अरे बाप रे।
तो वहां पर एकदम क्रेजी अटैक. 97 पे छोड़ा था. टेक्स टेक्स f5 आ गया बोर्ड पे. ही प्लेस क्वीन e8 एंड नाउ बिशप g1 भी रख दिया उसने. नो बिशप ट्रेड आल्सो. तो अर्जुन इज जस्ट गेटिंग स्क्वीज्ड हियर भाई. अरविंद सॉरी.
भाई बिलाल भाई लिख रहे हैं टिक्कू भाई आपकी वीडियो देखते थे 1800 पहुंच गया, पाकिस्तान से हूँ। Congrats बिलाल भाई, you're already in top 0.1% I think. 2200 I think is the peak by the way, so you have a good chance of being number one in the country. That's crazy.
f takes g6 मारा first. Okay, not really an inaccuracy. Queen takes के बाद you can move the knight somewhere and yeah, great position for Jordan. भाई अरविंद का टूर्नामेंट हैज नॉट गॉन वेल या.
Bhai, gone well is an understatement, yeah. I mean, I mean, if he loses this, he will have 4 draws and 3 losses out of 7 rounds, which is painful, I would say.
Queen g6 plays and now knight b5 only move from the blue arrow we can see, although not the only move. Knight d1 is also possible. Knight e2 is also possible. But knight b5 is the best क्योंकि d6 के pawn पे pressure.
मैं फ्री टर्न खेलने की कोशिश कर रहा था बट आपने डिमोटिवेट कर दिया। नहीं भाई जाओ खेलो, खेलो भाई जाओ खेलो, सीधा 2500 रेटिंग आएगी भाई आपकी। देखो भाई कस्पारोव भी डरेगा यार, तुम फिक्र मत करो, जाओ खेलो।
मयंक भाई
डरना
ने
नहीं
लिखा
चाहिए साथ
1800 from 2000.
में। अरे यार वो तो दूसरे बंदे ने लिखा ना, उसने नहीं लिखा। हाँ फिर ठीक
उन्होंने
है,
बोला
फिर
उसकी
ठीक
1800 2000 से हुई थी.
है। ये मयंक भाई यार अपना 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 डिमोटिवेशन मुझ पे मत पेलो रे। है खुद तो मॉड बन के भी तुम नाक कटा रहे हो हमारी, यार बताओ। बाद में 95 प्लेड।
Yeah, so looking quite good for Jordan. By the way, Erdogmus has taken on e3 by important movement. Does he
ओ
find bishop
वाओ,
e6?
नो चांस यार। इफ ही फाइंड्स बिशप E6, चैट आई मीन दैट्स क्रेजी। ओके चैट, साहज भाई समझा चुके ऑलरेडी बिशप का आइडिया क्या है, अब तुम बताओ। सो टेक अ कपल ऑफ लाइंस इन द चैट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज द आइडिया ऑफ बिशप E6? समझाने के बाद भी आई विल गिव यू द चांस, लेट्स गो भाई।
अब नहीं सिंपल है ना भाई. देखो भाई
अबे
प्लेड.
भाई 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 भाई
भाई salute. Bishop e6 was very hard to play here. भाई 14 साल का बच्चा है. He's 14 years old. That's it. Bishop e6 was insanely difficult. chat here. Insanely difficult. Like to calculate all of this, of course G4 का वो hindsight में समझ आता है एक plan, but you had just sacrificed an exchange. अब white F4 खेल के king F3 आ सकता है. To calculate all of this is very very difficult. But wow. अब I think Arjun has to hold भाई. It's possible that Arjun might have to hold this. It's not looking very promising for Arjun right now.
साज भाई क्या बंदा है यार ये भाई, मैं आधा मुंह छुपा रहा हूँ भाई, बिकॉज 14 साल के बच्चे ऐसा खेल रहे हैं यार, कैसे जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ेंगे हम ऐसे, बताओ यार।
भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मटेरियल है प्लेयर.
बिशप E6, oh my god, that's insane.
So he's gaining 6 points, 5 draws. Sindarov से एक मैच हारा था ये, फिर उसके बाद he defeated Van Foreest. He has the same points as Arjun, yeah, right now.
And he might just beat him, who knows?
It's possible. अभी अर्जुन को only moves निकालनी है, Rook C1 being one of them. Wow, very very impressive.
14 years old, by the way, 14 years, 14, 14 साल, मतलब if you equate it to, that's 8 standard, right? I think.
Yeah.
14 years, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah, kind of 8th, 9th standard. बढ़िया बढ़िया, glad to know.
But yeah, Nodirbek winning. Sindarov, Hans is equalish. Sindarov maybe has some slight pressure in the game. Van
Oh,
Foreest,
Pragg, we have moves.
Okay. यहाँ पे छोड़ा था हमने. He doesn't take the draw. He plays bishop e5 and now he plays queen d8. So of the first inaccuracy, first real inaccuracy by Bluebaum, and now queen h6 check is the move. But the follow-up is very hard.
Bishop b5, yeah.
भाई ये क्या चाल है? Queen h6 king e7 के बाद bishop b5 खेलना is very hard here.
भाई ये छोड़ो, बिशप b5 खेलो एंड चैट, लेट्स से ब्लैक पेस a6, व्हाइट टू प्ले. लेट्स गो, असली असली चाल तो अब निकलेगी. कम ऑन चैट, व्हाइट टू प्ले. कौन है आज का हीरो भाई? कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो.
भाई हंसी तो आप मेरे को मेरी हंसी छोड़ गई भाई, ये देख. It is so
व्हाइट टू
funny.
प्ले चैट, बेस्ट मूव. अभी जो हीरो बनते हो बताओ भाई,
कुछ
क्या
भी
लग रहा
भाई.
है? बताओ बताओ बताओ. क्वीन h4 गलत, आगे बताओ.
Chat, अगर आप इंजन नहीं देख रहे हो ना यहाँ पे, I'm not even joking. It will take you like at least 10 guesses before you get this move. अगर आप इंजन नहीं देख रहे हो तो.
क्वीन h4 गलत,
Like
गलत
test
गलत.
yourself, भाई.
बिशप
Test yourself.
c6
Don't look
गलत.
at the engine. But test yourself. This is a good way to test yourself.
प्ले विद योरसेल्फ, एज मैक्स कार्लसन ने कहा. बिशप b8 गलत, बिशप e2 गलत, किंग f1 गलत,
सिर्फ
क्वीन
एक
h5
बंदे ने
गलत,
अभी तक इंजन चेक किया है, वो मुझे दिख
रुक
रहा
c5 गलत,
है. बाकी
किंग
किसी ने
h1
इंजन नहीं
गलत,
चेक किया भाई.
h3 गलत, रुक a1 गलत, रुक f6 गलत,
बिशप टेक्स
भाई
b8
लीगल
आल्सो
मूव
रॉन्ग.
तो गलत. एंड यस फाइनली भाई एक बंदे ने
भाई
देखा
वो
है.
सेम बंदा है जिसने इंजन चेक किया. 100% इस
अच्छा,
बंदे ने
उसने इंजन
इंजन चेक
देखा है,
किया.
हाँ.
But it is bishop g3 chat here. What an insane move this is. So crazy. And if you take here, then bishop h4 check, and you take this, and queen
बताओ.
b6 के बाद white is winning. Unbelievable move.
The good news is कि this could happen. Like it would not be a shocker. Like bishop e3 is such a not ridiculous. Like it makes sense, but it's not. It's easy to miss when you're under time pressure. So you are under a lot of pressure actually.
Yeah. भाई बिशप g1 तो इलीगल चाल हो गई भाई. ऊपर से आप स्पैम भी कर रहे हो.
साहिल भाई इंजन देखा है मैंने, पता है भाई, हमें पता है रे पगले, फिक्र मत कर. भाई,
हाँ भाई वही बोल रहा
बताने की
था.
जरूरत
देयर इज
नहीं
नो
थी.
चांस आप ऐसे एक सेकंड में निकालो भाई. बट इट्स सच अ हार्ड मूव भाई. गो टू गुकेश मैच. लुक कह रहे गुकेश इज लॉस्ट. इज दैट ट्रू? ह्यूज ऑफ ट्रू. नहीं भाई लॉस्ट नहीं है, सेम पोजीशन है. वो रुके
No,
सेवन खेल
रुके
दिया
सेवन
भाई
भाई.
उसने.
वाओ.
ओह भाई
इंटरेस्टिंग.
दिस, अगर अनीश ये मैच जीत जाता है तो इट विल बी ह्यूज फॉर हिज कॉन्फिडेंस, आई हैव टू से. आप सोचो ना, एज अ
क्या है?
कैंडिडेट अगर आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को हरा रहे हो, दैट्स अ ग्रेट साइन.
ऑल्सो इस टूर्नामेंट जरूरत भी है उसको. I think Anish needs that confidence boost because tournament ही बेकार जा रहा है भाई. He's in the bottom 3, so let's see. ठीक है
This
भाई,
could
आप
be
कौन
his
से
first
कॉलेज?
win, bhai.
हाँ, एंड बाय द गुड क्वेश्चन, कौन से स्कूल में गए हो फरीदाबाद में? सेम स्कूल एज कैरी मिनाटी भाई. नाउ यू कैन गेस द स्कूल भाई इफ यू नो. ऑफ कोर्स यू विल नो भाई,
And
आधा देश
Prakhar.
सब्सक्राइब्ड है. हाँ, बट आई थिंक कैरी मिनाटी विल बी लाइक ऐसे everybody will know. But I didn't know him in school,
Is
so
is Carrie Minardi like pura sabse one of the most famous YouTuber from India? Like the most? Or
yeah,
is he
he's
like
number
in
one.
top three?
There is like one more who has short form content. It's just like a regional language family. Like it's not like they don't make the same amount of money or whatever. Like short form content is not the same. But in terms of long form content, he's the number one YouTuber in the country.
In terms of subscribers as well, of course.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
क्या बात है भाई. Nice. Is that the guy Prashant जो दूसरा आप यूट्यूबर कह रहे थे?
Prashant? No. It's some family, like I think, जो shorts डालती है. So not चिंचलानी भाई. DAV नहीं है भाई, not DAV.
Like, do you think Gukesh is now like realizing he's worse because his body language doesn't look very promising?
I think he's trying to calm his nerves, मेरे हिसाब से. मेरे हिसाब से he knows what happened yesterday. He doesn't want to make a choice when he's emotional, so he's trying to calm himself. थोड़ा nerves calm होंगे, then he'll calculate.
Erdogmus के
Just
bishop
when I
e6 का idea again. भाई bishop e6 was played because bishop को h3 से निकालना था. उस बोर्ड मैच पे चले आते हैं हम. बिशप को h3 से निकालना था. And white's plan was g4 king g3 करके ऐसे ट्रैप करना है इसको. And secondly, it's to not allow the knights to connect. अगर आप knight a4 खेलते हो, I can always take and play rook e8 and take this knight on e3. But it's a difficult move because आप exchange down हो, and generally you are supposed to play dynamic moves, like sharp moves here. But bishop a6 is a move that is not necessarily sharp. आप piece retreat कर रहे हो, and आप कुछ threat नहीं दे रहे हो साथ में. That's why it was a difficult move.
yeah, and still to justify it is not easy. I think Arjun also. I don't know if he saw bishop e6 because that's also a difficult move for Arjun to see and
Hmm.
understand. So I would say this game is not even close to over. What is good for Arjun is the time situation. So it's not going to be easy to play 19 moves in 21 minutes. That is a ridiculous time situation for Erdogmus. So अगर
Hmm.
Arjun यहाँ hold करते हैं, he could have a genuine chance later.
Carry back 45 million, and ये Prashant has 59 million apparently. Sahil bhai.
What?
Huge if true.
Really? देखना पड़ेगा भाई.
सहज भाई GM कैसे बने भाई? खेल के. Simple. And a lot of trauma as well. By the way, Vincent का advantage, sorry, Nodirbek का advantage increasing by a lot. Nodirbek looking like borderline completely winning भाई. Rooks भी trade हो रहे हैं एकदम भाई dead winning he is now. And also Vincent के पास 13 मिनट है भाई 13 चालों के लिए. तो it's like clock पे भी हार रहा है वो और position पे भी हार रहा है. I think he's going to win. He's going to definitely going to win भाई.
Yeah, true. And आज भी बहुत रिजल्ट्स आने वाले हैं चैट. Nodirbek winning, Jan Forest winning. Um, Pragg is better now. Arjun played, yeah.
Arjun played, but not the best move, bhai. Not the best move. D4 was
अरे
not
बाप रे.
ideal here. If I remember here, Rook C1 was the best move. D4 is the second best move here.
Tough भाई. Yeah, I saw Acharya Prashant has भाई 6 करोड़ सब्सक्राइबर्स है भाई के. 6 करोड़. Can you imagine साज भाई?
7 crore.
6 भाई 6. कैरी मिनाटी के 4.5 करोड़. Wow. That's like more than countries, by the way. Like, it's crazy.
It's more than Budapest, bhai.
That's more than countries, भाई. हंगरी से ज्यादा होगा.
हाँ मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ. It's more than Hungary. मतलब I meant like more than Hungary in general, but yeah. By a lot, by the way.
ओह भाई गुकेश. has made a big mistake now. Bishop b4, that means c5, and suddenly it's minus 1.2. Let's go full screen. I think Gukesh is not looking in the best shape right now. The world champion, after that loss yesterday, where it was a dead draw, a game in his hands, has faltered yet again. Maybe it's not over just yet, but Bishop b4, the Indian does not like that move because of c5, basically bringing the second rook into the game, kicking the bishop back. And Sahaj bhai, what is the problem with c5? Take us through
By
the position.
c5, the point is you cannot go knight takes e3 because queen takes f7 check. एंड इसीलिए रुक a7 पे रखा है ताकि रुक a7 से f7 के पॉन को बचाए. आप c5 खेलो, बिशप को हटाओ, देन आई विल टेक द पॉन ऑन e3. दैट्स हिज प्लान. एंड आई थिंक लाइक अगर हम गुकेश के उसमें बात करें तो आई थिंक it's pretty clear, yeah, that he's not able to recover from that blunder yesterday.
And chat c5 ke baad, I think things are falling apart. If you pull the bishop back, apparently knight d6, let's say bishop d2, knight d6 is a winning move for Anish Giri. Attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, and once you take on e4, structure double ho jayega, rooks game mein aayenge, bishop aayega b7 pe, cutting across the white king. I feel like this is borderline loss. So Gukesh needs to, after c5, apparently take on f5, bishop f5, bishop f5 back, and then play e4.
So knight you mean after bishop before c5, bishop f5, yeah?
Yes, e4. And Anish is playing c5. Oh, he brought us the pawn. This could be the second loss.
Bishop attack, bishop e6 pe queen b5 is important to attack this rook. Why? This looks very scary, yeah? By the way, played c5 played on the board.
Why this is very hard, and after bishop d7 there's rook d7, so the attack continued. c5 played, and now crucial moment. The only move for Gukesh is taking that knight. If he doesn't take the knight, Anish Giri is objectively winning the game.
And also let's not forget Gukesh having is borderline having some time issues as well. 24 minutes to play 17 moves. Yeah,
Gukesh,
this doesn't look pleasant.
You do not want Gukesh to lose 2 games in a row. You know how important this year is for him. We are talking about the candidates. Kitna important saal hai unke liye. Gukesh ke to world champ, he has it. You know, he wears the crown right now, and jo bhi winner hoga candidates ka, he will be the best player among those 8. So he needs to be in form in this year.
Also भाई टूर्नामेंट लीडर को भी पकड़ना है भाई. वो 4.5 पॉइंट पे है अभी. हमारे टॉप प्लेयर्स 3 पॉइंट पे है. वो 4.5 पे जीत रहा है.
5.5 पे मान लो उसको. 5.5
भाई
पे मान लो
विंसेंट इज
भाई.
डेड लॉस्ट. मतलब ही इज द ओनली मैच दैट इज क्लियरली विनिंग फॉर एनी प्लेयर. दैट्स नोदिरबेक राइट नाउ, जो टूर्नामेंट लीडर है, एंड ही इज विनिंग अगेन.
बताओ. Gukesh needs to attack the rook. Bishop c6. भाई bishop c6 के लिए बहुत लेट हो चुका है chat. That e3 pawn is attacked. It's
भाई
falling
ये
apart.
मैच तो गया लग रहा है मुझे. I'm sorry, but ये oh भाई blunder again. Rook e7 is winning now.
No.
भाई
Oh, look at this chat.
Yeah,
It's over
I
actually.
saw it,
Rook a7. Sahaj भाई.
भाई मत ही दिखाओ यार.
नहीं दिखाते ना भाई chat. Let's look at this. So rook a7. Now e3 is hanging, b4 is hanging, right? So you have to defend both. So bishop d2, and now chat, question for you. It is black to play and win potentially for Anish Giri. What is the move? I think Gukesh is unfortunately lost.
No, but maybe Anish doesn't see it, yeah? The follow-up is very crazy.
It's difficult, but Anish does have a chance here.
So knight takes g3.
Yes, that is the
H
move.
takes
Knight
g3.
takes g3.
And now not queen g3 because then bishop g2 comes back. Then rook takes c4. Bhai, this is so crazy. Pawn takes e4. Then you take on g3. And king f1 pe mere paas rook d8 and bishop h3 check hai. And the king cannot escape because the rook will cover the d line. King h1 only move, by the way. And now queen h3, queen g3 karke aap ek baar repeat kar sakte ho if you want. But the best move here is to play rook d8. And this is somehow
look
winning.
Look at this. Queen e2 defense ke liye. Queen h3 check. King g1, and now bishop a6.
Okay, that's ridiculous. And if queen f2, then rook d6, rook g6.
So this is hard. But going back to the current position, Sahaj bhai, rook e7 feels natural though. Let's say we play bishop d2. अगर अनीश के पास यहां और कोई ऑप्शन है अपार्ट फ्रॉम 93, आई थिंक दिस इज लुकिंग ग्रेट फॉर हिम. डज ही हैव अ सेकंड ऑप्शन दैट डजंट
He has
इन्वॉल्व दिस
knight
क्वीन
d6
ऑप्शन?
and knight takes e4.
Okay,
Like
that also
knight
looks strong.
d6, queen b6, and knight. This feels very logical, yeah. Takes, 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 takes. Okay, I think black is only pushing here. This is more foldable, but black is pushing for sure.
बट चैट, हम कहते हैं ना ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप ड्रॉ होते हैं. इमेजिन करो बिशप h3 पे बैठे, ये बिशप ऑन d2 के बदले ना आई वुड रादर टेक टू पॉन्स नाउ, जो मैं f2 और g2 पे लगा दूं, because that bishop is completely useless in stopping that bishop on c8. So opposite color bishops में I think such by this objectively should also be lost. Like मतलब वो a4 pawn is doing a great job of stopping white's two pawns, and ये
Hmm.
bishop b7 से या s3 से गेम खत्म कर देगा भाई.
Yeah, this also looks scary. बेसिकली रूल ये होता है चार्ट कि जब भी ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप्स होते हैं तो जो भी साइड अटैक करती है वो एक एक्स्ट्रा पीस के साथ अटैक कर रही है. दैट्स व्हाट साइल बाय मींस कि इफ आई गो बिशप b7, दिस बिशप इज नाउ एन एक्स्ट्रा पीस, क्योंकि मेरा बिशप इस बिशप को कभी चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता. So it can become very, very scary. But of course, if Gukesh manages to exchange the queens, then you're one step closer to equality. Basically, it'll just be equal.
Chat, can we have all the boards on the screen for just about 20 seconds? Just to, kind of do a roundup of the Indian games. First of all, Pragg against Bluebaum, the only game where I think Sahaj bhai, we have a good winning chance. Would you agree with that?
Pragg, yeah, that's the only
Yeah.
one. But Pragg is right now repeating, bhai. एक वो
तो
queen
हटा दो
h6
भाई ये
king
सारे
h.
बोर्ड फिर. हटा दो भाई. हटा दो भाई. साथ एक मैं प्रग का गेम देखने आया तो भाई उसी में भी ड्रॉ हो रहा है, तो भाई फिर क्या फायदा.
ड्रॉ हो नहीं रहा है, but I think हो सकता है. By the way, Jordan is now completely winning. I think Arvin made a blunder. Yeah, some blunder by Arvin. Look at this position. He played bishop f4, huge mistake. And now knight takes d6 is completely winning for white. Plus
Oh
3.
wow. It's a typical sacrifice. Yeah, not even that surprising. Like you just sacrifice the knight for two pawns and push these central pawns. Very, very typical of the King's Indian.
Yeah. भाई रुक d8 के बाद रुक टेक्स f4 भाई. ओफ.
अरे.
e4 e5 भाई. This is dead. This is so dead.
So I think Arvind is losing. Gukesh is losing, but could potentially Anish could miss something. Then Pragg is better, and Arjun is drawing. ये अभी चल रहा है मतलब. I think update from
अर्जुन
the
का ये
Indian desk.
पोजीशन है, by the way. I'm not sure how this happened. So after d4, he took rook d4, the second best move. He plays king e1, the best move. Takes, and knight takes a2. So right now, Erdogmus is exchanged down, but it is Arjun who has to hold. Like some b5, a5 plans.
Bishop pair, Haj bhai. Bishop pair is always strong. Yeah, अगर यहाँ पे एक bishop होता हमारे पास, I would trade that bishop for the opponent's bishop, and we would have good chances. But
Winning chances, bhai.
हाँ,
Basically,
bishop pair.
black has a bishop and one pawn. Yeah, white has a rook. So basically, 4 versus 5 points. But there is an unspoken rule. If you have two bishops and your opponents have no bishops, then each bishop gets like a half a point extra. So इस हिसाब से material is completely balanced. It's 5 points versus 5 points.
Chat, I think किसी ने लिखा है कभी स्नेल जी ने कि every day starts with today we're getting 4 points, then with 3 draws with some luck and 1 loss. And to be honest, I'm not sure we're getting 3 draws by. If I'm being
हाँ भाई.
honest.
By the way,
Three
Anish
draws.
has played rookie 7.
Oh wow, let's go to Mukesh.
Anish has played rookie 7, bhai. That's huge. And now bishop takes. He's basically, Anish is objectively winning now.
ताज भाई, आई थिंक अपने मुंडी तो हिला ही दी है, तो कान भी हिला ही दो अब. गुकेश के लिए काम करता है, एंड मे बी इट्स टाइम टू इनॉग्रेट द ईयर गैम्बेट. रुको रुको ध्यान से भाई. कैन वी गो नहीं, ओके. हिलाओ हिलाओ हिलाओ. देख रहा हूँ हिलाओ. देख रहा हूँ, हाँ. वाह भाई, मस्त लाया भाई. चलो मस्त लाया भाई ने, मस्त लाया. चलो हो गया भाई, हो गया. तो चलो भाई, एयर गैम्बेट इज लाइव. लेट्स गो. गुकेश
See,
बचा लेगा
I
भाई
did
अब.
it now because I believe it's going to work.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
अब भाई गुकेश भाई देखो, हमने तो कर दिया अपना काम.
हाँ. लेट्स गो
अच्छा
भाई,
हुआ कि
कम ऑन.
अर्जुन के साथ नहीं किया, बिकॉज उसके नाम में ही कान है तो. भाई
या
ये
कान तो
आपका
सारे
फोन
बायस्ड होंगे।
नंबर। ओ भाई, ऐसी गंदी गंदी चीजें को लिख रहे हो भाई आप। वर्टिकल
कौन लिखे
स्ट्रीम,
गंदी चीजें?
क्रेजी क्रेजी चीजें लिखी जा रही हैं भाई।
कौन लिख रहा है भाई गंदी चीजें?
कोई नहीं भाई, हटा दिया उसको। भाई ऐसी चीजें नहीं लिखते भाई चैट पे। वेरी बैड।
ओके चैट, इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट। क्या हिलाना सहज भाई का कान काम आएगा हमारे लिए कि नहीं, इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट डिटेल नाउ। 2024 2025 उसी के बेस पे चला है, सो 2026 सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट। लेट्स सी, इज द ईयर गैमेट बिशप डी2, नाउ इज द क्रिटिकल मोमेंट चैट, ये तो आना ही था।
अगर
विल
अनीश ने
अनीश
नाइट जी थ्री
फाइंड,
मार दिया तो इट्स गोना बी वेरी बैड।
वुड वी से अगर नाइट नहीं मारा तो द ईयर गैमेट इज सक्सेस?
नो, because
तो
still
व्हाट
he's
शुड बी?
worse. It would be a success if Gukesh draws this match. That's it.
हाँ दैट्स फेयर। Anish moved his court also now. Yeah, he senses there is a moment in this game. Like this is the moment jahan pe he could just take it home. So let's see, chat. Super important moment in the World Champions game. You do not want him losing two in a row.
Knight takes g3 is the critical move, but I think it's not gonna happen here. I think he's gonna play some bishop d7 or some knight d6, knight e4, जहाँ पे वो slight advantage है अनीश के पास, but Gukesh can still hold that. That's my take here.
भाई अगर अनीश ने 90 से निकाल दिया तो भाई सडनली शॉक हो जाएगा ना सबको।
मेरे को भी भाई। By the way, Pragg के board पे भी very important situation happening. Because there is one repetition we were looking at. यहाँ पे repetition है उसके पास. If he plays queen g5 check again, and यहाँ पर Pragg को bishop b5 निकालना है, which okay feels like a very very difficult move to me. Because bishop b5 rook c8. Remember Sahil bhai, you mentioned this some bishop g3 somewhere here. होने तो
या
a6 के बाद था कुछ तो. भाई rook c8 पे पता है क्या best move है?
लेट मी गेस ओके।
हाँ भाई, बिना देखे बोलना.
हाँ बिना देखे
मान
लेट
जाऊंगा
मी
आपको.
गेस। रुको।
मान जाऊंगा मैं आपको अगर आपने निकाल
हाँ,
दिया तो.
बिशप F4।
नहीं.
फिर
You take like two more guesses. Think crazy.
थिंक क्रेजी, E4।
सेकंड गेस के बाद एक बहुत बढ़िया सा हिंट दूंगा मैं आपको, ठीक है?
E4।
ओके, दैट्स द सेकंड बेस्ट मूव. एंड नाउ
बट
थिंक
इज
ऑफ
इट विनिंग?
गॉथम चेस. थिंक ऑफ गॉथम चेस.
ओ रुक C5।
एग्जैक्टली. द
भाई ये
ओनली
क्या
मूव इन
सेंस है?
ओनली मूव इन द पोजीशन. bc5 के बाद योर मूव, या बिशप g3.
वाओ।
सो क्रेजी मूव्स. बिशप b5 आई थिंक इज वेरी वेरी हार्ड. दिस इज लाइक एडोगमस का जो तो वो था ना, बिशप e6 व्हिच ही फाउंड. आई फील बिशप b5 इज इवन हार्डर देन दैट.
It's definitely tough, and I think Pragg does have a draw in hand, so he can choose. That's the good news. Ki draw hath mein, he can move on if he wants to. If he finds it, if he doesn't find it, then the draw is fine. But thanks to chat, Hemant bhai. I yesterday saw Nihal's game on Chess.com against Amin Tabatabai. He played 36 games and lost just 7. That's why Nihal is so strong. You know, he's always been strong online. In fact, finally जाके उनका over the board भी catch up कर रहा है. He won Tata Steel India Rapid and played very well, even though he was going through some personal issues there. He played very well, and now his classical rating has also caught up, and he has crossed Hari Krishna, Arvind, and Vidit as well. So, good news for Nihal fans.
Bhai also he plays bishop e2 which he missed. It was a miss by Pragg, and Bluebaum
Oh,
plays rook c8, and now we could see a draw immediately. By queen h4, queen h8, it's a draw.
या
Ablash इनका.
कर लो ड्रॉ एक्चुअली कर लो बिकॉज पता है क्या, बिशप H5 फॉर एग्जांपल, नाइट E4, ब्लैक इज विनिंग. So I think this is the moment when you kind of pull the bricks.
Yeah, so it's a good moment to pull the brakes, I think. क्योंकि ये हार सकते हो आप अगर if you're not careful. By the way, Anish still thinking there. Chat बड़ी close नजर है वहाँ पे to see whether he goes knight d3 or not. But let's stick here for a while.
Oof, come on chat, do like the stream, let's get to 500 likes. एक डायमंड मेंबरशिप आपका इंतजार कर रही है, जल्दी से वो अंगूठा आपको दिखेगा, ऐसे वो दिखा होगा, उस पर दबा दो भाई अपना अंगूठा, अंगूठे से अंगूठा मिलाओ. कम ऑन भाई, लेट्स गो चैट.
Also, Vedant actually is slightly better against Faustino Oro. Huge of
ही
true
वाज
भाई.
बेटर नो स्टार्टिंग से.
अभी भी
आई
better है
थिंक
भाई. Look at this game. Actually, Vedant played a brilliancy as well. Let's actually show that. This was the position. Queen b6, rook b6 बाद, and f takes c5. Look at this brilliancy. If you take on a6, there's pawn takes g6. Okay, not like a big one, but
Yeah.
yeah, has a good advantage. And now rook d5 he plays. He had an almost winning advantage, which he messed up here with rook e d1. And yeah, now it's maybe slightly better for him, but I think Fausti could hold this. I think he's going to hold this. So draw incoming
Yeah.
there.
एक गलती करी है और औरों ने पकड़ लिया उस गलती पे, so it's
Uh,
always tough as a chess player.
absolutely. Okay, switching back to Pragg, I think. Um, Rook c8 के बाद to see whether we will see a draw here or not.
By the way, Anish still has to play like 16 moves in 21 minutes. So I'm not sure he has the time to calculate knight g3. I think कहीं ना कहीं पे if we go
किसका
to
गेम में?
Gukesh's game, just go to Gukesh games आ जाए, because I think ये वाला crucial है. And मुझे लग रहा है कि अनीश के पास टाइम ही नहीं है. Oh, he's
He's
not, let's
going for
go.
it.
96 आ
Actually,
रहा
no,
है, I think.
he's not going for knight d3 actually. He
I
wasn't.
think he's going for
उसका
knight.
हाथ वहां नहीं जा रहा
Yeah,
था. I think he was going for knight d6.
yeah, knight d6 is also very good though. Come on, come on, come on. Crucial, crucial, crucial moment. Chat Arjun ki equal hai. He's not winning. In fact, he's slightly worse if anything. So आज का result so far, the best I can imagine is Arjun drawing, Pragg drawing, Aravindh losing, and Gukesh drawing. So best we can get is 3 draws Saj again.
Yeah. That is if Gukesh is able to draw this. But Anish is meditating or calculating?
I think both. A bit of both there. He knows he's better for sure. Maybe he doesn't know how much better though. If he knew knight g3 was winning, like he will find it. If somebody told him g3, I think he will find everything very quickly. But it's very hard to intuitively go for it. Gukesh also, look at Gukesh. I'm sure he doesn't know knight g3 is working.
Yeah, it would be a huge shock to him if it is working.
But Saj bhai, it does seem like Gukesh, filhal ke liye at least, since yesterday at least, looking like not in best shape, yeah? Like
Yeah, of course.
in
Because
this form,
after,
like most people at the candidates will be, kind of favorites, I think. He needs to like थोड़ा सा फॉर्म बेटर होनी पड़ेगी.
I mean, it shows कि, I mean, मतलब, I think when you blunder something like that, it can affect your play for some days. I expect कि गुकेश जब तक वो फ्री डे नहीं आता ना, आई बिलीव फ्री डे 26 को होगा, तो एक और राउंड है इसके बाद. जब तक वो फ्री डे नहीं आता,
Yeah,
तब तक आई थिंक गुकेश इज नॉट गोना फील लाइक हिमसेल्फ,
agreed, agreed.
बिकॉज ही डजंट हैव
Good.
टाइम टू गेट बैक टुगेदर.
Yeah, ऊपर से आज white है, कल तो black आने हैं against Fedoseev, so that's gonna be an interesting match also. And by the way, question by Yash ki, Sahil, if you had played a super GM, acha, not a GM, and on every fifth move you get to play the engine move, could you win? No chance, bhai.
ओहो,
By the way, 96
96
played.
played.
Oh, बच गए भाई बाल बाल. So far, your gambit doing the needful, but can it continue?
हाँ, अभी भी we are not out of the woods yet. He takes on b6, that's a good sign. Anish is pressing for sure, but yeah, it's much more holdable.
I don't think it's exactly my point. He was in good shape. Ek mistake. Does he have the capacity to not collapse? That's one of the major factors in world championships, which Nepo could not do. He fought, head on head with Magnus for the first 5 games. Sixth
Hmm.
game also, it was not clear whether, he would, it was almost a draw, right? And once he loses one game, he collapses. Stuck, lost, 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 lost.
Yeah,
Like,
but he lost in the most Magnus way possible, so
yeah. But like, वही है,
that
like,
was
पहली
like way more dramatic. Bhai. Oh, that coming back from that, I mean, you need like literally like, I mean, it's
नहीं, but I
basically
think
impossible to come back from that.
yeah, but I feel like if as a chess player you want to lose in that fashion rather than blunder a piece like yesterday. Yeah, Gukesh, like it just feels like absurd. Okay, you got squeezed in an end game, which was tough, but this was just a one move blunder. आपने रुक ही दे दिया तो like there's nothing you can learn from that.
Yeah,
So, but yeah, it depends from person to person for sure.
he's also playing moves pretty quickly, which is a good sign.
Yeah, true. भाई अर्जुन के लिए थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे. The a pawn for Arjun is now a passed pawn, and
So let's switch to Arjun maybe.
yeah, maybe just briefly, but a4 played, and this looks a bit scary.
I don't know जीतने के लिए कौन खेल रहा है भाई यहाँ पे. I
Bhai,
feel like
black,
it's Erdogmus.
yeah, 100%. Rooks have no open files. That's the point. And the pawn is supported all the way till a2. The bishop on e6 supporting the square on e2. So the rook is tied down to defending a3.
Yeah.
एंड ब्लैक का किंग आएगा b6 पे. कल को बिशप कहीं मूव c5 मे बी b4 अदर आई डोंट नो. दिस लुक्स स्कैरी. By the Pragg's game has ended a draw. That's over. He gave a check to the first result for today, and that is a
Wow.
draw. Wow.
So just a repetition there, yeah. So Pragg couldn't find his like a way to win. So Bluebaum keeping things solid there. Pragg drawing the match. GG's. भाई
There was a
अर्जुन बचा
chance
लेगा
for
ना.
भाई अर्जुन. आई थिंक तब भी बचा लेगा, बट गुकेश बचा पाएगा कि नहीं इज अ क्वेश्चन.
Hot take. I think harder to save for Arjun than it is for Pragg. For Gukesh, sorry.
भाई ये कैसा हॉट टेक है भाई. ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप एंड गेम है भाई गुकेश के बोर्ड पे.
हाँ बट गुकेश थी. आई थिंक द डिफरेंस इज कि गुकेश को पता है उसकी खराब है. आई डोंट थिंक अर्जुन को पता है कि उसकी खराब है पोजीशन अभी. आई
और
थिंक ही
अर्जुन को
स्टिल
पता नहीं है कि
थिंक्स.
तू है वो है, मतलब उसको पता नहीं है कि वो स्ट्रेस प्रेशर में.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली तो आप ज्यादा मतलब यू कैन बी अ बिट केयरलेस हियर.
तो अर्जुन की शक्ल से पता नहीं लगता ना भाई कि प्रेशर में लग रहा है कि नहीं लग रहा है.
हाँ वो भी है.
This could be him beating Magnus three queens up and he would have the same expression. So very hard to say कितना प्रेशर फील कर रहा है वो.
Hmm.
अरे गुकेश की गेम में only move for Gukesh. Let's go there for a second. Maybe rook e4. He has to take it.
Uh, there we go. So best move played by Anish there. By the way,
Support in the
13
center.
moves to be played and 20 minutes for the world champion, 15 minutes for Anish, the candidate.
Support center में डाल दो भाई please if possible. I think it will be easier for the audience to see. Thank you. Amazing. तो गुकेश बोर्ड के जो छुप रहा है but pieces कहाँ छुपेंगे is the bigger question.
By
And
the way, Vincent completely dead lost now. Like एकदम खत्म ही हो गई game वो. I think we'll see a resignation very very soon. So
yeah,
Nodirbek is going to extend his lead at least by half a point.
I I you know you kind of need an Indian player to dominate throughout. Like who will be the Indian player who will keep winning events after events? जैसे 2024 में था.
I think ऐसा
Like
कोई भी
it
प्लेयर नहीं है भाई. Not just from India. I don't think ऐसा कोई भी प्लेयर किसी भी कंट्री से है अभी भी.
सिर्फ मैग्नस ना. like वही like you need basically a new
Okay,
Magnus
but
now.
like I think I'm talking about the younger players. Yeah.
Yeah, वही like कोई चाहिए यार अब. like we need somebody from India, I think. Somebody who ups their game, and the debate starts. Yeah, when Gukesh defeated Magnus, like Gary said on an interview, like earlier we couldn't ask this question, but now we can ask this question. Like has Gukesh whatever, even though it was not true. And Fabi also said, ki, okay, Gary was just being a bit essay, but like when it happens that people start asking questions, ki, oh, has this XYZ player overtaken Magnus? Like, is he gonna
No,
beat
no,
Magnus
no,
next
no.
time?
I don't
Like, what
think. I
did?
mean, for me, for sure not. Like, I think एक
Of
गेम से
course,
थोड़ी ना
like
डिसाइड होता है.
वो डिबेट चालू होनी चाहिए. इवन दो इफ दैट डिबेट इज स्टूपिड, लाइक वो डिबेट चालू होनी चाहिए. लाइक दैट्स व्हाट यू नीड बेसिकली. वेट, अर्जुन ब्लंडर्ड व्हाट? चैट डराओ मत यार.
नहीं है भाई ब्लंडर.
यार
वही
तुम ऐसे
पोजीशन पे
मजे
सोच
मत
रहा
करो
है
यार
भाई वो
चैट
21
यार.
मिनट पे.
भाई फायर गेमिंग भाई, फायर से खेलने का शौक तुम्हें बहुत है यार. डरा दिया है एक सिंगल.
भाई दो लोगों ने लिखा भाई और उनको शायद अभी पता लगा शायद.
भाई साहब. अरे अनीशा टेक
एक्चुअली उसकी
वन.
चाल है. मे बी दे गॉट द मूव्स बिफोर अस.
नहीं, नो चांस. Unless they are in Netherlands, I don't think that's possible. Oh,
ओ
this is
बढ़िया.
great actually. बढ़िया भाई, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व्ड. अब मुकेश ब्लंडर, ये देखो भाई
भाई
सामने ही है
दोनों
भाई,
दिख
कोई
रहे हैं अब
ब्लंडर
तो.
नहीं है.
अब तो दोनों दिख रहे हैं भाई,
हाँ,
गुकेश का भी दिख रहा है आपको, अर्जुन का भी दिख रहा है।
no upcoming talent in
अरविंद
India after Gukesh. I disagree. I think it's just कि highlight करना कई बार, I agree कोई ऐसा player नहीं है जो 2650 पे हो 2700 पहुंचने वाला है, that's true. But there is talent in India, maybe around 2600 rating or 2650. ऐसे लोग हैं जो आ रहे
एक
हैं.
बडी फॉर एग्जांपल,
हाँ, फोकस इसलिए जाता नहीं है
प्रणव
बिकॉज,
आनंद ऑफ कोर्स इज अनदर वन।
हाँ ऊपर इतने लोग हैं कि फोकस जाता नहीं कई बार. भाई 3 साल का बच्चा 1500 रेटिंग है भाई, ये तो मुझसे पूछो ही मत. लाइक आई सॉ हिम इन एक्शन. वी वर देयर नो लास्ट ईयर सहज व्हेन ही गॉट पॉपुलर, एंड 3 साल का बच्चा मेट मैग्नस. ही वाज प्लेइंग अ टूर्नामेंट देयर एंड बीटिंग पीपल. वो बोर्ड के कोने में पहुंचने के लिए उसको कुर्सी पे खड़े होना पड़ता था. ऐसा बंदा था भाई वो. एंड स्टिल बीटिंग एवरीवन.
बाय द
क्रेजी.
वे, अर्जुन प्लेज e4, and yes, I do remember I actually gave him some puzzles there as well to solve, and I was really surprised with how quickly he was getting them.
भाई अलग ही लेवल ऑफ, इंडियन पेरेंट्स कैन डू एनीथिंग भाई.
By the way, Gukesh played queen c6. Is that an inaccuracy or is it fine? I think it's fine,
लेट्स
yeah.
फिगर इट आउट.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
ओके.
He's forcing black to play bishop f5 or something, जिसमें c5 का pawn मर जाएगा. I think Gukesh is closer to an equality now, by the way.
रियली.
Yeah.
भाई मुझे तो अभी बहुत डर लग रहा है एक्चुअली देख के.
मुझे अर्जुन का ज़्यादा डर लग रहा है भाई.
नहीं यार, अर्जुन लुक्स ओके. लेट्स गो बेट वन मैगी फॉर ईच गेम. व्हाट डू यू
क्या?
से?
What's the?
एक एक मैगी एक एक गेम. आई थिंक अर्जुन ड्रॉस एंड गुकेश का मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे.
I think opposite भाई.
तो लेट्स गो भाई. आप अभी एक एक
दो
ही रिजल्ट यू
रिजल्ट
कैन
होगा ना
चूज.
ये तो आपके दो, तो बेसिकली अनीश को जीतना पड़ेगा एंड अर्जुन को होल्ड करना पड़ेगा, देन यू विन.
सो
इनमें
वी
से एक
ओनली
भी
चूज
रिजल्ट नहीं
वन
होता
रिजल्ट.
सही.
वी चूज वन रिजल्ट पर गेम. इफ दैट हैपेंस वी विन. अगर दूसरे का वो दूसरा, अगर कुछ नहीं हुआ तो नोबडी विंस. वी
हाँ,
कांट चूज
अगर
टू
दोनों
रिजल्ट्स.
रिजल्ट में एक भी आपका खराब हुआ तो नोबडी विंस.
हाँ तो चूज कर लो. मैं चूज कर रहा हूँ अर्जुन ड्रॉस एंड गुकेश लूजेस. व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
मेरे को उल्टा लग रहा है भाई, मेरे को अर्जुन का होल्ड करना मुश्किल लग रहा है यहाँ पे, एंड गुकेश विल
सो
ड्रॉ आई
अर्जुन
थिंक.
लूजेस एंड गुकेश ड्रॉस यू सेइंग.
या मोर
पता
लाइकली.
पता लगे दोनों जीत गए कुछ करके भाई. दैट
भाई
विल
जो
बी
हमने
फन.
कल देखा उसके बाद तो कुछ भी पॉसिबल है भाई.
हाँ, दैट विल बी अमेजिंग. जूनियर टिक्कू जूनियर कार्लसन विल बी अमेजिंग. भाई उसका जूनियर कार्लसन का कोच कार्लसन है, एंड जूनियर टिक्कू का कोच टिक्कू होगा. सो जस्ट इमेजिन कर लो तुम लोग. बाय द वे क्वीन सी 5
या,
नॉट द बेस्ट मूव.
प्री पॉन.
भाई रुक सी 4 इज डेडली अपेरेंटली यहाँ पे.
क्यों भाई, क्वीन डी5 के बाद क्या हो रहा है? रुक
क्वीन
c2.
डी 5 रुक सी 2.
भाई वो ड्रॉ हो जाएगा भाई, वो रुक एक्सचेंज हो जाएंगे ना.
दैट्स अ गुड पॉइंट. व्हाई इज रुक सी 2 सो स्ट्रांग? रुक सी 1 नहीं आ रहा है क्या?
तो रुक c4 बोल रहे हो आप, क्वीन डी5 रुक c2. अपेरेंटली अगर आप रुक स्ट्रेट करते हो यहाँ पे तो यहाँ पे ब्लैक का फायदा हो रहा है भाई. दैट्स नॉट इजी बाय द वे. लुक एट दैट ब्लंडर बाय अर्जुन
क्या
भाई.
बात कर रहे हो?
ह्यूज ब्लंडर बाय अर्जुन. आई टोल्ड
नो
यू भाई.
नो. व्हाट?
भाई
व्हाई वुड यू
बिशप
प्ले
टेक d4 इज
94?
विनिंग. बिशप d4 इज विनिंग नाउ फॉर
But
Erdogmus,
why
right?
would you play 94? Look at, wait, what? But why would you
Ivic
have
was,
two connected pass
मैं
pawns, Sahaj? That doesn't
बोल
make.
रहा हूँ ना कि अर्जुन को रियलाइज नहीं हुआ कि उसकी पोजीशन खराब है यहाँ पे. आई एम टेलिंग यू, इट्स वेरी वेरी लाइकली. व्हाट इज द क्लाउड एनालिसिस ऑफ अर्जुन? भाई ही इज लॉस्ट. आई एम टेलिंग यू, बिशप d4 के बाद he is going to be lost. That is if he takes on d4. क्योंकि पॉन्स एकदम सीधा बढ़ रहे हैं, आप रोक नहीं सकते किंग बेसिस किंग को. बट फॉर एर्डोगमस इट्स नॉट इजी यार. 9 मूव्स, ही हैज 11 मिनट्स ओनली.
Let's
डज ही
show
टेक
it. So
ऑन d4 और
bishop,
नो?
he's excited. He's winning chat. So bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, king b6, king c3, king a5. If you can have the variation on the board, basically b4 check आ रहा है, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. And b4 आ गया उसके बाद, it's completely done. It's over.
क्योंकि बिशप एकदम पूरा डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे एंड इट्स कंट्रोलिंग ऑल द लाइट स्क्वायर्स, सो एवरीथिंग ब्लैक विल डोमिनेट हियर. ही डजंट प्ले इट, ही प्लेज बिशप c4. भाई बच गए.
Oh,
Oof.
oh, oh.
भाई.
भाई.
But you know what the best move for white now is? It's to go knight c2 again and bishop e6 के बाद फिर repetition हो सकता है अभी.
भाई एक चाल के लिए बचे भाई.
मैंने
मैं
आपको बोला
मतलब
था भाई अर्जुन के लिए बहुत रिस्की है पोजीशन है.
भाई मैं ये गेम और नहीं दे सकता. मेरी तबीयत खराब हो जाएगी भाई. ऑलरेडी खराब है भाई. दिस इज टू क्रेजी फॉर माय हार्ट भाई. साजे कैन वी गो टू गुकेश?
हाँ भाई. देयर वी गो. गुकेश की भी खराबी है भाई.
भाई
रुक
रुक
सी
सी
खेल दिया.
यार भाई. ट्रॉमा ही ट्रॉमा दिख रहा है हर जगह यार.
भाई अभी तक एक भी बार ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि गुकेश और अर्जुन दोनों एक बार हारे हो लाइक एक ही दिन में. व्हाट हैपेंड टुडे?
एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट, Anish finding rook c4, and if he goes for rook c2 is insane judgment. It's not easy to trade rooks here.
ये ब्लैक का रुक एकदम एक्टिव है, व्हाइट का रुक एक घर पे है, A1 पे, वो निकला ही नहीं है वो बाहर. By the way, Vincent about to resign, dead loss position. Arjun played by the way E5. He doesn't repeat. He plays E5. And again Erdogmus is better. भाई bishop D5 खेल सकता है simple. 10 मिनट है उसके पास. He has 8 moves to play. भाई this is bad. This is very bad for Arjun. I don't know what. I don't think Arjun saves this.
But you know कितना फर्क पड़ता है? Because the bishop is on c4 now, maybe king c3 पे b4 पे the bishop can be hanging.
Hmm.
So maybe
Exactly.
that's why it's not as great.
भाई crazy हो गई position. But yeah, let's see what happens. Let's switch back to Gukesh. 13 minutes for the world champion and 10 moves to be made.
By the way, chat, उस bishop d4 में I checked a couple of variations. In one variation, Arjun was even winning. So it is still tricky. Now, it was much easier earlier when the bishop was not on c4. So if Erdogmus takes it, he's better. But it's more risky now than it was earlier.
Oh, yes.
Come on, come on.
Bye, I'll just be right back in a minute, yeah?
Yeah, by the way, Nodirbek has won. So that game is over, chat. Among Indians, we have very, very important games remaining. First of all, it is Gukesh battling it out against Arjun. He's worse. It's not clear whether this is objectively lost or not. Kya perfect play ke black ke saath is this loss? It's not completely clear. The engine says it's minus 1.7, which is literally the borderline of winning positions. Perfect. Amazing. This is what we needed, yeah? Oh, Queen D6 bought! A huge blunder by the world champion. And Gukesh Dommaraju has basically landed in a situation jahan pe Queen E4 is completely gone. It's not even surprising. Queen E4, Bishop B7, and mate on G2. It is over, I think. If Anish finds Queen D5, can we go? Oh my God, this is over. Can we go full screen? This is crazy. I can't. Look at Anish. I think he sees it. This was a big blunder by the world champion. Queen E4 basically, chat. Bring the queen on the deck. याद रखो हमारा पर्पस क्या है? पर्पस है क्वीन और बिशप को उस लाइन पे लाना. So Queen E4 basically readies the bishop to come to B7, and there's nothing you can do now. It's over.
That's a one move blunder. Queen E4 is just lost.
It's completely over, Gukesh. He's
going for the
Saj
queen.
bhai.
Anish about to take down the world champion. Queen E4 is the move. He's going for the queen.
He's going for the queen, and I don't see a square better than E4 unless F3 खेल रहे हैं वो. F3 maybe
No
is
chance
possible.
भाई. F3 पे तो रुक F1 आ रहा है.
Oh, it's over.
Hesitating. He has not played it yet.
He's testing Gukesh's nerves. Oh, played. Beautiful move by Anish, the candidate. Basically getting a winning position against the world champion. And Gukesh knows this now, I think. It's over.
I am telling you, Gukesh is not feeling like himself. This match was not Gukesh, yeah? I think after that blunder yesterday, he has not recovered completely, and you can see it. This will be Gukesh's second consecutive loss of the year.
Chat कोई कह रहा है what about rook f1 rook f2? Don't forget mate खाली g2 पे नहीं h1 पे भी होगी. So it's unfortunately the best move here is king f2 running away. But king f2 के बाद simply bishop g4 bishop b7 it is -5. -5 means white को पूरा रुक देना पड़ेगा. मेट बचाने के लिए.
क्रेजी. वाओ गुकेश. वाओ.
I
दिस इज
think
वेरी 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 सैड.
I think we should stick here because Gukesh को real time में realize होने वाला है how strong this is, and he is not gonna be happy. Chat. He's not gonna be happy because, to be honest, while he knew he was worse, Queen E4 just ends the game. There is no battle remaining anymore.
बेसिकली इन ऑल ऑफ द मूव्स द कॉम्प इज सेइंग कि आप रुक C2 करके रुक टेक्स D2 दे दो फ्री में. That's the best
Wow.
continuation. So it is dead loss now. And chat, I don't think this move, this is not one move blunder like yesterday. Like I just want to emphasize कि जो कल का blunder था, it was very very basic. ये वाला blunder I think हो सकता है आपके साथ. Like this is way
This
more
is
possible.
yeah. By the way, let's not forget Arjun is also worse. His op Arjun did find knight C2. By lucky break for Arjun, his opponent did not take. So some chances to hold there, but okay, let's stick to this game for now. Super critical moment. By the way,
Yeah, I
Aravindh
think
also completely lost. Sahaj भाई चल क्या रहा है आखिर?
सिर्फ प्रग का ही ड्रॉ हुआ भाई, बाकी सभी एकदम डेड लॉस पोजीशन में. अर्जुन माइट होल्ड बट आई डोंट थिंक दैट पोजीशन इज होल्डेबल भाई. आई डोंट नो, समहाउ
भाई वो
प्रैक्टिकली
बंदा
आई
कहाँ है?
फील.
वो तीन ड्रॉ वाला बंदा कहाँ है भाई? वहां पे स्टॉप द काउंट, तीन ड्रॉ. आई टेक थ्री
भाई वो
ड्रॉस
जिसकी
नाउ.
टी शर्ट पहन के आता है वही बंदा हारता है.
भाई यार ये क्या है भाई यार? ये क्या मार्केटिंग टेक्निक है भाई? इंडिया सफर कर रहा है इसकी वजह से.
भाई इसको अर्जुन के वो पहनने मत देना कल. अर्जुन का नहीं पहना ना इसने अभी तक.
नहीं,
रोको
अर्जुन का
इसको.
नहीं. अर्जुन का पहला हुआ है. द डे अर्जुन
पहना
लॉस्ट
था
एक्चुअली
दोनों.
फॉर द सीफ्स आई थिंक.
अच्छा, दैट्स वेयर इट स्टार्टेड या.
या
क्वीन F4 भाई. क्वीन F4 में सेम प्रॉब्लम है भाई. क्वीन F2 में रिमेंबर बिशप B7 के बाद क्वीन H7 क्वीन H1 मेट हो रही है भाई. किंग कैनॉट एस्केप. दिस इज
एंड
ओवर.
चैट, इमेजिन इमेजिन करो अगर ये डार्क स्क्वायर बिशप अगर D2 पे है, जस्ट पुट इट ऑन F1 एज अ लाइट स्क्वायर बिशप. जस्ट पुट इट देयर. ठीक है. नाउ बिशप G2, क्वीन E3 चेक, किंग H1. Like, of course, you might still end
रुक
up
C1
losing
चेक.
somewhere, but
रुक C1
basically,
चेक.
हाँ बैक रैंक इश्यूज है, बट लाइक बेसिकली डायगोनल पे जीरो इश्यूज बिकॉज बिशप सेम
या
कलर का है. एक बार ऑपोजिट कलर का आता है ना, like that is just the end of the game. Yeah, it's very hard to defend. And white का रुक भाई क्या कर रहा है यार आखिर? Imagine rook would have been on D8, rook D8 check, king H7, queen D3. I trade queens. So the rook was not active. The bishop is passive. The king is open. White would give anything to put that pawn on G2. Like white की best move Sahaj bhai is probably pawn to G2 now.
If queen F4, by the way, there's queen D5 attacking the bishop and the queen. If you defend via queen F2, there's just bishop B7 and that's checkmate. So this is over, bhai. I think this is just over. The game is over.
Come on chat. Come on chat. क्या ही come on भाई? ये गेम तो गई actually honestly. This is just over.
भाई अरविंद कब से लॉस है? आई थिंक गुकेश का पहले खत्म होगा भाई अरविंद से.
By the way, Sahaj bhai, if you focus on Gukesh, I think he's he's getting a bit emotional. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of projecting a bit here, but he is not looking happy at all.
Yeah, Anish Giri, this is a great boost. But king F2, best move played. Bishop B7 now.
Best move is an understatement, Sahaj. Oh, overstatement, Sahaj bhai. I mean,
By a little too late.
yeah. And now Bishop H3 winning, Bishop B7 winning, Rook C2 winning.
I think Bishop B7 is the cleanest. पिछली Bishop H3 भी बहुत clean लग रहा है भाई. उसमें Queen G2 Queen F1 mate हो रही है सीधी.
Yeah, Bishop B7 में Rook F1 आ रहा है. And it just at least brings the Rook in. Bishop H3 में Rook भी नहीं आ रहा है actually.
भाई Rook F1 के बाद भी Rook C2, क्या मतलब हो क्या रहा है उससे? तब भी तो चेक आ रही है इतनी सारी.
Yeah.
This is very sad for the world champion. Have to say, second consecutive loss
भाई
incoming.
was this a flinch? By he was literally like trying to ऐसा लग रहा था कि like controlling his emotions. Yeah, he's not happy at all.
या भाई आज आधा पॉइंट लग रहा है भाई out of 4.
This is not good. This is not good. Meanwhile, chat.
Nodirbek won by the way against Vincent.
Yeah, Arjun is again worse. He just made a slight error, and he is again minus 0.9 for his opponent. Although it's not lost yet, but it's getting a bit risky. But look at how fast he's playing. Best move, Bishop G5 played. And now King D3, only move for India number 1. Otherwise, Arjun is also lost. King d3, blue arrow.
चैट में कोई लिख रहा है only Tiku can draw this with black.
Bhai, you know, I would love to play this blindfold against Sahaj. And if I draw this, like, it's possible, but I'll be
I think
shocked
you
just
will
to
win
highlight
this
how
with.
bad this
I
is.
think you will win blindfold also, bhai. I'm
It
not.
is really bad. By the way,
Oh,
King
TT is
d3
starting
played.
by 3 minute के अंदर title Tuesday is beginning, bhai. I just got a notification. Very cool.
Bhai. Actually, 15 minute delay है, so it's possible कि they might have already ended the game and might play till Tuesday. Who knows?
नहीं भाई 3 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो रहा है तो
नहीं,
घर
but
कैसे
उनका गेम
पहुंचेंगे.
तो खत्म हो गया ना भाई 15 मिनट पहले, अगर अगर अभी
हाँ
खत्म हो
ट्रू.
गया होगा तो.
जो भाई अनीश
अनीश
मेट एंड 43 लिख रहा है भाई वो तो नहीं है भाई. आई थिंक कुछ ग्लिच है
maybe
उधर.
on a super cloud engine, yeah.
नहीं नहीं भाई नो चांस. इतना नहीं कैलकुलेट कर सकता इंजन.
आज सैटरडे है भाई. अच्छा, आज वो होगा, नॉट ट्यूसडे.
अच्छा कोई और इवेंट कोई अभी मेरे को अभी नोटिफिकेशन आया भाई एक.
हाँ, कुछ और होगा.
वेरीफाइड टाइटल अरीना समथिंग लाइक दिस.
हाँ, वो कुछ और
बुलेट
होगा.
ब्रॉल. हाँ बुलेट ब्रॉल सॉरी भाई.
यस.
टाइटल ट्यूजडे एंड सैटरडे वाओ ह्यूज इफ ट्रू. सही भाई. बिशप B7 प्लेड भाई.
Oh, that's a beautiful move. -7 for Anish. Queen
रुक
G2
F1.
incoming chat. Look
रुक
at the
F1
audience, by
प्लेड.
the way. Hooked onto the game. Okay, fun.
वो भी सोच रहा होगा भाई क्यों पहन के आ गया टी शर्ट ये में. रुक
By the way, we're
C2
gonna
इज
see some.
क्लीन. वेरी क्लीन भाई. रुक B2 सब मर रहा है. रुक D2 का बिशप भी पिंड. दैट इज क्लीन.
By the way, we're gonna see some emotional Gukesh today for sure. Like we're gonna see
You're
something. Yeah, you
already
can see.
seeing
Oh,
it
look at
भाई.
him.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head. He can't believe what just happened. And likely a tweet from Anish as well today. Don't resign unless you are really sure the position is hopeless.
भाई this
You know, I
gives
was.
Anish confidence to win the candidates. Yeah, for sure. सोचो आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को
Yeah.
ब्लैक से हरा रहे हो तो वो भी क्लासिकल में.
And also, like in a tournament, you're not doing well. Yeah, this gives you
मीन
immense boost.
मीन थिंक अबाउट इट. सडनली यू थिंक कि भाई अगर मैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को ब्लैक से हरा सकता हूँ क्लासिकल मैच में देन if I win the candidates then I have a really good shot of
Yeah.
being the world champion.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The only question is Sahaj भाई कि नोदिरबेक वही सोच रहा है, काश मैं कैंडिडेट्स में होता. Because
हाँ बट वो
पिछला
है
मैच
नहीं ना
जीत
भाई.
चुका है वो. हाँ, ट्रू.
नोदिरबेक अर्जुन और विंसेंट को होना चाहिए था भाई बट वो है नहीं. ही इज गोइंग फॉर द क्वीन दो. वेट ही इज गोइंग फॉर द क्वीन. दैट्स नॉट द बेस्ट मूव. हाँ रुक
Wait,
C6
queen
भाई.
G2
अरे भाई
check.
बेस्ट
Oh,
मूव
queen G2 is
प्लेड
a
भाई.
blunder, by the way. It's a big.
या
No, he's going the
ही
rook.
प्लेज रुक C6 भाई. बेस्ट मूव.
Oh, wow. Best move indeed.
भाई ऑल्सो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि अगर आप बिशप C3 करके रुक F6 अगर आप स्टॉप करते हो तो आई हैव दिस प्लान ऑफ बिशप A6 एज वेल. रुक C2 एंड बिशप A6 दैट कुड पुट प्रेशर ऑन द E2 स्क्वायर.
I think why rook f6 is not a big threat, no? Like, मतलब, or is it? Like, I don't think rook f6 is a big threat, or is it? Or am I missing something? Like king e1, and I'm not sure. Like, how's it winning?
क्वीन D8 चेक. किंग H7. अभी रुक
Queen
F6 का
d8.
थ्रेट है. बिशप C3 इज
हाँ.
ओनली मूव.
Bishop
And then you have
c3.
queen C2 check.
Oh, that's
White
lost.
plays
No.
king E1 and then bishop A6 key move, attacking the
Oh,
E2 square and the F1.
भाई ये
अरे
तो
भाई
खल्लास.
गई भाई
अच्छा, rook
वो.
f6 and queen b1 है. Yeah, also, yeah. Oh man, this is over.
By the way, Arjun also is उसका advantage कम होते हुए but Erdogmus के पास time बहुत कम है भाई.
भाई, he's winning. Wait, he just blundered. Arjun just blundered with h4. Can he have both the
Really?
games? He just
भाई
blundered with h4.
by bishop E3 GH4 is winning, yeah. But maybe not the easiest for Erdogmus to find all of this. Okay, भाई
Yeah.
दो ही चालें हैं और उसके बाद move 39 है. It is.
Yeah, it's still a bit complicated, but yeah, h4 was maybe even a practically good try, Sahaj. Who knows? It might just work, yeah?
Yeah, true.
Arjun ka, I wouldn't say abhi gaya because chat, black has shown restraint in grabbing the knight before with the bishop, right? Pehle. So he might not do it now. Maybe that's what Arjun is thinking. That's why he's gone for h4.
Yeah.
And Erdogmus 2 minutes to play 2 moves. Okay, he has to play it quickly. Yeah, it's a
But
committal
bishop
decision.
e3 अगर वो देख लेता तो gh4 is just a hand move afterwards and then he makes the
Uh,
40 move mark.
true, true.
हेलो एवरीवन ऑन द चेस कॉम स्ट्रीम में बहुत लोग हेलो लिख रहे हैं. अगर पहली बार देख रहे हो आप ये स्ट्रीम तो we are doing Tata Steel Masters and Gukesh and Arjun. Gukesh is the world champion. Arjun is India number one. They are both playing their matches right now and they're both in not the best position. They both could potentially lose.
All
Gukesh
three
is
could lose. Arvind is -6.
Arvind is, I mean, I think सबसे ज़्यादा खराब तो गुकेश की है अभी right now. I think that could be over in like just a few minutes.
By the way, question for you, Sajbhai. Given the current situation, do you think there'll be a whitewash in the World Championship?
No, bhai, of course not. It's never a whitewash in any world championship, bhai. I think Gukesh will show his A game there. He will be a completely different player.
And also, let's not forget कि Gukesh एक बार कर चुका है वो चीज. तो he will be under less pressure than anybody who's doing it for the first time. तो अगर Fabi नहीं हुआ, nobody else has played a World Championship before. So उनके और pressure अलग ही होगा.
Oh, by the way, some moves: Queen D8 check and King H7 on the Gukesh board.
Saj bhai, Bishop C3 is Rook C3 is winning apparently. भाई खत्म.
अरे भाई, Rook C3 is
Plus.
dirty. By the way, 1 minute for Erdogmus.
Oh,
He's
he's jumping in
calculating
his
Bishop
chair.
E3 for sure.
Look at
1
him,
minute
how
से भी कम हो गया
anxious
भाई.
he is. भाई he's like jumping like other dance कर रहा है भाई वो.
भाई उसके बोर्ड पे जाते हैं ना एक बार. Let's
हाँ,
focus on
let's
him.
go full
Let's
screen.
catch these
Full
last two
screen.
moves.
45 seconds. He needs to take that knight if he wants to win.
Oh, he takes on E3, bhai. He takes
Oh,
on E3. King takes E3 and now GH4 is the move. Does he play it? Of course he will play it.
Saj bhai, after G5, Arjun still has a chance. He still has a chance. The
Played,
only move
bhai.
for black is now King D7 after G5.
Why is it equal?
It's close to equal still. It's minus 0.5. But G5 खेलना जरूरी है. उसके बिना नहीं. Otherwise you're lost.
Maybe Arjun holds, yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Okay, let's go back to Gukesh now because यहाँ पे time लगेगा.
Yeah, 40 moves are done. Switching to the world champion. He has given a check. By the way, Gukesh also having 6 moves to play and उसके पास सिर्फ 3.5 minutes है. This will finish before move 45. He plays Bishop C3.
Oh.
Is Rook C3 winning now?
Yeah, Rook C3 is winning. Rook E6 is winning. Queen C2 is winning. Ordering orange juice is winning. I mean, it's just over, yeah?
Yeah.
By the way, just to show the variation, Rook C3, प्यादे से रुक को मारा, Queen से लंबी check G2 पे, King E1, Bishop A6, and
that's
there
checkmate.
is no defense.
And also Bishop A6 पे भी D3 पे Queen को block कर रहा है, तो you cannot give a check here as well.
Yeah.
ये checkmate हो रही है. Rook F2 से बचाओगे तो Queen G1 check and I win the
Look at
F2
Gukesh.
square as well.
Look at Gukesh. Do you see like he was literally lost in his thoughts? Yeah, like he was contemplating how did I get here? Like that was like a crazy stare, like into the let's say wild.
By the way, Arvind has just resigned, so Jorden wins his match.
Wow.
Second Indian to finish with a loss.
So Arvind loses. Now Gukesh, let's see.
Gukesh
The
also is
final
losing.
moments. Saj bhai, not the Tata Steel we hoped for, yeah?
यार लास्ट ईयर वाला कितना बढ़िया था नहीं. अभी वाला तो बहुत ही खराब लग रहा है भाई देख के.
Oh, Gukesh looks in pain. Look at Gukesh. He looks in like horrible pain.
By the way, this means if he loses today, does he go below top 10 in the world? He does, right?
Oh, bhai. I'm checking.
Yeah,
I
he
don't think
does.
Gukesh.
Yeah, he will because he's losing to Anish. Anish will be top 10.
Yeah. No, Gukesh is already. Yeah, he will go below Anish. Yes.
He will
Pragg,
go
by the way, is
below
world
Anish.
number.
Yeah.
Oh, we will have world number 11, 12, 13. Again, we are in the situation जहाँ पे only Arjun is in the world top 10, bhai.
Bhai, crazy actually. That's insane actually. So Rook takes C3. Very, very like this is puzzle rush tactics right there.
Yeah, Gukesh looks incredibly sad right now. He's not, I don't think he's looking at the board, he's looking at the score sheet, wondering, bhai, kahan pe, which was the move where I went wrong?
And again, like I think all the people who are also on the vertical stream on Chess.com India, if you're watching this, if you're watching chess for the first time, like for Gukesh, I think you have to remember that yesterday he made a one move blunder that definitely shook him. And I don't think he has recovered from that. And I think this game is a product of that. When you don't fully recover and then you have to play a match, the next day. And I think this is the product of that. That's why this game, I think, happened like this.
I think what can be equated with this, if somebody doesn't understand chess cricket terms, mein, you have to score 2 runs to win the match. You have 3 wickets in hand, and somebody just bowls a hat trick, and you lose the game. Something like that. That's how he lost yesterday, and that has a huge psychological impact, which continued today. Maybe also affected his opening prep. And there you see the brilliancy. Rook takes c3, pawn takes, and I think queen g2, bishop a6, couple of more moves, and it's gonna be resigns.
Yeah, a resignation incoming by. No chance he saves this now. And Anish's first win, by the way, with the black pieces. With any
Look at
pieces,
Gukesh, by the
actually.
way. Look at Gukesh. Like he's just. Although Anish also, yeah, well, a great game. Let's not discount how well he played today. Rook a7, that move was insane.
Yep, Anish is
And
in great form, for sure.
he's looking at the crowd. I feel he's also feeling bad for Gukesh. बहुत ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. Do you think so? He's
Hmm.
also like थोड़ा सा he's formed a bond with the Indian audience and Indian players as well. So he understands what this means for Gukesh and how painful it might be. But of course, I mean, he also has a dream of becoming world champion, and for that he has to defeat Gukesh at the end. And Gukesh still playing, by the way.
Yeah, bishop a6. This is the moment I think where Gukesh will resign because there is that queen checkmate, there is a rook,
Wow.
and there it is.
Gukesh
Resignation.
Dommaraju, the world champion, has resigned in the second game in a row. This one wasn't such a shocker, like it didn't happen in one move, but it must have been painful nonetheless. Sahaj Bhai, take us through your thoughts of why this happened, first of all.
No, I think same. Yeah, I think from his yesterday's match, it was a one move blunder, and I'm just gonna very quickly show what that blunder was in this position. Anish, sorry, Gukesh was sort of pushing here the entirety of the game. He played his rook g5, which don't know if it was a blind spot, what happened here, maybe time issues, whatever it was, but this queen takes f6 check and the queen takes g5 check as well. This is not a mistake that you expect from an elite player, and I think Gukesh himself didn't expect something like this, and he didn't have enough time to recover, and I think today he just didn't play at his best as a result of this
Yeah.
blunder. That's my take. And yeah, I think Anish regardless played a wonderful match. I think he outplayed Gukesh, that too with the black pieces. So I think a great result there for Anish. He's now on 3 out of 7. He
In
registered his
chat,
first win, and he's
इसका
also now
मतलब,
world top 10. Bye.
yeah, in इसका मतलब Arvind has lost, Gukesh has lost, Pragg has drawn, and Arjun is still worse. So let's jump to the last remaining Indian game in the Masters. जहां Arjun is still thinking we don't have a move since we last left it. So सब बढ़िया है भाई, chat सब चंगा सी. And now Arjun has to find either g5 or king to d2 in some move order. He needs to find that idea. Um, Apparently, it's very important to play one of these moves. Otherwise, you're again lost.
Correct me if I'm wrong. What's your plan of g5 is to play some e6, f6, and to promote the pawn. So I
Yes.
think king d7 is forced. ताकि अब इसी से ना खेल सको. But still, भाई, in this position, king d2 is the only move for Arjun, which is a ridiculously difficult move.
Why not? Like in 2 moves, you have to play king d2 g5 in whatever move
You
order you
know,
prefer.
do you know why it's difficult, bhai? Because after king d2, yeah, don't count out this pawn, because I can play bishop d5 and I can just push this pawn and it looks like you're about to lose this match.
True.
That's why king d2 is not possible here. I don't think Arjun will save this.
Sahaj bhai, by the way, I think Gukesh lost. So 7 से 6 मैगी हो गई. Now if Arjun loses
नहीं
तो
नहीं
6 से 7 वापस.
नहीं 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 भाई, दोनों मैच में एक एक मैगी थी भाई.
नहीं, एक एक थी ना भाई.
नहीं नहीं, दोनों में एक थी भाई, दोनों रिजल्ट मैंने बार बार
भाई
आपको
यार
बोला
हमारी
भी था कि
कम्युनिकेशन
अगर
में बहुत
एक
प्रॉब्लम है
एक भी
भाई।
रिजल्ट गलत होता है तो आपकी 0 मैगीज हो जाएंगी
अच्छा
भाई,
हमारी
कैसे बदलते हो
कम्युनिकेशन
यार।
में बहुत प्रॉब्लम है भाई। वी नीड टू सॉल्व आवर
कितना
कम्युनिकेशन
बदलते
इश्यूज।
हो यार आप अपनी
भाई
साइड्स।
दैट्स व्हाट आई थॉट वी अग्रीड
अगर
टू आई
इफ
थिंक।
अर्जुन ड्रॉज दिस देन आप एक मैगी जीतते हो।
अच्छा ओह भाई हमने कम्युनिकेशन इशू सॉल्व करने पड़ेंगे भाई बैठ
चैट
के।
कोई कंफ्यूज था इस चीज
ऐसे
से, बताना जरा मेरे को, या
ऐसे
सिर्फ साहिल
ऐसे
भाई थे।
ऐसे हिलाज जी कमेंट्री नहीं कर सकते भाई। वी नीड टू।
बताओ भाई चैट।
नहीं नहीं भाई मुझे तो वही लगा था एटलीस्ट। बाय द वे ही इज नॉट इवन प्लेड एनी ऑफ दिस मूव्स, तो दोनों में से एक चाल खेलना बहुत जरूरी।
देख लो भाई, आ गया सहज भाई राइट, बोल रहा था मैं आपको भाई।
भाई नहीं भाई ऐसे तो
टिक्कू
एक बंदा
ट्रिकर।
एक
आई एग्री भाई, आई एग्री।
कुछ भी भाई कुछ भी। साहज भाई मेकिंग इट डिफिकल्ट।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, सहज
साहज
इज
इज करेक्ट
करेक्ट।
इन हिज माइंड, देख लो
इन हिज
भाई इस
माइंड
वो
नहीं है, सही था भाई। सहज क्लियरली
जस्टिस।
मेंशन बोथ हैज टू बी ट्रू।
नहीं वो इट्स
एग्जैक्टली भाई।
पॉसिबल बोला हो बट आई अंडरस्टूड इट इन डिफरेंट वे, बट एनीवेज डजंट मैटर। आई थिंक दोनों भी हो सकते हैं अभी। अर्जुन भाई लेट्स गो एंड
नहीं भाई, आई थिंक अर्जुन डज नॉट फाइंड किंग डी2 भाई, इट्स अ ridiculously difficult move. I know he's got the extra time and everything, but I think king d2 is ridiculous because you are, I think you're only looking at rook h1 in this position to take this pawn.
टफ वन यार टफ वन, एक्सट्रीमली टफ।
3 Indians in
दिस
bottom
क्या
four
मिस।
भाई, कह दो कि झूठ है। नहीं,
बाय द
प्रग
वे
के तो
क्या
ज्यादा पॉइंट है भाई।
क्या वी लुक एट द स्टैंडिंग्स वंस, बिकॉज आई थिंक अब सारे इंडियंस बॉटम हाफ में होंगे। Sahaj भाई if I'm not mistaken, yeah there you see it, yeah all the four Indians in the bottom half. If Arjun draws this, then he comes to the left half maybe.
या ही विल बी ऑन 3.5, बट ये अर्जुन को ड्रॉ करना बड़ा जरूरी है भाई।
भाई 5.5 पे Nodirbek 5.5, that is just such an impressive performance, and Sindarov in second place, Jordan on 4 points with third place.
क्रेजी है
Wow.
भाई
So
तो।
let's come back to the camera. Important moment in Arjun's game. He has time, but the choice is critical. दो ही चालें चैट और दोनों चालें खेलनी ही है अगली दो चालों में, G5 और किंग D2।
भाई जी
भाई ये
फाइव तो
अच्छा था।
निकाल लेगा, बट किंग d2 इज लाइक रिडिकुलस।
भाई ये अच्छा था। Maybe weather is not suited for Indians. That is
नहीं
fair,
भाई,
भाई. That is a
आई
good
थिंक
point.
आई थिंक इट्स नॉट अबाउट द वेदर भाई, इट्स अबाउट, ओके, इट्स जस्ट नॉट आवर टूर्नामेंट, या इट हैपेंस। भाई also, like look at this follow up, like g5 king d7 king d2, which is I think a ridiculously difficult move to play. Black goes bishop d5 तो लॉजिकल है, h3 h2 h1 आ रहा है। व्हाइट को यहाँ पे एक ही चाल खेलनी है, which is e6 check. Now watch this. f takes e6 में मैं g6 खेल के यहाँ पे pawn प्रमोट कर सकता हूँ, which is again very difficult, but let's assume he's not gonna take on e6 right now. He goes king e7, white has to take on f7, ब्लैक गोज किंग f7, ठीक है। अब दोनों पॉन्स बढ़ रहे हैं यहाँ पे, एच पॉन भी और ए पॉन भी, तो व्हाइट के पास एक ही चाल है, विच इज c4. Idea of c4 is to either disrupt the harmony of the structure or force black to take with the bishop, ताकि ये h1 का स्क्वायर खाली हो जाए मेरे रुक के लिए, ठीक है। अब व्हाइट को रुक h4 मारना है, एंड देर आर 3 connected pawns विदाउट एनी अपोनेंट जो आपको एक्सेप्ट करना है, which is so hard here. Like you play a3, rook h4, rook h7 check का threat. So you have to play king g7, f6 check, king g6. Like only moves पे only moves. Rook h6 check again only move here. King g5, rook h7 only move. King f6, rook a7 only move. भाई, it's so hard to play this. एंड
नहीं होगा
एंड
भाई
में भी ये
मुश्किल है।
सिंपल नहीं लग रहा भाई बिल्कुल भी। एंड ये जो आपको मैंने चालें दिखाई ना, ये 11 मूव्स थी, राइट आफ्टर GH4 which is already been played. The final position was on move 51, so 11 almost forcing moves for Arjun.
This is very difficult actually, very very difficult. And he's thinking, I mean, he has time, that's the good news, but kai baar the moves are just too weird. Yeah, that c4 move, I mean, it's insane to see it
Guys,
from
why
up
do you
front.
think the opening Gukesh chose today was wise after yesterday's blunder? भाई देखो, hindsight में बात करना बहुत आसान होता है. Like, he should have done this, should have done that, because you already know कि आज का result कैसा हुआ. But I think you should not change anything about yourself, especially after a loss. You should play like yourself. You should feel confident in who you are, because that's what brought you to this place in the first place. But yeah, hindsight में अगर हम बोलते हैं ये से, I mean, sure, but it doesn't change anything, doesn't prove anything. He plays king d2, bhai. Insane. Bhai.
Now bishop d5, yeah, only move.
Yeah, only move, because otherwise white plays rook h1.
Wow, भाई chess क्या खतरनाक है यार.
Okay, bishop d5 तो forced है भाई.
Come on, come on. But bishop d5 is, yeah, it's almost forced. You're right. I think कोई इसमें.
Otherwise white plays rook h1, so, and you take the pawn for free. And तब अर्जुन खेल सकता है जीतने के लिए, so.
Come on. If he finds the first move, then Arjun has the rest moves also. I'm not sure about that. Was c4 move was insane.
Yeah.
3 passed pawn allow karna, bhai. I mean, you won't even consider it. Like,
Yeah,
it's
bhai.
not even an option.
Exactly. 11 only move for Arjun also means 11 forcing moves for Yagiz. No, actually, bhai. Doesn't mean that. Actually, Yagiz, because Arjun is the one who's fighting for equality. Arjun is the one who's forcing things. अगर आपने Erdogmus को जरा सा भी वो दे दिया, like time to, like एक extra move दे दी in any position, then he's winning. So it is Arjun who has to play forcing moves, not the other way around. भाई अब तो रेस्ट दे दो भाई, मेरे हिसाब से तो सबको. मुकेश को तो स्पेसिफिकली भाई, दो दो टू लॉसेस भाई, दैट्स नॉट गुड.
But कल रेस्ट डे नहीं है सहज, and tomorrow we have round number 8. Then 26 को रेस्ट डे है. So they will get one more there. But Sunday कल एक और मैच पेंडिंग है, and Gukesh has
कौन
lost
खेल रहा है
2
मुकेश
in
से?
a row. चेक करना पड़ेगा. Round number 8. It's
He plays
Fedoseev.
Fedoseev भाई.
And kal Erdogmus versus Pragg. And Arvind versus Arjun. Bhai. Arvind, yeah, I feel hard, sad for Arvind. Like, it's just not going his way, yeah.
Yeah भाई, agreed. So
Why is Arjun taking
now,
so many risks in a match? That's his style, Shiva. I think he's known to take these risks, and that's how he reached the top. He's not going to change his style now. He will play the second best move, third best move, just to get his opponent out of prep in like a dark forest where he can play crazy chess. That's just his style. Now here, I think though he's just struggling. So यहाँ पे तो he has to play the best moves. There's nothing to do. Arjun not even at the board right now.
Arjun, and of course it's Erdogmus's turn. So bishop d5, I think he's calculating. I think he's probably realizing whether it's drawn or it's winning for him. But bishop d5 is something you play. I mean, maybe after bishop d5, Arjun goes for c4. Bhai, you never know. Because c4, bishop c4 के बाद rook h1, and you go for that same line. It's possible, bhai.
All 4 Indians should pair together like Germans did. That's not, I think, likely because Germans may they don't really expect ki there'll be competition for each other like in let's say the World Championship. India, I mean that's likely going to happen. So Gukesh, of course, will not prepare with somebody else. And yeah, I think Indian players are bigger names who have the resources to hire other people and they can work on their own. Although Germans की यूनिटी मस्त थी भाई वर्ल्ड कप में, ये बात तो है.
In long term, I'm putting my bet on Prague. No one is even close. Hey, by close to hai, I think players. They are, I think, very close to one another in terms of their strength. Why
Wow,
not
is
b4?
still thinking.
Because there's rook h1 by, and I think I will take the h4 pawn, or maybe takes and then rook h1. Bishop d5 is important because you don't want the rook to go to h1 and to take this pawn. That's the point.
Satyam Dach is saying, I remember when Indian players, 12-year-olds like Oki and Pragg were in limelight. I don't see many players like that. Actually, we do have a 3-year-old in limelight, literally, 4-year-old now maybe. I just feel कि उस टाइम पे only Vishy sir was the one who was under spotlight, तो बाकी लोगों को मौका मिल रहा था. अब इतने सारे हैं टॉप पे कि sometimes there might be somebody but we might not know about him, so that's also a possibility, but maybe you're also partially correct. उतना as it is talent बना बनाया नहीं आ रहा.
भाई एर्दोगमस का चेयर देखो भाई, इट्स गोइंग अप एंड डाउन, क्रेजी.
भाई वो तो टाइम प्रेशर में चेयर देखना था उसका जब.
Yes, bhai, almost half of the tournament is over. What are your top three predictions? I think Nodirbek is a very clear number one right now. Sindarov, I think, is a very clear number two right now. Number three, I think, is up for grabs, more or less. Could be could be like a bunch of players, I think. Number one or number two, पे तो भाई ये दोनों लग रहे हैं अभी के लिए. Amongst the Indian players, I think Arjun has the most points right now. But yeah, hard to say, bhai. Hard to say.
One C4 players lost except Jordan. That's a very good point actually. Don't play one C4 by. Go for the London.
Unless you're Jordan. By the way, Vedant Panesar drew against Faustino Oro. So another great result
Nice.
for Vedant.
Important one also actually. चलो एक point तो बना आज का.
हाँ टोटल 4 गेम में.
यार.
अच्छा साहिल भाई एंड चैट, do you think Arjun holds this? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, he holds, or no, he doesn't hold. Chat for you too. You saying you think yes?
Yeah, I think he holds by. I still have faith.
भाई चैट
Maybe I
थोड़ी
shouldn't.
डिवाइडेड लग रही है.
भाई chat
ज़्यादा
क्या है भाई?
people saying no, more people saying no. I don't know. I also have this feeling. I don't think he's holding this. It's very hard, but he has enough time.
Tough.
भाई बिशप d5 h3 बिशप g2 क्यों खेलना है आपको? सीधा h2 ही खेल दो ना, प्रमोट हो रही है क्वीन. Erdogmus बिल्कुल एकदम, he looks super like ready, yeah.
Ready for what though? For drawing? I mean, even you're ready. Let's go, Dogmas
Ready
by.
for the battle भाई.
H3. A3. A3 would
भाई
be amazing.
एक बात बताओ, h3
हाँ.
rook h1 a3, king c1 you have, okay.
No, but I can also
That's
take no on H3.
bishop. I was thinking bishop a2 और अच्छा b4 तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. b4 पे क्या खेलोगे आप?
Rook H1 वापस.
लाइक cb4 आई थिंक, कुछ रुक भी 3 नहीं मर रहा है अभी क्योंकि a2 आ रहा है मेरे पास. But yeah, this is a draw, I think, more or less.
But
I
tricky तो
saw
है.
some crazy idea with king c1 and I was thinking bishop a2 and then b3 b2, but I think that doesn't work.
But Rook H7 is also a draw. Just
Yeah. I see it.
Rook H2 and
तो
you sack the
objectively
rook for
position
3
draw है भाई.
pawns. भाई क्या पोजीशन है यार ये. एनी गुड चेस व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स भाई? चेसकॉम इंडिया का व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है भाई, वो ज्वाइन करो जहां पे सारी अपडेट मिलेगी आपको. Gukesh also had winning chance against Narav. He couldn't grab it. सिंदारोव के साथ कौन सी गेम थी विनिंग चांस था?
पहला मैच
It
भाई,
wasn't
पहला
winning,
मैच,
no?
पहला मैच, या
It
ही
wasn't.
वाज,
Which position was it?
भाई ही वाज कंप्लीटली विनिंग। जहाँ पे वो क्वीन
Right.
से चेक्स दे रहा था सिंडरov, याद है आपको? कि
अच्छा
वहाँ बुकेश
हाँ,
के पास
right,
दो
right, right.
रुक
Of
और नाइट
course.
थे।
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, of course.
वो
Oh,
बिशप डी5
bishop
प्लेड,
d5 played.
क्रेजी
And
क्रेजी।
now g5 only move.
पर अर्जुन बोर्ड पे ही नहीं है भाई।
But I'm sure he's calculating जहाँ पे भी है.
Yes, do all grandmasters have WhatsApp group? They have WhatsApp bhai, but not WhatsApp group.
Imagine करो कोई WhatsApp ग्रुप है सारे GMs का. And then फिर 2500 रेटिंग गिरते ही फिर उसको बाहर निकाल देते ग्रुप से भाई.
Exactly. Too weak.
NMs का भी ग्रुप है. But that's just me alone. Why is c4 not working after bishop d5? Uh, I think white's pawns are not far advanced. Basically, g5 के बाद, that's closer to the queening square, right? So it becomes easier to push your pawns. That's why I think c4 is not working. You need to distract the bishop at the right time.
Exactly. Yeah, very tough that he can hold this. He's back on the board, has just one move in the position that draws the match, and that is to push that G pawn. That's it. That's the only move in the position. But not an easy
Imagine
one
एक
because you are also allowing black to play h3 bhai. h3 के
imagine
बाद
एक
e6, fe6, g6 only move here, Sahil bhai. Impossible.
भाई imagine if he plays in 10 seconds. That will be crazy. Oh नहीं 10 सेकंड तो हो गए लेकिन.
नहीं होगा भाई।
अरे
h2,
भाई.
g7, e5 and rook h1 only. Why to calculate all of this is ridiculous. And a3 खेला तो king c1 you have to look at. Bhai, this is so hard. I don't know. Let's see.
Why is Arjun not at his best? He was until Fedoseev broke his confidence a bit, I think. Winning against Fedoseev, couldn't convert. Again, a psychological impact, right? I mean, he should have won this very, very quickly, but he couldn't.
Yeah, by last year I asked you about Indian Olympiad team and you mentioned you would consider Aravindh. Seeing his current form, do you still consider him? And what is your Olympiad team now? Oh, by the way, blunder by Arjun. Rookie one, huge blunder. King D7 is winning now for Erdogmus. That is a sad. Why बोल रहा था भाई, it is impossible to hold this. And to answer your question, I think I would still consider Arvind and Vidit and Nihal as well because this is too many options. But yeah, I would consider Arvind for sure. लाइक टॉप 3 इंडियन टीम में तो सेलेक्टेड ही है, मतलब वो तो पता ही है आपको कौन है। आई मीन ऑर्डर वी कैन डिस्कस बट ओके दे आर इन द ओलंपियाड टीम फॉर श्योर। एंड देन आई वुड पिक लाइक निहाल विदित एंड अरविंद में से 2 प्लेयर्स आई विल पिक।
But Arjun looks confident for some reason. I'm not sure why he looks confident. Because King D7 is
भाई एक बार
actually
फुल
just
स्क्रीन
losing
जा
this
सकते हैं
one.
क्या इस मैच पे? आई जस्ट वांट टू कैच हिज रिएक्शंस, एर्दोगमुस रिएक्शंस। डज ही रियलाइज ही इज विनिंग? So I'm guessing King D7, as we can see from the blue arrow, this is the correct move. And then I'm guessing he has looked at E6 check here, or maybe Rook E3 here to stop this pawn.
But there are two pawns, Saj. I don't see how you stop both. A3.
Rook E3 के बाद A3 and then King C1, right? मैं King से इसको रोक रहा हूँ, Rook से मैं
A2?
दूसरे pawn को रोक रहा हूँ।
अच्छा
नहीं
A2
भाई,
गलत है
Bishop
actually.
G2 only move.
Oh wow.
Maybe this is what he missed. And if I go E6 check, then I don't take. I mean, taking is also winning, but King E8 is the winning move. Okay, some very deep like calculation needed here.
women's Olympiad team, I think it's not going to change much. It's going to be Hampi Hareka for sure. Then it's going to be Divya and Vaishali for sure. So ye char to I think are pretty much fixed unless somebody loses like an absurd amount of rating, which wouldn't make sense. The fifth spot is up for grabs. I think Tanya or
Vantika.
Vantika, or maybe I think there was somebody else. Was it
Velpula, no? Sarayu is another one.
Sarayu? And also I
Rakshita
think
Ravi is another one.
yeah, Savita also I think was close. I think in koi
Savita
ek
Shri as well, yes, true.
will take the fifth spot. Whoever gains the maximum rating. Arjun looks chill, but King D7, but it's not as hard, yeah? King D7.
No, I think it seems simple भाई. मेरा E6 का plan है and to promote this pawn. So King D7 makes sense, no? ताकि अगर आप E6 खेलते हो, I can take, and if you take, I just take back. Simple. My Arjun is losing this. Sorry to say.
Wow. But black does have only one move though. Because white has a forcing move E6. So that just draws the game on the spot. Anything else, I think Arjun will draw this game now. So black has to find King D7. That is the only possible good news you can take from here.
But it's
It's not
so
going to be.
logical to play King D7 here. Like,
Yeah, it is, absolutely. But it's not like a long for out game now. If you don't find
Hans
King
भी देख
D7,
रहा
I
है
think
भाई.
Arjun draws.
Hans भी देख रहा है भाई. मुझे तो दिख गई win.
हम उसको देख रहे हैं. तुझे दिखी क्या? तुझे दिखी है? हाँ, क्या नाम है इसका? कान. If
ओ
Arjun wins, there
भाई,
must be
वो
something.
जो बंदा था ना जिसने गुकेश की आज फोटो पहन वो मतलब गुकेश की
Wait,
टी शर्ट
what?
लेके आया था भाई, वो अर्जुन की टी शर्ट पहन के घूम रहा है
Wait,
अभी.
what? Why? Wait, he
देखो
changed his shirt.
भाई, अर्जुन की टी शर्ट पहनी हुई है उसने अब. भाई वो गया,
भाई,
चेंज
भाई
करके आया
ये क्या
वापस.
है भाई? वो गुकेश की शर्ट पहन के आया था यार. When Gukesh was
हाँ,
losing.
क्रेजी भाई.
वो शर्ट चेंज करके आया मतलब.
हाँ भाई, लेके आया था यहाँ पे वो.
But why would he change his shirt?
आई डोंट नो. क्योंकि गुकेश लॉस्ट परहैप्स एंड ओके
भाई
ही
वो
कुडंट
है
गेट अ
क्या वो
पिक्चर.
जो एक बंदा था ना जिसने डिंग को जिंक्स किया था भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में, याद है वो कौन था? वो प्रफुल्ल क्या नाम था उसका? वो यूट्यूबर आई थिंक.
आई
समय ने
डोंट
कहा था
नो
उसको जिंक्स करने के लिए. आई डोंट नो.
भाई. आई थिंक वो फोटो खींचना चाहता था विद दैट पिक्चर. तो गुकेश ने तो मना कर दिया होगा बिकॉज ही इज नॉट फीलिंग द बेस्ट.
तो अर्जुन कौन सा हाँ बोलेगा भाई आज?
तो उसको ये थोड़ी पता है कि अर्जुन की लॉस्ट है. अर्जुन अभी भी खेल रहा है.
Praful below, yes, yes, yes. Okay, we are kidding. Yeah, of course, don't worry. I mean, he's just a big fan. Probably needs a autograph and with the shirt there. And but yeah, it's crazy. He changed the shirt though. Like that is crazy.
But I think he probably wanted a picture, yeah, with the players and then him wearing the t-shirt. I think it makes it very special.
Yeah, he's just sad.
Yeah.
Like, I think we've seen him in the last 3 days, and last 3 days have not gone well for Indian players. So he's not able to get that picture.
Yeah. But let's see. Let's see. Erdogmus thinking right now, 16 minutes he has. And remember, chat, there is a 30-second increment now. So time utna kam nahi hai Erdogmus ka bhi. He has all the time to consider King D7 as his potential move. And Arjun is playing, I think his last move he played very quickly, I have to say.
Okay, उसे chair ही उठा ली है, so he does look excited. Come on. Can we expect a mistake? Okay, he's about to play chat. Do or die. King D7 is winning. Does he find it? I think he should.
Yeah. He has not played it yet, otherwise we would have seen it. He's about to play. भाई कितना इमोशन दिखा रहा है एक्चुअली एडोमस ने अभी.
This is his first major event, classical round robin, जहाँ पे he's playing everybody in the world, yeah, strongest.
Hmm.
So you can understand the nerves. He has already missed a couple of moments जहां पे he was winning, and this is his last one. इसके बाद I think Arjun will draw. If he messes this up, I think Arjun will hold the game. And Arjun also survived yesterday, so we know what he's capable of. Okay. He looks super excited now, yeah? Look at him, chat. Look at
Or
him.
nervous.
I think this is positive, yeah? He doesn't look like he's excited to play. Like, it doesn't look like he's stressed. His body language is like moving forward. He'll be slumped in his chair, maybe. But okay, now King D7. Will he touch the king, chat? Or will we see a mistake, a crucial mistake from black?
Sahaj bhai, is Erdogmus upcoming GOAT? Yes, bhai. I think very, very likely. Maybe not GOAT in that sense, greatest of all time, but for sure, like world champion material, for sure. Played by King D7.
Ah, wow.
And now
And
Arjun is in trouble.
question, do you think Arjun knows it's lost now?
I don't think it matters, bhai.
No, but if he doesn't know, we're gonna see. Oh, he missed Bishop G2. You were right.
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको भाई बिशप G2 मिस हुआ कुछ मिस हुआ उससे भाई 100%. Now whether he
And
sees it's a loss or not doesn't matter because Erdogmus has looked at this.
no, the thing is, whether we'll get to see his emotions in real time is the question. So if he has not seen this, because Gukesh knew for a while he was losing, so we didn't see any crazy emotions. But if Arjun has not seen it, I think we're going to see his expressions change in real time. And now, chat, only two moves are winning for black. He has to play the next two moves in any move order. One is a3 and one is bishop g2. किसी ना किसी मूव ऑर्डर में ये दोनों अगली चालें होनी चाहिए एंड ब्लैक इज जस्ट विनिंग ऑन द स्पॉट.
Bishop G2 because you get H3, H2, H1 and A3 because this is another pawn which needs to be kept under check. Any move, yeah. Which one is better for you, Alvai? Bishop G2 or A3?
For me, it shows a3 is like mildly better, but both are equal.
Okay. Erdogmus saw something which Arjun didn't. I mean, that is something. Yes, bhai, true. But okay, it's just a game, yeah. Just one game. I don't think that कुछ बड़ा मीनिंग मत निकालो इससे. I think मिस सबसे होते हैं tactically specifically. And also like the younger you are, the more sharper you are.
Oh, he doesn't look happy though. He had a little head shake, yeah, like a dogmas, like as if he was not happy with something.
Hmm.
Come on, come on. By the way, एकदम कार्लसन कोई लिख सोहम जी लिख रहे हैं, Magnus did say in Magnus's mind, the best potential, not that it would happen, but the best potential to become the next GOAT lies with this guy in front of you at Dogmas, not the Indian youngsters. 14 years old, by the way, right now, beating Arjun. That's insane.
Let's see what happens there.
He's not happy with something. Wait, he's not happy with something. Maybe he doesn't see it. You see how his
Oh,
body language slumped suddenly.
so I mean, the win is either Bishop G2 or A3, right? And I think they are interchangeable. Like Bishop G2 के बाद भी आपको A3 खेलना है, A3 के बाद भी आपको Bishop G2 खेलना है. तो एक ही line है वो, but you can just do it with two different ideas. So if he goes A3, White has to play King C1, I guess, right? Because A2 को कौन बचा रहा है?
Actually, a3 might be better because you have more control over e6. So white cannot take with the rook on e6 and bring rook a6, for example, or rook h6.
Ah, okay.
So maybe a3 directly has more flexibility for black.
So King C2.
Yes.
Apparently, by B4 is also winning here.
Arre baap re.
White takes B3, B2. That's it. That's just winning. What did
But
Arjun miss here? So A3, what
king
did he
c1,
miss?
king c1 Saj bhai. Then b4 is not winning.
Okay, B4 में कुछ है उधर. What's
नहीं
the
b3 check
problem?
नहीं आ रहा. b3 चेक नहीं आ रहा होगा अब, शायद एक टेम्पो बच गया शायद.
B4, rook D3 only move, yeah, to save.
Wow.
Some study like save. King C6 and E6, FE6 and F6. Something crazy. Okay,
भाई साहब.
understood. So King C1 पे B4 नहीं है मेरे पास, and I will play Bishop G2 now to push this pawn up. If you give E6 check, then I move my king back to E8, not E7 because it allows me to play F6 check and then E7 E8 आ जाएगा, एक extra tempo. So King E8 जाता है. Now you take on F7, I take with the king, and still this is a huge threat, so you have to defend. Or maybe rook E6 and rook H6 could be a way to stop you from playing H2.
But rook e6
Like
h5 maybe.
rook E6, H3 is still winning, bhai.
Acha, I thought h5
Rook
would be playing.
H6, and then just B4. But King G7 is also winning, but B4 is like clean. And basically the point is B3, B2 check aega and Bishop E4 check deke I'll promote. Yeah, objectively he's lost.
The question is, will Erdogmus find it now? Because he has 9 minutes. So it's reaching that phase jahan pe he has to take a call. How much time do I want to invest in this moment? And if he goes wrong, then Arjun could be back. For example, I mean, let's say king e7, you wait for a move just to kind of show. Then rook h3, the pawn is gone.
So let's say if I go King E7 or something, and then Rook
Rook
H3.
h3 is a draw.
Yeah.
a3, king c1.
And then you win
So,
this.
so he needs to strike right now.
Yeah. So A3 and Bishop G2, two moves.
Wow. A 14-year-old is going to defeat the world number 4 and India number 1. It's a big upset, yeah? That too with the black pieces. I think in Erdogmus age, Arjun, Gukesh and Pragg were that good only. Maybe that's possible actually, but 14 years, they became a GM at the age of 12, almost 13 actually. I don't
एज
think
भाई
they were this strong.
एर्दोगमस में वो क्वालिटी है क्या यंग जो यंग मैग्नस में थी क्योंकि मैंने यंग मैग्नस को नहीं देखा है लाइक आई थिंक मैग्नस का जो मेन स्किल था वो जो ग्राइंड वाला स्किल था वो आई थिंक किसी के पास नहीं है वो लाइक कंटिन्यू टू प्ले तो आई थिंक इन दैट एंगल नो बट आई थिंक ही हैज सम अदर स्पेशल skill set which I think will be visible very soon as he progresses.
6 minutes, by the way, now. He has to play. Look at his hands.
Eight minutes, bhai. Difficult. He's literally jumping on the chair, bhai.
Come on.
Think he's going for it very soon. A3 or Bishop G2, two moves. Please show Gukesh, bhai. Gukesh has already lost his match. It finished like 1 hour ago. So I don't think he's there at the hall anymore, bhai.
नहीं डांडिया नहीं चल रहा है भाई. He's just very excited, I think. He senses the win again. I think he sees it. I'm sure there's a Bollywood movie where there was a step like this in the olden days, but he's very, very excited about this game. I mean, imagine, yeah, 14-year-old, you beating the world number 4. It's a big win.
No, yes, for sure. Been thinking for almost 8 minutes. By the way, I was checking some other games as well, but this is the only game जहाँ पे एक result आ सकता है. Sindarov and Hans are still playing, but that's most likely going to end in a draw. And Van versus Fedoseev is also just, I feel like they're just repeating moves and it should be over very, very soon. So the only game where a result is possible is this one.
By the way, less than 6 minutes now for Dogmas. So he is really going deep into this moment. He feels and this is the moment where I can win, and I think he's about to push the a pawn. उनका हाथ
Yeah,
उस क्वीन साइड की तरफ जा रहा था. So either it's a3 or it's b4. It's one of those moves he's about to play. b4 is the blunder, by the way.
for sure not b4. Bhai, b4 looks very, very bad.
Actually, white is better after rook d3 there. Slightly better, maybe. But okay,
Wow.
it's close to equal. But he has to play a3, and that's winning. He's not playing bishop g2. He's playing one of the queenside pawns for sure. Look at his hands,
Yeah,
by the way,
a3 I
shaking.
think makes the most sense to me also. And then Arjun will be in a lot of trouble there. But he has 26 minutes, so he can. He's rechecking again, yeah? Some sign of like uncertainty. Like he's not sure.
When you double check, it's fine. When you start triple checking, I think you have to stop yourself. Otherwise, तुम सिर्फ confuse ही कर दोगे अपने आप को. He has to play a3. b4 would be. Oh, he's shaking his head suddenly. Oh, he's shaking his head again. Wait, what?
Maybe he
I.
was going to play something and then he missed something, yeah?
But that's a great sign for Arjun. कि अगर 4 minute है and he's still shaking his head, that's a great sign for Arjun. Maybe he has some hope.
भाई पोजीशन देख के होप तो नहीं लग रही. Think if
नहीं,
he
but
can
यागिस को
save
देख के
this,
लग
that
रही
would
है.
be amazing.
यागिस को देख के लग रही है उम्मीद. Chat, simple yes or no. Do you think Yagiz finds the winning move? Yes or no? Bas simple.
Right now, 100%.
100% भाई, थोड़ा पॉइंट टू
लो
तो छोड़
भाई
दो.
खेल भी दिया उसने इतने. मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपको भाई, of course.
Wow. And now does Arjun know it's lost? I think his expressions will tell us a little bit maybe on how quickly he plays this.
अर्जुन ने कुछ तो कैलकुलेट किया है यहाँ पे, right?
Of course.
Maybe king
He knows.
c1, which I think he will play instantly. I would expect king c1 from him very quickly, and then maybe now he's checking bishop g2, yeah? Because remember, after king c1, there is just one move for black, bishop g2, that's winning. Any other move is a draw.
क्या tough है यार chess. And look, I want to show a variation, by the way. Like here, you could play rook d3, for example, and the best move is just to play a2. Yeah, if you play king c6, c4 is winning for white.
Arey wow. So a2
King
is nice because
c6.
check king e8 and nothing can stop this
Yeah.
pawn from promotion.
What if you become lalchi and save the bishop? Then white wins. So
King
lalchi करो
c6
chat.
पे c4 and white wins. Huge if true.
But it's not true, Sajbhai, and it's not huge. This time it's just tiny. And tiny hopes.
King c1. मैं
Oh,
बोल रहा था आपको instantly खेलेगा king c1 see.
and
And now
now the
bishop
blue
g2
arrow.
is what he missed, I think.
The infamous blue arrow, bishop g2. I think अर्जुन अगर पहले नहीं देखा तो अब तो 100% देख लिया है.
And I think Yagiz is looking on the other side of the board now. I think, yeah, look at
Oh,
that. Nod of
he
approval
knows.
there. Bishop g2. Incoming.
And chat, this is just evidence कि भाई, you have a rook for what? A bishop and a pawn. Technically, you're material up, but you just completely lost.
सहज भाई
So
बिशप जी टू मुझे दिख गया. एर्दोगमस को इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है? बिकॉज भाई उसके सामने ब्लू एरो नहीं है जो उसको दिखा रहा है बिशप जी टू. आप कभी भी चेस को कभी भी लाइक एक बार को देखने के बाद एक गेम से कंपेयर मत करा करो. दैट्स अ वेरी वेरी बैड हैबिट. आपका पूरा लाइक योर एंटायर थिंकिंग बिकम्स करप्टेड. बिशप जी
played.
टू इट इज.
Wow. Wait, what? Nahi incoming, bhai. Bishop g2 is the killer blow. I don't see any way to complicate matters now, actually. And I think Arjun is going to have a hard realization that the game is basically over.
100%. I think Arjun missed this.
Chess is so hard, yaar. कितना मुश्किल है खेलना.
97 almost accuracy for Erdogmus, 92 almost for Arjun. Crazy. Played fantastic actually. I think Erdogmus towards the end game. Have to
Does he
agree.
just resign now?
I think he will
Because
think, yeah, he will utilize his time like 20 minutes, but it's too late now.
wow, what a game.
Uh, Yagiz, I think, is showing some incredible chess. By the way, this is his going to be his second win in a row. He defeated Jorden van Foreest and now Arjun. And tomorrow he plays Pragg Bhai.
Why look at him? He's so excited, yeah?
I think he's about to win. Yeah, I think Arjun could resign, but I think वो थोड़ा और check करेगा. Maybe he will let his time go down a bit to see if there's any resource he could have missed.
But I
What
think
if g5, g6? उसमें just pawn takes pawn doesn't achieve anything. This is
नहीं
lost,
भाई,
right? Dead
he
lost.
knows it's over. I think he definitely knows it's over. 3 moves like he was, and it's coming with check. There is no way you're promoting a pawn in 3 moves as white.
1, 2, 3. And e6 check पे important to not play king e7 because there is f6 check. So e6 पे king e8 is important. Although f takes e6 should also be winning, but king e8 is clean, very clean. Why today will be the first day? I think I can't remember the last time this happened, but Arjun and Gukesh both lost. I can't remember like हम 2-2.5 साल से commentary कर रहे हैं साहिल भाई. I can't remember one day where this happened.
I think it happened in Norway chess, but that was tie breaks.
Tie
Like
breaks
they
is
both of them
different. Yeah,
lost.
classical chess की बात कर
And
रहा हूँ. I don't think it has ever
yeah,
happened before.
yeah. I think Ukil also didn't play as much in 2024. But yeah, we've not seen them lose on the same day. But and also like this, yeah, matlab, like it was convincing. Like Gukesh never had a chance, to be honest, and he just outplayed
Hmm.
him completely. And Arjun also, to be honest, like it wasn't like a one move blunder, right? Like there were many moments where Arjun could have lost, and Erdogmus missed
True.
those. So it was just better chess play overall, and the accuracy kind of sums it up. 96.8 versus 91.8. There's a huge difference there.
Correct, bhai. And by the way, chat में asking rook d3, rook d6, rook h6. Remember that there are also connected pawns on the queen side. So when the rook goes on this side of the board, I'll start pushing b4, b3, b2 and give a check and then promote here. Basically, you're not in time to control both sides. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Sahaj Grover,
this
genuine question. If it's your move and your chair broke down while falling, you touch one of your pieces. Now, do you have to move that piece? So first of all, no, because I didn't intend to touch that piece. And secondly, bhai, how do you touch a piece while falling down is my question. That's a genuine question from my side, bhai.
because firearm pushed you, no, bhai. That's the only logic.
But why would you touch a piece? Like you could touch like anything to find your balance, but why a piece?
Last 5 to 6 months, Indian players have not performed well. I think since the Grand Swiss, I think you're correct. Since the Grand Swiss, I think till Divya's win, it was pretty nice. We are winning multiple events. I think Grand Swiss is थोड़ा अटका हुआ है.
Plays e6 मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई. This is what he looked at. E6 check on the board, and now Yagiz can either take this pawn or he can play king to e8. The square on e7 is like, minesweeper का जो square होता है. यहाँ पे f6 check would be very, very dangerous. In fact, Arjun is winning if he puts the king on e7. So this is the that mind square जहाँ पे आप touch नहीं कर सकते इसको. Either go to e8 or take the pawn on e6. He has 3.5 minutes.
More than enough. Okay, he's about to play. I think King E8 is
Yeah,
his
King
move of
E8.
choice.
The way he showed his hand, for sure it's E8.
How many points will he gain? I think he will gain around
Enough by
seven, six and a
enough
half,
points.
7 points. I think the
There
big
it
question is
is. King E8. Played
how
by.
many will Arjun lose is the bigger question, I think. And he will drop a few rating points actually, and he will go below Vincent Keymer to world number 5. And below Nodirbek, sorry, world number 6 he will go to. Oh wow. We
Yeah,
have
because
no Indian in the
Nodirbek
world top
has
5.
been wow. No
Wow. Okay,
Indian in World Top
that's
5. Why? That's crazy.
and only one in world top 10. Why? This is like the lowest we've been, I think, since like a year or something. Like since the last 2 years or something. I don't know. Long time.
100%. Yeah, now you can take the pawn on F7. But Black's plan is simple by H3, H2, H1, and there is no counterplay.
Yo, Ronaldo, bhai, what's up? Come on, come on, come on.
I think you could see a resignation from Arjun here. Wait a second. Can I take this and play Rook D3? No,
H3.
no, H3 is just winning by Rook check, King. You'll just defend this with your life, yeah? Really, you don't even have to do that. You can even play King F8 and that's winning too. King F8 or King F6. What's wrong with King F6? Something is
कुछ नहीं
wrong
सही
with
है
this.
भाई सब कुछ विनिंग है यार सब कुछ विनिंग है इट्स ओवर
Hmm.
I think the power balance in chess is, I wouldn't say shifting, but there's a challenge to what India maintained as dominance as a country in the last 2 years. It's definitely being challenged now by not just Yagiz Khan. I think it's being challenged by, uh, you know,
Uzbekistan and Turkey.
Uzbekistan, Anish is being, yeah, multiple people. So it's not as
Yeah, agreed.
smooth as it was.
Agreed, bhai. Agreed. He takes King F7 now. Very, very logical. Takes as well. 1 second के अंदर. Arjun plays Rook easy. Bhai, he's playing very quickly, yeah? Maybe Arjun is trying to
Yeah.
get him in time.
But still, 30-second increment. I mean, yeah, I can't believe this will work. It is lost because of 3 pawns. Wow. So only three, yeah? You think Uzbekistan fan base would be the happiest since the past 6 months? Of course, they won the World Cup. They also likely are going to win Tata Steel now. I would have to say
They
Arjun
have a
did win
candidate.
bronze. Yeah, Arjun did win bronze though, Saj. I think that's a big win in the last 6 months that we are kind of not looking at right now. But it's only one, like it's only the world one event which went really good for us. Other than that, it's not been as great. But okay, I mean, the tournament is not over yet. You never know.
Yeah, I think last 2 days have been really sad for India. I don't think we've had a single win so far, yeah, in the last 3 days, last 2 days.
Yeah. Okay. He's so close to the win.
2.5 minutes. Besides Arjun and Vishy, sir, all other Indian players are manufactured chess geniuses following the blueprint of what Vishy sir did. I think Vishy sir is also in that boat. Arjun is also, I think everyone is manufactured by, nobody's born like that. And he plays B4. He's just being super clinical here. Yeah, you can resign here as Arjun Bhai. No chance.
I think he'll take on b4 and then he'll resign. Maybe he'll play like one move, but
Yeah, some incredible calculation from Erdogmus there. Looks amazing, actually.
yeah, he won rapid and blitz bronze both. And when Magnus is gold in both and you're bronze, you've done a great job. In fact, I think technically and the format itself was a bit weird. Rapid, there were no extra tie breaks, but blitz there were, and Arjun was 1.5 points ahead in the blitz. I think deserved more than bronze, but even a bronze is great.
Don't forget, Arjun has won Jerusalem Masters and Vishy came second in 2025. Yes, bhai, I
True.
think it's a great achievement. But I think we're talking about more like FIDE events, yeah? वहाँ पर it's very important to score well because those are the... But yeah, sad overall. If Arjun takes on b4, can I take back just on cb4? Yeah, that's also winning. That's also winning, bhai. What are we playing for? If this is winning, then of course anything is winning, no?
Yeah, of course, like before खेला है तो वापस तो मारेंगे ही वैसे भी.
Hmm.
Keep our pawns connected. I'm not even
King
sure what
c2 पे
Arjun is.
b3 चेक भी है भाई मेरे पास, ये मार भी नहीं सकते आप. I have bishop d5. It's crazy.
What is Arjun even threatening? I'm not sure. Like, what is his move after takes?
Plays g5. I think
King
he's just trying to
c5.
target his time, yeah? He's just trying to target him on the time. On the clock. That's it. That's Arjun's plan.
Okay, I mean,
b3 is
b3
winning
here,
now.
completely winning.
Yeah, b3 is just queen, bhai. Simple queen. By manufactured, I mean they lack the talent and real genius which Arjun and Vishy have. I completely disagree, bhai. I think they're all incredibly talented. You don't reach this level without any talent, bhai. I completely disagree with that. Sahaj, bhai, save us from this misery, bhai. I wish, but it feels like it's happening. Yeah, Gukesh and Arjun both losing on the same day is gonna happen. 2 साल की कमेंट्री में भाई पहली बार हो रहा है मेरे साथ हमारे साथ आई मीन चैट के
It's
साथ.
done because b2 and some bishop d5, bishop a2 should be winning, bishop h3, bishop f5 should be winning, h3, h2 should be winning, even just c4 should be winning. I think we can just give up now as Arjun.
Yeah, not making any mistakes. Gives a check. King कहीं पे भी रख दो अब. g7 g8 it all is working. King g8 probably is the cleanest. King g7 is probably also the cleanest. Is this winning if the H pawn was missing? Bhai, Yash, bhai, I had the exact same thought in this position, and I think it is actually. But I was thinking in the exact same line as you.
Depends. I mean, if both the h pawns are not there, maybe there's some hope. Yeah.
I plays rook e6. Now h3. I think this is where you need the H pawn. b2 check also winning. Technically, Erdogmus can repeat once as well, gain some time, but okay, I think this is simple enough that he doesn't need to do that. No, I think once Gukesh and Arjun were playing Title Tuesday and both lost multiple games. Yes, maybe in an online chess is different. I'm talking about classical OTB. This has not happened before, I believe. But yes, I think incredible is not giving it justice of how well Erdogmus has played today. I think he has played an amazing game.
And if you have the thought of whether it's winning without the h pawn, it is.
Did you
So
just do? Did you just check?
I played through some variations, ignoring the h pawn, and it is winning with some zugzwang. So if the bishop keeps moving, along that diagonal to give that check. And at some point, there's some zugzwang, and you have to play g6 or f6, and it just wins. So I think it
Wow.
is winning.
But he has the H pawn,
Yeah.
unfortunately, and then he's going to push it in the next move after king c2. I don't know if it was Arjun's prep or if it was Erdogmus's prep. I think he just played the game really well. I don't know if it was prep. I would be surprised. Okay, king c2, and now h3 is winning.
The next Magnus Carlsen endgame goat. That's a fair point. He did play this endgame pretty well.
बिल्कुल flawless chess भाई एकदम.
Wait, what incoming possible ही नहीं है भाई
h3
actually
भाई
यार.
played as well, and now I think Arjun will resign. I mean, this position is so bad, Sahil bhai, कि computer is saying play king d2 and allow b1 queen. Did he just?
Wait,
Oh,
what?
just
He
resigned, yeah.
resigned. He resigned, yeah.
Yeah.
He resigns. Wow. So इसके साथ ही Arjun suffers a loss. I think last 3 rounds have not gone his way because he lost against Fedoseev in a winning game, drew against Bluebaum barely, and now loses to Erdogmus. इसके साथ ही Sahaj bhai, day number 7 ends. A forgettable day to say the least.
Yeah, मैं तो अभी भूल गया भाई. I don't even know what to say why, because 3 losses and 2 draws by overall, including the challenger section. But in the master section today was half out of 4, which is a
Wow.
terrible day.
साज भाई आप भूल गए पर मैं याद लाता हूँ एक बार. लेट्स हैव द स्टैंडिंग्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस just to kind of realize where we are and what are the hopes for Indian players to, let's say, win the event now. I think whenever we have the standings, I think we clearly know one guy is running away with it right now, and that is Nodirbek. He's on 5.5. तीन लोग चार पे. Erdogmus joins the second place standings, and look at the Indian players: 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. Sahaj bhai, what's happening? That's not what we're used to ever.
By a series of bad results, a series of bad days, I'm guessing is my take. But hoping they can make a comeback. But abhi ke liye it is looking very, very sad. By the way, Sindarov still playing, so he can still catch up to Nodirbek. But I think
Yeah.
draw ही max होगा. But 1 point की lead तो दिख रही है मुझे Nodirbek की.
Yeah, and एक ही country के चार player है. I think the max you have from any other country is 2. I think Uzbekistan के 2, Germany के 2. India के 4 है, but yeah, I think it's looking like a tough tournament. So it's not over just yet, Chad. Luckily, this event is very long. We have barely reached 50%. I think 7 round खत्म हो गए. So 6 round pending है. Saj bhai, what are your expectations for the final 6 rounds? Do you think some Indians will catch up, or do you think this is going to go south as it has so far?
I don't know. I have no idea. I hope ये rest day कल होता, then I think it would be better. But कल का match is going to be very, very difficult for the Indian players, especially for Gukesh, because 2 losses is not ideal. But yeah, hoping they can make a comeback. But rest day के बाद, I think it will be a clearer picture.
And of course, tomorrow it's Arjun versus Aravindh. So clearly, one of them will not be happy. Aravindh has the white pieces. That's good news for Aravindh. We also have Erdogmus versus Pragg, and Erdogmus has white. So that is a crucial match tomorrow. And also Fedoseev versus Gukesh, and Gukesh also has black. So I think कल का pairing भी बहुत tough है for Indian players. And जो कल हारेगा, I think they will have absolutely no chance of catching up, and then they are fighting for the lower half of the board. So Sadhvai, tough day today. But yeah, I mean, hoping we can still catch up. There's still some hope there. So chat, thank you joining in. Thank you so much for the amazing production, and thank you Sahaj for the amazing commentary. Chat, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today. Maybe not the best day, but picture ही बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. मिलते हैं कल. Take care and good night.
See you.